Hello! Today we'll be talking about Dusknoir, the last pure ghost Pokemon in evolution, and only third stage ghost type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It's the final evolution of Duskull, who evolves into Dusclops, who, starting in this generation, evolves when traded holding the Reaper Cloth. Dusknoir's previous PYC dates are June 17th, 1997, April 7th, 2000, January 27th, 2003, November 17th, 2005, September 7th, 2008, June 29th, 2011, April 19th, 2014, February 7th, 2017, November 29th, 2019, and September 19th, 2022. I most know Dusknoir from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook, which is where I was introduced to Dusknoir and its entire line, which led me to believe that they were all introduced in Gen 4. It also introduced me to Dusknoir's ability to communicate with the afterlife. I also know it from My Pokemon Ranch and Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, where I know it as the attraction chief of Dusknoir's Speed Slam. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dusknoir, the Gripper Pokemon. His number is 0477. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost. Abilities Pressure, Frisk is its hidden ability in Gen 6+. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group Amorphous. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 7'3" or 2.2 meters. Weight is 235 pounds or 106.6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 210 in Gen 4 and 236 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 3. 1 in defense and 2 in special defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 35. Dusknoir is a ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from Dusclops when traded while holding a Reaper Cloth. It is the final form of Duskull. Biology: Dusknoir is a primarily black Pokemon that somewhat resembles a Cyclops. Its cylindrical head is light gray with a single eye that has a yellow iris and a red pupil. Its eyelid resembles a smiling mouth with its red eye being a tongue. There is a yellow band near the top of its head, and a short yellow antenna with a disc-shaped tip extends from on top. 6 flat projections extend from the base of its neck and surrounds its head, resembling an upturned collar. Dusknoir has well-developed arms with 2 yellow bands near its wrists and large gray hands. On the front of its torso are 2 almond-shaped markings, and on its back are 2 circular markings. Both sets of markings resemble eyes. A yellow band encircles its body, zigzagging along the front and forming a long curve around the back. It has a wispy tail in place of feet. The antenna on Dusknoir's head allows it to receive transmissions from the spirit world, which tell it to bring people there. Dusknoir usually appears to those who are dead and bring their souls to the afterlife. Because of this, people highly fear Dusknoir. Sometimes Dusknoir may accidentally take away the souls of those still alive, though this rarely happens. However, the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl episode, Ghoul Days, has shown it protecting innocent people from being taken to the spirit world. It is unknown if Dusknoir has a will of its own, or if it is forced to follow the bidding of the transmissions it receives. The band on its body can open similar to a mouth, so Dusknoir with its mouth open. Dusknoir is capable of using its belly mouth to swallow its target whole. It also uses this ability to take spirits into its body and carry them home, or as it travels to unknown places. Dusknoir only consumes spectral essence, leaving only the empty remains of living beings untouched. As shown in The Truth Revealed, Dusknoir can eat with the mouth on its stomach. Evolution: Dusknoir evolves from Dusclops and is the final form of Duskull, so Duskull, Dusclops, Dusknoir. Game data, NPC appearances, spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon: Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon: Explorers of Sky. Dusknoir is a major character in the main storyline, where he travels to the present from the future to hunt down Grovyle and the player to prevent them from changing the future. He also stars in the special episode In the Future of Darkness. Pokemon Ranger: Shadows of Volumia. Dusknoir is used by Blake Hall in an attempt to thwart the player. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon: the same Dusknoir from Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky appears as a recruitable character after completing his request by the Connection Orb. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl. The antenna on its head captures radio waves from the world of spirits that command it to take people there. Platinum. It is said to take lost spirits into its pliant body and guide them home. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The spirit Pokemon is said to travel to worlds unknown. Some even believe that it takes lost spirits along with it. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, so is X's entry. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond, Pearl, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword. At the bidding of transmissions from the spirit world, it steals people and Pokemon away. No one knows whether it has a will of its own. Shield. With the mouth on its belly, Dusknoir swallows its target whole. The soul is the only thing eaten. Dusknoir disgorges the body before departing. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus comes to those whose lives have come to an end, and escorts their souls to the afterlife. Known to mistakenly take the souls of those who yet have life left in them, albeit rarely. In Gen 9, Scarlet. It is said to take lost spirits into its pliant body and take them to the afterlife. Violet. It comes and goes between this world and the afterlife. People fear this Pokemon because it is said to suck in lost spirits and take them along. Dusknoir in the Kitakami Pokedex. So you got it here by this bus stop. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Sword and Shield. It has the Spell Tag 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus for normal has the Bugwort 35% of the time, Reaper Cloth 8% of the time, and Grid items by level, Alpha, XP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 45, Attack 100, Defense 135, Special Attack 65, Special Defense 135, Speed 45, for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Flying, Ground, Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Ghost and Dark for double. Immune to Normal and Fighting. Resistant to Poison and Bug for half. Notes, if Foresight or Order Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1. So they both would go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, because you can hypothetically have a level 37 Dusknoir, we'll start there. 42 Shadow Ball, 48 Future Sight, and 54 Destiny Bond. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Animated series only moves. Rapid Spin, it's a normal type move in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, Beyond Time and Darkness. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It protects itself with a ghostly fire. It attacks with eerie orbs. Guardian Signs. It shoots out orbs imbued with fulsome emotions that make Pokemon paused. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Bat entry. Dusknoir returns to the haunted house in the haunted zone when the bell rings at nightfall. He is the attraction chief of Dusknoir's Speed Slam. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He lived in a mansion with Duskull in the past. He was like a boss to Duskull. Got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Kempasuchiel Crown. So, I think its pre-evolutions had this as well. That's fun. Because it's like the Day of the Dead. Evolution data. Dusknoir evolves from Dusclops when traded while holding a Reaper Cloth. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it evolves from Dusclops when exposed to a Reaper Cloth. Duskull, level 37 Dusclops, trade holding Reaper Cloth. I guess that's the Reaper Cloth. Dusknoir. Sprites here, so much darker colors as to be expected here. Not really else much changes. The eyes might be a little bit bigger. The fake eyes, I guess. Not the real eyes. Shiny is kind of bluish, just all around. The yellow also seems to be a lot more like these seem to be almost like gold color, while this is like actual like proper yellow. Platinums, you have it doing that instead, having like pushing, I guess, instead, or lifting its arms. Maybe it's like commanding. I don't know. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. You can see the face on the back, and the eyes seem to get a little bit smaller actually in Platinums, the front eyes. In Gen 6, you get the models and the much lighter colors. Yeah. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the much better models in Sword and Shield. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Ooh, they're all shiny. In Homes, you get these models. In Animation, Dusknoir in Pokemon Horizons the series. Dusknoir, Explorers of Time, Darkness and Skies, the big one. Got all these. Terra Dusknoir in Pokemon Horizons the series. It's a ghost terrestrialization of a ghost-type Pokemon. Is there a point to that? I don't fully understand terrestrialization. Okay. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 90 in Dawn's Pokedex. Dusknoir, the Gripper Pokemon. It receives electrical waves from the spirit world with its antenna and is said to take people to the spirit world as well. In XY, episode 20 in Serena's Pokedex. Dusknoir, the Gripper Pokemon. Dusknoir is said to travel between the human and spirit worlds. I guess there's a Poketoon with it in the manga. Dusknoir and Phantom Thief, Pokemon 7, coming out of the panel. That's fun. Dusknoir and Pokemon Adventures. Interesting. Got all this. In the TCG. Trivia in the novelization of the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl episode Ghoul Days, included in the Pokemon Annual 2010. Dusknoir is described on multiple occasions as being metallic. Origin. Dusknoir appears to be a Cyclopean ghost. Its single eye is a common feature of many yokai, although its round and hollow body may specifically allude to the Chochin Obake due to its single eye and abdominal mouth. Dusknoir may also be loosely based on a Mapping Guari. Dusknoir, acting as a guide for lost spirits to the spirit world, is similar to the Grim Reaper and other psychopomps guiding souls to the afterlife. The use of its mouth, stylized similarly to a jack-o'-lantern, as a gate to the spirit world, may be inspired by a hellmouth. Dusknoir's ability to receive transmissions from the world of spirits may be based on paranormal explanations for electronic voice phenomena, EVP. Name origin. Dusknoir may be a combination of dusk and noir, French for black. Yo-Noir may be a combination of Yoma, ghost, Yori, night, or Noir, black, and Waru, bad, evil. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Dusknoir's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 556, Ghoul Days. In this episode, this is Conway. He is about to walk off a cliff because a little girl who's probably a spirit walked off the cliff but like is floating and she's like mind controlling him. There's Dusknoir. That is Dusknoir's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Dusknoir. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Dusknoir. This is Dusknoir 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI, so this AI art of Dusknoir here with more eyes for some reason. This is Dusknoir Pokemon by Retratos Anime, so this nice Dusknoir image here. I don't know what's with the purple light. Is that something in the anime? I'm not really sure. This is Dusknoir Day by Aquatic Fuzz, so this nice image of a Dusknoir here. Very well done. Like the background. This is Dusknoir by Kush Pup, sort of alternate version of Dusknoir here. Kind of stylized a little bit. Very interesting. This is Shiny Dusknoir Dream World / Global Link by Ratafrats. So I guess it's this shiny Dusknoir in the style of the Dream World art, I guess. Yeah, very nice. This is Shiny Dusknoir Dream World / Global Link V2 by Ratafrats. So another version of that. That's fun. This is Future Trio Test by Colbichu Zero. So I think this is a reference to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky. So got the Dusknoir here, Grovyle, and Shiny Celebi here. Very fun. This is Maniacal Laughter, Tales of Elysium V2 highlights by Hachel. So this laughing Dusknoir here. Very well done. Very interesting. Although this is supposed to be kind of Dusknoir mixed with Mega Man, it's also supposed to represent a person. Like, these are all, like, people's characters or profile characters, mixed with Mega Man characters, and so I guess it's really supposed to be that person, not really Dusknoir.
So I think I'm not going to count this one, and we're going to move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Froslass. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Froslass, the only Ice Ghost Pokemon as of the filming of this. If one doesn't count Alolan Ninetales as the 38th Pokemon, Froslass is also the first Ice-type evolution to gain a type, being the second evolution of Snorunt, who, starting in this generation, if female, evolves when exposed to a Dawnstone. The previous PYC dates of Froslass are June 18th, 1997, April 8th, 2000, January 28th, 2003, November 18th, 2005, September 8th, 2008, June 30th, 2011, April 20th, 2014, February 8th, 2017, November 30th, 2019, and September 20th, 2022. I most know Froslass from Pokebark V Pikachu's Adventure. Unlike Gallade or Glalie, whom I concluded, for the most part, could be seen as gender neutral, Froslass is clearly feminine. I think the element that makes it most look feminine is the bow. The long, thin, kimono-like body also adds to this. Some of its animations give off the impression of an innocent woman. Although this is a facade, as it loves to freeze people in Pokemon. Particularly men, it finds attractive. I kinda love the idea of making a very feminine Pokemon and making it, well, a monster. I find it odd that Froslass doesn't have a Mega Evolution, as of the filming of this, as Glalie, Gardevoir, and Glade have Mega Evolutions. Perhaps this is a situation like Flygon, where Game Freak couldn't come up with ideas for a Mega Froslass. We'll have to wait to see if Legends EA changes this. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Froslass, the Snowland Pokemon, whose number is 0478. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Ghost. Since this is our only Ice Ghost type Pokemon, point out the Ice inside and the Ghost outside. Abilities, Snow Cloak. Cursed Bodies, it's an ability. Gender ratios, 100% female, catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is fairy and mineral, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters, weight is 58.6 pounds or 26.6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 187 in Gen 4 and 168 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, E-field is 2 and speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is white and base friendship is 70. Froslass is a dual type Ice/Ghost Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It evolves from a female Snorunt when exposed to a Dawnstone. It is one of Snorunt's final forms, the other being Glalie. Biology, Froslass is a humanoid Pokemon with a hollow torso that resembles a kimono. It wears a red band around its waist reminiscent of an obi. Its body lacks feet and it floats in the air like its counterpart, Glalie. Its arms are connected to the sides of its head and flare at the wrists. The flared portion has a dappled light blue coloration. Its head consists of 3 small fingers. Froslass's head is shaped similar to a sideways water droplet and is topped with 2 ice crystals that resemble horns. Its head has several holes on it, resembling a mask. Through 2 of these holes, crystal blue eyes with yellow sclera can be seen. It also has a mouth below this mask. Froslass lives in snowy areas and has the ability to freeze foes with its negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 50 degrees Celsius breath. It is thought to display the victims secretly after freezing them. It enjoys preying on handsome men, climbing in the mountains, but it also has been known to take Pokemon. Its favorite food is frozen souls. Froslass is known to bring its frozen prey back to the cave it lives in before lining them up neatly. It also goes down to human homes to knock on doors during nights of cold blizzards. There is a legend that Froslass will place curses on any men that misbehave. As evidenced in the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl episode, The Drifting Snorunt, it can create illusions to manipulate others. Froslass is a female-only species and is said in legends to have been formed when the spirit and lingering regrets of a woman who was lost in the mountains possessed an icicle. Evolution, Froslass evolves from female Snorunt and is one of the final forms, the other being Glalie. So, Snowrunt, female only, Froslass. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. The player battles Froslass at the end of Crevice Cave to save Scizor. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. Pikachu battles Froslass in the Iceberg Zone to persuade her to make up with Glalie. She also freezes the lake so Pikachu can save Mamoswine. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl. It freezes foes with an icy breath nearly negative 60 degrees F. What seems to be its body is actually hollow. Platinum. It freezes prey by blowing its negative 58 degree F breath. It is said to then secretly display its prey. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically the same entry, which is... Legends in snowy regions say that a woman who was lost on an icy mountain was reborn as Froslass. But there's a period for Heart Gold, but there isn't a period in Soul Silver, which is what this little note is indicating. The Gen 5 entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is basically Diamond and Pearl's entry, but F has been replaced by Fahrenheit. Y is basically Heart Gold's entry, but Froslass is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 7, Sun. When it finds humans or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them into its chilly den, where they become decorations. Moon. The soul of a woman lost on a snowy mountain possessed an icicle, becoming this Pokemon. The food it most relishes is the souls of men. Ultra Sun. It freezes hikers who have come to climb snowy mountains and carries them back to its home. It only goes after men it thinks are handsome. Ultra Moon. It's said that on nights of terrible blizzards, it comes down to human settlements. If you hear it knocking at your door, do not open it. In Gen 8, Sword. After a woman met her end on a snowy mountain, her regrets lingered on. From them, this Pokemon was born. Its favorite food is frozen souls. Shield. It spits out cold air of nearly negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit to freeze its quarry. It brings frozen prey back to its lair and neatly lines them up. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It freezes foes with an icy breath that is nearly negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit. What seems to be its body is actually hollow. Legends Arceus. A Pokemon inhabited by the soul of a woman who died, bearing a grudge in the snowy mountains. Legends of Froslass placing deathly curses on misbehaving men send shivers down my spine. For context, if you're not aware, the Pokedex entry in Legends Arceus was written by a man. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet is basically Platinum in the Gen 5 entries, but F has been replaced by Fahrenheit. Froslass in the Alola Pokedex. Froslass in the Paldea Pokedex. It seems to be going after this van here. That's interesting. Frostlass in the Kitakami Pokedex. It's got it, I guess, in this cave here. Interesting. Or on maybe a mountain? Is it? I can't tell if it's inside or outside. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Legends Arceus, normal. It has the Citrus Berry, 30% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time. And grid items by level. Alpha XP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. And grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 80, defense 70. Special attack 80, special defense 70, speed 110 for a total of 480. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by flying, ground, water, grass, electric, psychic, dragon, and fairy. Weak to rock, ghost, steel, fire, and dark, all for double. Immune to normal and fighting. Resistant to poison, bug, and ice for half. Notes: if Foresight or Order Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, so it go from 0 to 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. Although you can hypothetically have a level 1 Froslass, since this is a section about leveling up moves. We'll start with this Evo here and then go down. So upon evolution, it gets Hex, 15 Ice Shard, 20 Draining Kiss, 25 Icy Wind, 30 Frost Breath, 35 Confused Ray, 40 Snowscape, 47 Will-O-Wisp, 54 Aura Veil, 61 Shadow Ball, and 68 Blizzard. By TM, since it has a different type than its pre-evolution, we'll read them all. TM 001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tear, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 10 Ice Fang, 11 Water Pulse, 17 Confused Ray, 20 Trailblaze, version 2.0.1 onwards, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Draining Kiss, 42 Nightshade, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 66 Body Slam, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 90 Spikes, 92 Imprison, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 108 Crunch, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 124 Ice Spinner, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 174 Haze, 187 Icicle Spear, 193 Weather Ball, 198 Poltergeist, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 212 Triple Axle, and 224 Curse. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Animate series only moves. Slash, it's a normal type move in the episode The Drifting Snow Runt. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry. It makes hunks of ice fall. It protects itself with a ghostly fire. Guardian Signs. It causes continuous blizzards around itself that make Pokemon stopped. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Froslass fought with Glalie in the Iceberg Zone, but usually they are good friends. Her blizzard can freeze an entire lake. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Froslass has a habit of freezing things it likes and displaying them as decorations. Seeing the pieces of the ruins it had on display, I'd say Froslass and I are kindred spirits. I being Professor Mir. Evolution data, Snorunt. Dawnstone, female, Froslass. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors, as you can expect. Pink for the shiny, for the bow. I think the blue is a little lighter as well. Platinum's not, like, I think it has bigger animation. Yeah, that one's like a much more subtle animation. That like shifts its body more. Gen 5, it's flipped the other way. That's interesting. And then we get the full back sprites as well. In Gen 6, you've got the models here, which has the lighter colors. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the much better models in Sword and Shield. Legends Arceus, you get these models. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Froslass and Pokemon, the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all these. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 116 in Dawn's Pokedex. Froslass, the Snowland Pokemon, in an evolved form of Snorunt. It freezes its opponents to temperatures nearly minus 60 degrees. I guess in Gacha, in the manga. Froslass in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Trivia. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Froslass. Due to the censor that prevents Pokemon with offensive nicknames being traded on the GTS, an English-language Froslass could not be traded on the GTS without a nickname in Pokemon Black and White. Froslass's Pokedex entry in Pokemon Soul Silver has a typo where the period at the end of the sentence is missing. This error does not occur in Pokemon Heart Gold. I read this fourth point in the Snorunt video, but not the sub-point, so I'll read it. Froslass is also the only Ghost-type Pokemon in the Fairy Egg group. Froslass is the only Ice-type Pokemon consisting of a head and arms. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Froslass was unable to learn Trail Blaze via TM, while its pre-evolution could. Froslass is the only Pokemon within its evolutionary line that does not possess 3 abilities. Origin, Froslass is most likely based on Yuki-Onna, a female ice spirit of Japanese folklore. Its body shape also resembles a Kokeshi doll. Due to its red sash, it appears to be wearing a kimono. Name origin, Froslass may be a combination of Frost and Lass. Yuki Menoko may be a combination of Yuki, Snow, Yuki-Onna, Snow Woman, and Menoko, archaic word for girl. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Since we watched the first scene of the anime featuring Froslass in the Abomasnow video, let's watch the second scene featuring Froslass in the anime. Except we can't. Its second appearance is in a Japanese exclusive short, which translates to Pikachu's Ice Adventure. So instead we'll have to watch its first scene in its third appearance in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 582, The Drifting Snow Runt. In this episode, we're towards the beginning. The main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and their talking Meowth, are in this frozen area, and they're lost, and James and Meowth are hearing Froslass. Froslass.
What's that? Pokemon, perhaps?
Jesse and their mom.
Time. That's a Froslass.
Striking.
And check out that come hither look!
Hey, I think Froslass is trying to get us to come in out of the cold.
Wow, better than a 2-week island vacation!
Even without a drink with that umbrella! Mother Fett!
Oh dear. That's Froslass's first scene in its third appearance in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Froslass.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Froslass? And N14C0 has responded. They say, like a mysterious, sort of creepy version of Gardevoir in a nice way. The design is very striking, feels like something we could never see again as the series continues. Its Pokédex entry is about women dying in the mountains and it freezing and displaying its prey only add to its mystique. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Froslass. This is Froslass by Bisky4. This is AI art of Froslass. The big thing is it obviously has legs. This is Froslass by Junior Lover. So this very interesting stylized Froslass here. Looks like almost like it's maybe frozen in ice or something here. Yeah, very interesting. This is Froslass by Rolocon DeviantArt. So this very nice Froslass here. Ruin some ice around, I guess. Interesting. This is Froslass and Glaceon by MCG Mark. So this very nice image of a Froslass and a few Glaceon here on this mountain. Yeah, very well done. Fuyumi Ref by Relix Lenov. This appears to be their shiny Froslass. Fuyumi here. That's interesting, very stylized, more human-like Froslass, I guess. There's also this tail, which is interesting. Its eyes are 2 different colors. That's interesting. Got in a couple poses here. Yeah. Art and design by Relix Lenov. Very interesting. This is Froslass's Christmas Tree by Just Call Me Cream. So, from 2022, I guess. It's this nice image of Froslass, I guess, picking out this black Christmas tree for some reason. There's also footprints in the snow. That's interesting. This is Froslass by Frog of Rock. So it looks to be the shiny Froslass here. Very well done. This is Frost Queen plus Froslass Pokemon plus CRK by X the Good One X. So I guess it's this fusion between this Frost Queen character who kind of seems vaguely familiar. I don't really know what it's from, whatever CRK is, I guess. And Froslass here. Very interesting. This is Froslass, the Yuki Ono by Edo Nova Illustrator. This nice Froslass image here. Yeah, very well done. Kind of like the night effect. Yeah, very nice. This is Froslass by Bukirai. So this nice Froslass image here. I think it's the shiny Froslass here. This is Froslass by Paiku. So stylized Froslass here, creating this ice effect. And seemingly next to the northern lights. That's fun. Very well done. This is Froslass Fusion by Vivid Soul. So it's a Froslass and Floetta fusion here. Very well done. This is Froslass by Toothless Bee. It's a nice, fun little Froslass image. But like, almost like a profile picture, I guess. Very well done. This is Winter Spell Froslass by Endless Whispers. It's this nice Froslass creating this little snow effect, power up maybe, I don't know. Very interesting. And also like the little ribbons are ripped. That's very interesting. Very well done. This is Open Mobian Froslass by Glow for Deep. So this AI version of Froslass, I think in the style of Sonic the Hedgehog. This is PFM72 Froslass by Lizardju0792. So 478 Pokemon from memory, Froslass, and I guess colorblind. Oh, that's interesting. The artist is colorblind. Requested by you, Mantis Boy. And I guess they have a Twitch here, and so you got this interesting art of Froslass from memory from, I guess, a colorblind artist. Pretty good, pretty, like, interesting, like, it's pretty decent for not really remember, you know, missing a lot of the details, but yeah, very good attempt. This is Day 4, Fave Ghost Type by Nicolift. So, this shiny Froslass here, very interesting. I don't really know what's going on. Very nice. This is Froslass by Gabriel Inlin. So this very stylized, very human-like Froslass here. This is shiny Froslass for Watura by Yoshitaka. This nice shiny Froslass image here. I like the background. It's very nice. This is Froslass by Namioki. This kind of stylized Froslass here on this really nice background. Very well done. This is Powder Snow Lullaby by Atomic Wallflower. So this Froslass singing a lullaby to this shiny Eevee to get it to sleep. Very sweet. And also, I think these are supposed to be... I mean, it's supposed to be other Pokemon. I can't tell if this is just, like, rocks that are frozen or if these are actually supposed to be, like, its prey. That's interesting. This is Froslass, used Ice Beam by Kiara Wolf. This nice Froslass image here of using it Ice Beam. That's very fun kind of stylizations. You get the Aurora Borealis in the background. This is Froslass, number 478 by Bipedal Cat. This is very stylized Froslass here. Looks like it's maybe gonna use an ice attack. Number 478. Yeah, very well done. This is Froslass by Moenki. So this nice, kind of slightly stylized Froslass here. Looks like it's summoning like an ice ball or something. Very well done. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Rotom. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Rotom, the only electric ghost-type Pokemon as of the filming of this. It's also the final electric-type and non-legendary/mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Rotom is the only electric-fire Pokemon, and only Pokemon to have both of these types as of the filming of this. Wash Rotom is the only electric water Pokemon, and last Pokemon to have both these types as of the filming of this. Frost Rotom is the only electric ice Pokemon as of the filming of this. If one doesn't count Hisuian, Voltorb, and Electrode as the 100th and 101st Pokemon, respectively. Rotom is the first electric grass-type Pokemon. Otherwise, it's the latest to have both these types as of the filming of this. Rotom is also the lightest Gen 4 Pokemon. It's also tied with Tynamo as the lightest electric-type Pokemon. As Wash Rotom, it's tied with Wishy-Washy as the lightest water-type Pokemon. As Heat Rotom, it's the lightest fire-type Pokemon. As Frost Rotom, it's the lightest ice-type Pokemon. Frost Rotom is also tied with Snowy Form Castform and Snom for the shortest Ice-type Pokemon. Frost Rotom is also the final Ice-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Rotom's previous BYC dates are June 19th, 1997, April 9th, 2000, January 29th, 2003, November 19th, 2005, September 9th, 2008, July 1st, 2011, April 21st, 2014, February 9th, 2017, December 1st, 2019, and September 21st, 2022. Rotom is a Pokemon that I often mispronounce the name of. This has been prominent throughout the series. I know it's Rotom, not Rotom, but I think I pronounce it that way because Rotom is motor backwards, and I don't pronounce motor as motor. As for how I know it, I most know it from the anime, particularly as a mischievous Pokemon that inhabits technology and changes forms and types to match this. This is why I was surprised when I first heard about the Rotom Pokedex, and later the Rotom Phone. After spending 478 episodes calling it the Rotom Pokedex and the Rotom Phone, it's weird saying their names correctly. It also doesn't help that Rotom Pokedex doesn't sound natural to me. Might have something to do with the fact that it's not Pokedex. That's throwing me off. Anyway, these devices, as well as the Rotami, Drone Rotom, and Rotom Bike, are powered by Rotom, which makes some sense, but the idea that Rotom could be tamed to the point of just existing in mass-produced products is weird to me. Other than the anime and these devices, I also know Rotom from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, particularly from the cover, as well as being the zone keeper of the Haunted Zone and the attraction chief of Rotom's Spooky Shoot-'em-Up. That's also weird to say correctly at this point. This time it has to do with M, making it seem like Rotom should be pronounced like Rotom. Anyway, let's go to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Rotom, the plasma Pokemon, whose number is 0479. This is Rotom, this is what it looks like. This is Heat Rotom, this is what it looks like. This is Wash Rotom, this is what it looks like. This is Frost Rotom, this is what it looks like. This is Fan Rotom, this is what it looks like. This is Mo Rotom, this is what it looks like. Its types are Electric Ghost as regular Rotom. Heat Rotom is Electric Fire. Wash Rotom is Electric Water. Frost Rotom is Electric Ice. Fan Rotom is Electric Flying. Mo Rotom is Electric Grass. Since those are only Electric Ghost Pokemon, I'll point out the Electric inside and the Ghost outside. Ability, Levitate. Gender ratio, gender unknown. Catch rate, 45 or 11.9%. Breedings, a group Amorphous, hatch time 20 cycles. Height, regardless of form, is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight, regardless of form, is 0.7 pounds or 0.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 132 in Gen 4 and 154 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, 1 in special attack and 1 in speed. Shape is that, has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Rotom is a dual-type electric ghost Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Rotom has the ability to possess the motors of certain appliances and change forms. It also learns a new move depending on which appliance it possesses. Rotom's form can be changed in by allowing it to possess the appliances in Rotom's room or from the Rotom catalog. When it has not possessed any appliance or is possessing a light bulb, it is dual-type Electric Ghost and learns Thunder Shock. If the move it had in its other forms is the only move it knows. When it possesses a microwave oven, it becomes Heat Rotom, is dual-type Electric Fire, and learns Overheat. When it possesses a washing machine, it becomes Wash Rotom, is dual-type Electric Water, and learns Hydro Pump. When it possesses a refrigerator, it becomes Frost Rotom, is dual-type Electric/Ice, and learns Blizzard. When it possesses an electric fan, it becomes Fan Rotom, is dual-type Electric Flying, and learns Air Slash. When it possesses a lawnmower, it becomes Mo Rotom, is dual-type Electric/Grass, and learns Leaf Storm. In Gen 4, Rotom had Ghost as its secondary type regardless of its form. In Gen 7, Rotom can possess a special Pokedex and become the Rotom Pokedex, which has the ability to speak human language. In Gen 8 and Gen 9, Rotom can possess a smartphone that doubles as a Pokedex and become the Rotom phone. Rotom are also used in Rotom-Me terminals and Drone Rotom. The Rotom phone can be used to power a Rotom bike. Biology, Rotom is a small orange Pokemon that has a body of plasma. It is mostly spherical with a bulb below its body and a long pointed protrusion on top, making it shaped like a lightning rod. There is a whitish blue aura of electricity around it that forms lightning bolt shaped appendages. When moving quickly, these appendages tend to disappear in favor of a long, similar-looking trail of blue electricity. It has teeth, and its unique blue eyes have a dividing line across them. In its base form, Rotom cannot be touched by anyone without the latter being shocked in the process. According to the Rotom catalog, Rotom in its base form is possessing a light bulb. Rotom lack any sort of circulatory system or pulse. Rotom have the ability to enter and control appliances. They typically use their abilities to make mischief, often using the household items they possess to pull pranks on unsuspecting people, as seen in the Pokemon the Series episode, Get Your Rotom Running. Despite this, some Rotom have taken to inhabiting electronics with the intent of helping others. The Rotom Pokedex, Rotom Phones, Rotom-Me, and Drone Rotom are some examples. Additionally, in Galar, the Rotom phone is used to power the Rotom bike. Some of these forms allow Rotom to speak human languages and demonstrate that Rotom are highly intelligent. Rotom tend to reside in abandoned buildings. Research continues on Rotom and its ability to power unique motors. In the Pokemon the Series episode, Rotom's Wish, a specific Rotom was shown to have the ability to time travel. So you can see the Rotom Pokedex, Rotom Phones, the one I think in Gen 8 and then the one in Gen 9. Rotom-Me, Drone Rotom, And the Rotom bikes, I guess it has like 2 different forms. I think this is one's like the aquatic form is what I found out. It can go on water, I guess. Forms. Rotom has 5 alternate forms. Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, and Mow Rotom. Rotom's forms can be accessed by possessing specific household appliances with a special motor, namely a convection microwave oven, Heat Rotom, a washing machine, Wash Rotom, a refrigerator, Frost Rotom, an electric fan, Fan Rotom, and a lawnmower, Mow Rotom. When Rotom changes forms, its eyes and electric aura changes colors, and its aura appendages take on different shapes. Red with oven mitts as Heat Rotom, blue with clothespins as Wash Rotom, purple with lightning bolts as Frost Rotom, yellow with air curls as Fan Rotom, and green with a ripped strip as Mow Rotom. So Rotom and the appliances. That's fun. Rotom transforming, yeah, dang the fridge to being the Rotom Frost. In modern Sinnoh, Rotom's forms were said to have been first discovered and documented by Charon. However, Rotom existed in Hisui and was also documented in the Hisui Pokedex. The electric fan that Rotom inhabits to become Fan Rotom was invented by a boy, and was the first Rotom-related appliance to be developed, leading to the creation of many other appliances like it. The washing machine model that Rotom can inhabit has been discontinued, which caused its price to skyrocket. Heat Rotom will become lethargic if the oven it possesses is malfunctioning. They've got Rotom, Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, and Mow Rotom. Game data and PC appearances, Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Rotom is the leader of the Haunted Zone. He's in charge of Rotom's spooky shoot-'em-up. Pokemon Unite, Rotom appears as a wild Pokemon on Remote Stadium. When defeated, it advances towards the opposing team's goal zone. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 in Diamond and Pearl. Its body is composed of plasma. It is known to infiltrate electronic devices and wreak havoc. Platinum. Its electric-like body can enter some kinds of machines and take control in order to make mischief. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Research continues on this Pokemon, which could be the power source of a unique motor. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond, Pearl, and Y's entry. While I normally wouldn't point this out, it's really weird that it's not in Gen 7. You know, it being the introduction of the Rotom Pokedex and all that. Why would it not have a Pokedex entry on itself? What? In Gen 8... Sword. One boy's invention led to the development of many different machines that take advantage of Rotom's unique capabilities. Shield. With a body made of plasma, it can inhabit all sorts of machines. It loves to surprise others. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. I guess this is all for normal Rotom. I guess there's different forms later on. Legends Arceus. This bizarre Pokemon appears to be a Will-O-the-Wisp powered by electricity. Be wary, as Rotom is both smart and mischievous. Heat Rotom. In Sword. This Rotom has possessed a convection microwave oven that uses a special motor. It also has a flair for manipulating flames. Shield. This form of Rotom enjoys making mischief by turning up the heat. It will gleefully burn your favorite outfit. Legends Arceus. A form in which Rotom lurks within a strange cauldron. The cauldron's origin is unknown. A bothersome Pokemon causing trouble with the flames it spits. Wash Rotom. Sword. This form of Rotom enjoys coming up with water-based pranks. Be careful with it if you don't want your room flooded. Shield. This Rotom has possessed a washing machine that uses a special motor. It blasts out water to get enemies to back down. Legends Arceus. A form in which Rotom lurks within an odd burrow. The burrow's purpose is unknown. A bothersome Pokemon causing trouble by splashing cold water everywhere. Frost Rotom. Sword. Rotom assumes this form when it takes over a refrigerator powered by a special motor. It battles by spewing cold air. Shield. When it's like this, Rotom likes to play pranks that are freezing cold. You may find it's turned the bath you just filled to solid ice. Legends Arceus. A form in which Rotom lurks within a bizarre cupboard. The cupboard's composition is unknown. A bothersome Pokemon causing trouble by frosting everything over. Fan Rotom and Sword. In this form, Rotom applies its new power over wind to its love of pranks. It will happily blow away any important documents it can find. Shield. This Rotom has taken over a fan that has a special motor. Its gusts of wind blow its opponents away. Legends Arceus. A form in which Rotom lurks within a mysterious contraption. The contraption's purpose is unknown. A bothersome Pokemon causing trouble by stirring up powerful winds. Mow Rotom. Sword. This is Rotom after it seized control of a lawnmower that has a special motor. As it mows down grass, it scatters the clippings everywhere. Shield. In this form, Rotom focuses its antics on plants. Any flowers you were growing are going to get mowed down. Legends Arceus. A form in which Rotom lurks within a misshapen wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow's mechanisms are bizarre. It's a bothersome Pokemon, causing trouble by mowing down grass and trees. In Gen 9, for normal Rotom. Scarlet. Its electricity-like body can enter some kinds of machines and take control in order to make mischief. Violet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X, and Omega Ruby's entry. For Heat Rotom and Scarlet, if the convection microwave oven is not working properly, then the Rotom inhabiting it will become lethargic. Violet, this Rotom has possessed a convection microwave oven. It will sear the surrounding area with its burning heat, then smile in delight. For Wash Rotom and Scarlet, this Rotom has entered a washing machine. It nods with satisfaction after it floods the surrounding area. Violet. The model of washing machine that Rotom can inspirit has been discontinued, so these appliances are now traded at high prices. Frost Rotom, Scarlet. This Rotom has entered a refrigerator. It leaps around gleefully after it uses cold air to freeze the area around it. Violet. The special motor within the refrigerator is the key to bringing about Rotom's change in form. Fan Rotom and Scarlet. This Rotom has entered an electric fan. It smirks with satisfaction over a prank well pulled after it blows away everything around it. Violet. There are several appliances that Rotom can inspirit, but the first one to be developed was the electric fan. For Bow Rotom in Scarlet, the lawnmower is one of the household appliances that led to the development of the Rotom Dex. Violet. This Rotom has possessed a lawnmower. It will mow down grass and flowers, then swagger around with pride at its accomplishments. This is Rotom in the Paldea Pokedex. So you've got Rotom, a couple of them floating around near these vending machines. That's fun. Then I got Rotom in the Blueberry Pokedex, showing Rotom in all of its forms. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. It has the Max Elixir as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, for normal, has the Tumblestone 40% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Rotom and Heat, Wash, Frost, Fan, and Mow Rotom. So HP 50, that stays the same. Attack 50, that goes up to 65. Defense 77, that goes up to 107. Special Attack 95, that goes up to 105. Special Defense 77, that goes up to 107. Speed 91, that goes down to 86. So this one has a total of 440, this one has a total of 520. Pokeathlon stats, I'll scroll through them, I'm not going to compare them. Type effectiveness will compare Rotom, Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, and Mow Rotom. So, for Rotom, it's damaged normally by Rock, Fire, Water, Grass, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. The ones that stay for Heat Rotom are Psychic, Dragon, and that's it. Heat Rotom is damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Poison, Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, and Dark. Wash Rotom is damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Poison, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. So between these two, Normal is kept between Heat and Wash. Fighting is kept between Heat and Wash. Poison is kept between Heat and Wash. Rock is kept between Normal and Wash. Bug is new. Ghost is kept from Heat. Electric is different. Psychic is one they both have. Dragon is one they both have. Dark is one that Heat Rotom has, but not Rotom. Fairy is one that Rotom has, but not Heat Rotom. Frost Rotom is damaged normally by Normal, Poison, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Water, Grass, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. So, Normal is kept between it, Heat, and Wash. Poison exists with Heat, Wash, and Frost. Bug with Wash. It shares Ghost with Wash and Heat. Steel is new in this section. Water is new for it. Grass is shared with Rotom. Psychic is shared between all of them. Dragon is shared between all of them. Dark is shared between Heat and Wash. And Fairy is shared between Normal and Wash. Fan Rotom, damaged normally by Normal, Poison, Ghost, Fire, Water, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. So Normal is between Heat, Wash, and Frost. Poison is Heat, Wash, and Frost. Ghost, Heat, Wash, Frost. Fire shared with normal Rotom. Water is shared with normal Rotom and Frost Rotom. Electric is shared with Wash Rotom. Psychic is shared with all of them. Dragon is shared with all of them. Dark is shared with Heat, Wash, and Frost. And Fairy is shared between normal, Wash, and Frost. Mo Rotom, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, rock, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. So normal is kept between Heat, Wash, Frost, and Fan. Fighting is shared with Wash and Heat. Flying is new. Rock is shared with normal and Wash. Ghost is shared with Heat, Wash, Frost, and Fan. Psychic is all of them. Dragon is all of them. Dark is Heat, Wash, Frost, and Fan. And Fairy is Heat, Wash, Frost, and Fan. Normal Rotom is weak to Ghost and Dark for double. Heat Rotom is weak to Rock and Water for double. Wash Rotom is weak to Grass for double. Fan Rotom is weak to Fighting, Rock, and Fire for double, meaning it shares Rock with Heat. Fan is weak to Rock and Ice for double, meaning it shares Rock with Heat and Frost. Woe Rotom is weak to Poison, Bug, Fire, and Ice, all for double. Fire is shared with Frost, and Ice is shared with Fan. Rotom is immune to Normal, Fighting, and Ground. The rest are just immune to Ground, which is shared with regular Rotom. Regular Rotom is resistant to Fly, Bug, Fire, Grass, Electric, Ice, and Fairy, all for half, and Steel for a fourth. Wash Rotom is resistant to Flying, Fire, Water, and Ice for half, and Steel for a fourth. Frost Rotom is resistant to Flying, Electric, and Ice, all for half. Fan Rotom is resistant to Fighting, Flying, Bug, Steel, and Grass, all for half. Mo Rotom is resistant to Steel, Water, and Grass for half, and Electric for 4. So, Flying is kept between regular, Wash, Frost, and Fan. Bug is shared with Rotom and Fan Rotom. Steel, as a fourth, is shared between normal Rotom and Wash Rotom. Fire is shared with Wash Rotom. Grass for half is shared between regular Fan and Mo Rotom. Electric for half is shared between regular, Frost, and Mo Rotom. Ice for half is shared between Frost. Water is shared between Wash and Mo. Steel being a half is shared between Fan and Mo Rotom. Notes in the Rotom box here. If Force Light or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, where this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1. So they would both go from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt. Or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid. Or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. For Heat Rotom, notes: if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 4, so we'll go from 0 to 4. For Wash Rotom, notes: if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. For Frost Rotom, notes: if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. For Fan Rotom, notes: if Gravity is in effect, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 2, so it would go from 0 to 2. If this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Mo Rotom, notes: if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up 1 Astonish and Double Team, 5 Thunder Shock, 10 Confuse Ray, 15 Charge, 20 Electro Ball, 25 Thunder Wave, 30 Shockwave, 35 Hex, 40 Substitute, 45 Trick, 50 Discharge, and 55 Uproar. By TM, TM 007 Protect, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 41 Stored Power, 42 Nightshade, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 62 Foul Play, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 94 Dark Pulse, 96 Eerie Impulse, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 136 Electric Train, 140 Nasty Plot, 166 Thunder, 171 Terror Blast, 173 Charge, 177 Spite, 191 Uproar, 198 Poltergeist, 202 Pain Split, and 211 Electro Web. By breeding, there's nothing. Form change. When Rotom changes into an appliance form, it learns a new move in the same way that other Pokemon may learn new moves upon evolving. If Rotom would change from one appliance form to another and knows the special move of its current form, the old special move is automatically forgotten and Rotom learns the new one. If Rotom changes to its base form, it forgets the special move of the form it was in, if it still knows it. If the only move that Rotom knows right before reverting to its base form is the form's special move, then that move will be replaced with Thundershock. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, reverting to the base form will teach it Thundershock even if it knows another move. So, form change, Rotom, Thundershock, form change, Heat, Rotom, Overheat, form change, Wash, Rotom, Hydro Pump, form change, Frost, Rotom, Blizzard, form change, Fan, Rotom, Air Slash, form change, Mo, Rotom, Leaf Storm. TCG only moves, Hail on this card, Slash on this card. Side game data for regular Rotom, you got all this. Pokepark Weeb, you can choose Adventure in the Pokepark Pet entry. Rotom is a zone keeper protecting the haunted zone. As the attraction chief of Rotom's spooky shoot 'em up, Rotom also values having fun. Got all this. For Heat Rotom, you got all this. For Wash Rotom, you got all this. For Frost Rotom, you got all this. For Fan Rotom, you got all this. For Mo Rotom, you got all this. Form data, Rotom has 5 alternate forms it can change between in addition to its default form. To take on these alternate forms, Rotom possesses a different household appliance and each has its own special move. These alternate forms were introduced in Pokemon Platinum. When Rotom is not possessing any appliance prior to Gen 8, or possessing a light bulb, starting in Gen 8 except in Pokemon Legends Arceus, it is Electric/Ghost. Heat Rotom, which has possessed a microwave oven, knows Overheat and is Electric Fire. Wash Rotom, which has possessed a washing machine, knows Hydro Pump and is Electric/Water. Frost Rotom, which has possessed a refrigerator, knows Blizzard and is Electric/Ice. Fan Rotom, which possessed an electric fan, knows Air Slash and is Electric/Flying. Mo Rotom, which has possessed a lawnmower, knows Leaf Storm and is Electric/Grass. All these. Read all that already. In Gen 4, all forms of Rotom are Electric/Ghost type from Gen 5 onward. The appliance forms replace the Ghost type with the type of their associated move. All appliance forms have the same base stats with a higher total than that of Rotom's default form. The only base stat of normal Rotom that is higher than its appliance forms is its speed. In Pokemon Platinum, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the appliances are located in Rotom's room in the Team Galactic Eterna building, which can only be accessed by using the secret key. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the appliances are located in Rotom's room in Silphco, which can be accessed when entering the broken elevator with Rotom as the walking Pokemon. In Pokemon Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, the appliances are located in boxes in the basement of Shopping Mall 9. In Pokemon X and Y, the appliances are located in boxes on the second floor of the Sycamore Pokemon Lab in Lumio City. In Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, the appliances are located in boxes in Professor Birch's lab in Little Root Town. In Pokemon Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, the appliances are located in boxes in the basement of Professor Kukui's lab in Haoli outskirts. In Pokemon Sword and Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the Rotom catalog appears as a key item that allows the player to change Rotom's form at will wherever they are. In Sword and Shield, it can be obtained in a house in Winden from a League staff member after defeating him in battle. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, the Rotom catalog is automatically obtained after letting Rotom enter an appliance in Rotom's room. Rotom must have been in a form at least once to unlock that form in the Rotom catalog. In Scarlet and Violet, it can be purchased from an auction in the Porto Maranata market if the player owns a Rotom. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, an appliance may sometimes be sold by Ginter of the Ginkgo Guild. After being purchased, it is placed in the player's quarters in Jubilife Village. Using these locations, Rotom can also return the appliance to change back to its default form. In Gen 4, Rotom changes back to its default form when taken to the Union Room or Wi-Fi Club, or when deposited in the Pokemon Daycare. Hatched Rotom will always appear in their standard form. Upon changing into an appliance form, Rotom will learn the special move associated with the form, and upon changing from an appliance form, it will forget that special move when changing forms. If Rotom knows 4 moves, but not the special move of its previous form, the player will be prompted to replace a move with a new exclusive move. Rotom cannot change to an appliance form unless it does. If Rotom's only known move is its special move and it changes to its default form, then Rotom will learn Thunder Shock. If Rotom forgets the move that is tied to its appliance form, it remains in its appliance form. Rotom's appliance forms first appeared as silhouettes in August 2008, shortly before the Japanese release of Pokemon Platinum, with a statement that indicated that these Pokemon would be in the game. Days before the game's release, it was revealed that these Pokemon were the alternate forms of Rotom. These new forms made their debut in Pokemon Platinum and have been included in every core series game since. In Gen 4, there are 5 separate appliances, and changing Rotom's form temporarily removes that appliance from the room, so the player can never have more than one of each form. From Gen 5 onward, this limitation is removed. In Hisui, 5 separate appliances are again depicted, but changing Rotom's form does not remove that appliance from the room. Evolution data is just Rotom sprites here, so a lot darker colors as you can imagine. And that's just normal for that one. The Platinums, I think the animation changes a little bit, but then we get the appliance forms now. So you got, yeah, the same kind of color, but with the different lightning things and stuff. Then you got the shiny, which is this sort of reddish pink color with this orange kind of lightning bolt. It seems to stay the same between all of them for some reason. And at Gen 5, not really much changes. The animation might change a little bit, I think. I think they don't do the flashing anymore, which is probably like a seizure thing, right? Yeah. Got this, and then, yeah, not really much changes here. In Gen 6, get the models, which are the lighter colors, of course, but otherwise pretty good adaptations. For Rotom here, it seems that they changed the lightning bolt from, instead of being one in front, being 2 kind of on the side here. That's interesting. These become kind of more a pink color. Yeah. Then Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the much better models in Sword and Shield. In Legends Arceus, you get these models. In Homes, you get these models. So, because Homes has a 3D model version of the official art, we can actually get to see a model version where the spark is on the front for Rotom. In animation, Rotom in Pokemon the series, Black and White. Professor Oak's Rotom is one of the big ones. The Rotom Pokedex is one of the big ones. The Rotom phone is one of the big ones. The drone Rotom is another one of the big ones. Got all this. We've got Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, Rotom, the Rotom Pokedex, Rotom phone, drone Rotom, and Rotami in the background there. Got Ash Pikachu, reboot, and I think that's go. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 105, in Ash's Pokedex. Rotom, the plasma Pokemon. Rotom plays practical jokes which it carries out by embedding its plasma body in electronic devices. In Black and White, episode 128, in the same Pokedex. Rotom, the plasma Pokemon. With a body made of plasma, Rotom is able to permeate various kinds of electric devices, causing all sorts of problems. In Sun and Moon, episode 57, in the Rotom Pokedex. Rotom, the plasma Pokemon, an electric and ghost type. Rotom play pranks by inhabiting electrical appliances. When one inhabits a washing machine, it's called Wash Rotom. In Journeys, episode 37, in Ash's Rotom Phone. Rotom, Pokedex form, an upgrade of the Pokedex. However, that is its only function. In Journeys, episode 77, in Go's Rotom Phone. Rotom, fan form, the plasma Pokemon, an electric and flying type. Fan Rotom lives in an electric fan equipped with a special motor. Got all this. Rotom in Pokemon Twilight Wings. Interesting. Got all this. Poketoon in the manga. Rotom in Pokemon Pocket Monsters. Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, and Mo Rotom. Got all this. Rotom Pokedex in Pokemon Adventures. Rotom in Pokemon Adventures. Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, Mo Rotom, Rotom Phone, and Drone Rotom. Got all this in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Rotom appears as a spirit. Trivia in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Rotom uses Battle, Legendary Pokemon as its battle theme, even though Rotom is not a legendary Pokemon. To date, Rotom is the only Pokemon with this trait. Rotom's alternate forms, along with Arceus's forms, were the only alternate forms of a Pokemon not featured in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. However, despite being introduced a year before the game was released, like Rotom, Shaymin, and Giratina's alternate forms made an appearance in the game. Rotom is tied with Dynamo as the lightest electric-type Pokemon. Rotom was the first Pokemon mentioned to have an unknown gender in the animated series. In that new old gang of mine, Ash's Rotom Phone listed the Rotom Pokedex as a pure electric type, so the Rotom Pokedex's type in the animated series. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Rotom's forms can't master their exclusive moves, even with a Seed of Mastery. Oh, is that what that does? In Gen 5, Type Change, Rotom is the only Pokemon to have its type changed to a type that was not newly introduced. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Rotom's base form or Heat Rotom, making Rotom the only Pokemon with more than one unique type combination. Despite becoming part flying type, Fan Rotom retains the ability Levitate, being the only flying type Pokemon with this ability, as its flying type already makes it immune to ground type moves. Its ability is effectively useless under normal conditions. In inverse battles, Fan Rotom is still protected from ground type moves due to Levitate, making it the only flying type Pokemon to not be affected by ground type moves in these battles by default. All of Rotom's appliance forms except Mo Rotom are tied for or have the fewest weaknesses of all Pokemon of their secondary types. All of Rotom's alternate forms except Mo Rotom are also the lightest Pokemon of their secondary typing. I read this fifth point in the cast form video. Frost Rotom is. I read this first sub-point in the cast form video. The only Ice-type Pokemon in the Amorphous Egg group. One of the only Ice Pokemon. The other ones being Snom and Xianpao to not be able to learn Ice Beam. Origin. Rotom appears to be based on poltergeists or Zukumogami, a type of ghost that possesses household items. Many of its Pokedex entries are reminiscent of gremlins. Its Pokedex entry from Pokemon Legends Arceus specifically calls it a Will-O-the-Wisp powered by electricity. Will-O-the-Wisps are typically ghost-like lights that inhabit marshes. Usually, Will-O-the-Wisps appear as balls of fire and another form of plasma. Rotom may also be an embodiment of ball lightning or electronic magic smoke. Additionally, Rotom appears to be based on Pulse Man, who was designed by Pokemon designer Ken Sugimori. Each of Rotom's forms appears as an electronic object with arms made out of electric sparks. Its regular form seems to be based on a light bulb. Heat Rotom possesses an oven. Wash Rotom, a washing machine. Frost Rotom, a refrigerator. Fan Rotom a fan, and Mo Rotom a lawnmower. Name origin, Rotom is derived from motor, spelled backwards. In Pokemon Platinum, an old notebook in Rotom's room describes how a person discovered and named the first known Rotom. It appeared out of a lawnmower's motor, and the person named it Rotom due to this origin. And other languages, and then for each of its forms, Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, and Mo Rotom. Related articles, external links, references. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Rotom's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 571, quite fittingly, Get Your Rotom Running. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jessie, James, and their talking Meowth, have come to the old chateau, which is currently shut down, looking for Gateau, I guess. And James has just found a candy bar that he's decided to save later in this microwave oven. There's Rotom, and it's Rotom Heat Mode. And that is Rotom's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Rotom.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Rotom? For this question you can answer with normal Rotom, Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, Mo Rotom, the Rotom Pokedex, Rotom Phone, Rotomi, Drone Rotom, or Rotom Bike. Number 1, Drizzile Fan has responded. I just think Rotom Fan is really cute. Nothing else to say, lol. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Rotom. I think it's supposed to be the date of May 16th, 2025. You Are So Small by the letter W. You've got this Iron Valiant trying to push this King Gambit, but it's too strong. And we have this Rotom in the background for some reason. Interesting. This is Rotom Zap Supercharged by Jacob Extreme 11. It's this interesting alternate form where like it's a bug zapper. This is Rotom Pokedex by Samoyed the Cloudy. So this nice image of the Rotom Pokedex. Very well done. Nice painting. This is Rotom Game Boy form by Kiligo Milites. So this fun alternate form where it's a Game Boy and Rotom Boy and Pikachu is the outline. That's fun. This is Rotom Mix Shiny by Jacob Extreme 11. So you got this interesting, I guess it's supposed to be like a cement mixer. I don't think they're electrically charged, but maybe they are these days. I don't know. Interesting. This is Rotom by Star Soul. So this fun Rotom here, like it's coming out like a TV, an old TV. That's fun. Very well done. And this is Rotom Soul Supercharged by Jacob Extreme 11. So it's, I guess, a satellite. That's fun. That's interesting. This is Rotom Mo by Jacob Extreme 11. I don't know that there's anything different. This is Rotom Mix by Jacob Extreme 11, so it's the other one's like a supercharged version of this, I guess. This is Rotom Wash by Jacob Extreme 11. Again, I don't know if there's any difference between this and the official art. This is Rotom Sway Supercharged by Jacob Extreme 11, so it's like this TV. That's interesting. Like, kind of old TV a little bit. It wants like the antenna. This is Home, number 0479 6, Mo Rotom by Philb. So it's just, you know, Mo Rotom, the official art on this green background, I guess. Number 0479, Mo Rotom, Electric Grass, Pokemon. Copyright Nintendo, wallpaper by Zelo Ego. This is Rotom Dex again by Hearts for Kenny. So this nice image of a Rotom Pokedex. This is Rotom Sway by Jacob Extreme 11, so just the normal version. Seems to be pink, that's fun. This is Rotom Brawl Supercharged by Jacob Extreme 11, so it's this fun fighting arcade game cabinet. Yeah, very fun. Punching arms, that's fun. This is Rotom by Fausto Gioresco. So these Rotom forms in this kind of Eldritch style. It's kind of more based on the yokai it's based on. So each of these corresponds to a different form. So this is normal Rotom. This is the Rotom Pokedex. This It's just an old-timey version of the original Pokedex. Then we got Rotom Fan, which is a hand fan. This is Rotom Heat. Kettle. This is Rotom Mow. It's a pair of clippers. This is Rotom Wash. It's a basin for washing clothes, I presume. And this is supposed to be Frost Rotom, I think, but it's an umbrella, so I don't know how that relates to freezing, unless it's not an umbrella, and I don't know what this is. Very interesting. Very well done. This is Dex number 0479, 83 Rotom Paldean Phone Paldea by Philb. So number 0479, Rotom Paldean Phone Pokemon, copyright Nintendo. Wallpaper by Zello Ego, so just the official image of the Paldean Rotom phone on this red background. Interesting. This is Rotom Soul Shiny by Jacob Extreme 11, so this is the normal version where it's just normal satellite. This is Rotom Dex Smash Heroes by Smash Art BG. I don't know if this is like an official image or just like their image. Very well done, either way. This is Rotom Zap Shiny by Jacob Extreme 11, so in the normal version of Rotom Zap here, I guess the bug zapper. That's fun because it has the wings, I didn't even notice that. Like a bug. This is Rotom Phi by Rex5, Rotom Phi, electric/psychic. So fun Wi-Fi connector one here, that's fun. This is My Child by Hearts for Kenny. So they drew this Rotom here, so I guess the other one was supposed to be a sequel to this one. That's fun. This is number 0479 Rotom Phone Paldean by Zhao 10,192,009. I think this is just the official image of the Paldean Rotom phone. This is Rotom Soul by Jacob Extreme 11, so a different version of Soul, I guess. That's fun. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Glade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Uxie. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Uxie, the first legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are June 20th, 1997, April 10th, 2000, January 30th, 2003, November 20th, 2005, September 10th, 2008, July 2nd, 2011, April 22nd, 2014, February 10th, 2017, December 2nd, 2019, and September 22nd, 2022. I most know Uxie as one of the Lake Guardians. While Uxie isn't my favorite of the 3 design-wise, I'm unsure if it's my least favorite or second favorite. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Uxie, the knowledge Pokemon, whose number is 0480. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic, ability Levitate, gender ratio, gender unknown, catch rate is 3 or 1.6%, breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered, hatch time is 80 cycles, egg not obtainable, height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters, weight is 0.7 pounds or 0.3 kilograms, base experience yield is 210 in Gen 4 and 261 in 5+, leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3, 2 in defense and 1 in special defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is yellow, and base friendship is 140. Uxie is a psychic type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Mesprit and Azelf, Uxie is a member of the Lake Guardians, a legendary trio created by Arceus and first discovered in the Sinnoh region. Uxie is known as the Being of Knowledge. Biology, Uxie is a small, gray fairy-like Pokemon with 2 gray tails that are each encrusted with a red gem. Uxie has a partially yellow face with another red gem encrusted into its forehead. Its head faintly resembles that of a helmet or a human brain. Uxie always has its eyes closed, as it can wipe out the memory of those who see its eyes. Uxie is both feared and respected for its ability to erase the memories of evil people. Uxie's spirit can leave its body without dying and return at will. It created all knowledge in the Pokemon universe, notably, when Uxie first emerged, humans gained the knowledge needed to solve problems and improve their quality of life. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it is shown that Uxie can create an illusion. It was also shown in the needs of the three and the battle finale of Legend to teleport itself, as well as other Pokemon and humans. Though it is very shy, Uxie will attack with force if it or its friends are threatened. In the past, it has been referred to as the being of knowledge, due to its role in giving humans the ability to adapt and learn as life goes on. Alongside the other Lake Guardians, Uxie is needed for the creation of a red chain, either through gems extracted from its body or through its claw. Together, they're also capable of destroying a red chain. They even have the power to calm down Dialga and Palkia should the deities be enraged, but not both at once. Uxie lives in Lake Acuity, specifically in the Acuity Cavern at the center of the lake, thus gaining the title Lake Guardian. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Uxie is shown to be capable of speaking the human language via telepathy. Uxie and the other Lake Guardians are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Mystical Power. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Uxie is the guardian of the Time Gear at Fogbound Lake. Uxie is the first guardian the player and the partner encounter, creating a fake Groudon to attack those who visit the lake, and wiping the memories of those who found the place in order to protect the Time Gear. However, Uxie allows Wigglytuff's guild to leave with their memories intact when they promise not to reveal the secret. Grovyle later steals Uxie's Time Gear. Pokédex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. Known as the Being of Knowledge, it is said that it can wipe out the memory of those who see its eyes. Pearl. It is said that its emergence gave humans the intelligence to improve their quality of life. Platinum. When Uxie flew, people gained the ability to solve problems. It was the birth of knowledge. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. According to some sources, this Pokemon provided people with the intelligence necessary to solve various problems. The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are basically Platinums, but Uxie's now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond. Known as the Being of Knowledge, it is said that it can wipe out the memory of those who see its eyes. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. A Pokemon feared but also respected for stealing away the memories of evildoers. I found records that suggest Uxie holds dominion over knowledge. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats. HP and attack 75, defense 130, special attack 75, special defense 130, speed 95 for a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double, immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Note, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn Set by leveling up. Somehow it's in Gen 9, but doesn't have Pokedex entries. 1, Confusion and Rest. By Move Reminder in version 2.0.1 onwards, which I assume is true for all of these. It gets Tri-Attack, Snore, Safeguard, Iron Tail, Psycho Cut, Wonder Room, Magic Room, Round, Ally Switch, and Expanding Force. 7, Swift, 14, Endure, 21, Psybeam, 28, Imprison, 35, Extrasensory, 42, Amnesia, 49, Psychic, 56, Yawn, 63, Future Sight, 70, Flail, 77, Memento, and 84, Mystical Power. By TM005, Mud Slap, 7, Protect, 11, Water Pulse, 14, Acrobatics, 16, Psybeam, 17, Confuse Ray, 23, Charge Beam, 25, Facade, 32 Swift, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Sword Power, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 54 Psyshock, 59 Zen Headbutt, 60 U-Turn, 62 Foul Play, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 111 Giga Drain, 114 Shadow Ball, 116 Stealth Rock, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 140 Nasty Plot, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, and 228 Psychic Noise. Bright Breeding is nothing. Animated series only moves. Teleport. It's a Psychic type move in the episode The Needs of the Three. Side game data, you got all this. Evolution data is just Uxie. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors and a little bit more squished. Yeah, it's a little longer now. Interesting. Then the shiny is gold with a yellow body. That's interesting. Platinums, it like has a much like bigger animation. The body is also, I think, a little bit different, like especially when it like turns its body to being that direction. It's a lot longer, probably more closer to that one. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models, you get the lighter colors. Pretty good adaptation. The gem gets longer, that's interesting. In Gen 7, I can't tell if it's the angle or if the gem gets a little bit shorter again. His body looks to be maybe a little bit fatter as well. Interesting. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. In animation, Uxie and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Uxie anime is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries? I don't know what JNS is, but in JNS 2, in goes Rotom Phone. Uxie, the knowledge Pokemon, a psychic type. Uxie is called the being of knowledge. It is said to have given people the wisdom to solve life's problems. So I got all these Pokemon evolutions, Uxie and Pokemon evolutions. In the manga, Uxie and Pokemon adventures. All this and the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, occasionally on the Spear Pillar stage. The Lake Guardians make cameo appearances during the fight. They do nothing, however. Trophy information. A knowledge Pokemon. It's said that Uxie's emergence gave humans the wisdom to improve their lives. This Pokemon possesses the ability to erase the memory of those who see its eyes. Uxie uses status-altering moves in battle. Its frequent use of Yawn is very effective in putting foes to sleep. Uxie makes its home in Lake Acuity in the Sinnoh region. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Uxie appears as a spirit alongside Mesprit and Azelf. Trivia. Uxie is tied with Mesprit and Azelf for the highest base friendship of all legendary Pokemon. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Uxie was unable to learn moves via Move Reminder. Origin. Uxie seems to be based on a pixie or a fairy, and the color yellow. The Lake Guardians could possibly have originated from the Imperial Regalia of Japan, which are also called the Three Sacred Treasures. Uxie would be the Yata no Kagami, which embodies wisdom and honesty. Additionally, it may draw inspiration from Cherubim, one of the 3 highest-ranking angel classes in Christianity, characterized by knowledge. Name origin, Uxie and Uxie may be a combination of U, of the acronym UMA, unidentified mysterious animal. Waisai Aigo, for cryptid and pixie, may also involve the pronoun you. In other languages, see also the legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Uxie's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 599, Uncrushing Defeat. We're towards the beginning of the episode. We're at the bottom of this lake here, presumably Lake Acuity. There's Uxie. That is Uxie's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. As I mentioned in the Porygon Z video, I have a Uxie card, but it's a trainer card that also features Mesprit and Azelf. So we'll have to wait until the Azelf video to talk about that card. Now let's see why other people love Uxie. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so let's start looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Uxie. This is Dragon Tales by Cotton Buzz. So you've got this little comic here. Got this Azelf and the shiny Uxie. They're more anthropomorphized. Check it out, Sonata. Hi, Sans. It's pretty neat, right? Ooh. Took me a while to get the hang of them because they were so heavy, but now I can carry them with ease. That's really amazing. Almar, I definitely think you got it. Down. Say, my Mind if I show you my special abilities? Give it a try. I'd love to see what you've got. Whoosh. Flying flame. Ta-da! I call this one Twin Fire Dragon Tails. Neat, right? Just learned it like 2 weeks ago. You want to see what else? Almar, you're melting. She's a natural. Very interesting. And this is Evening Break by Solar Bink. So you've got this nice image of a Galarian Lilligant holding this alternate colored Uxie here. Very well done. Kinda looks like it could be like a poster or something. Uxie from 2024, I think. This is Uxie Makes You Forget by Jason Belland. So, forget everything you just saw, because his eyes are open. That's fun. This is Uxie by Mario Sonic 2987. This nice, simple Uxie image. Very well done. This is Lake Trio Clockwork Soldier Poses by Brian Polvik 2. So we've got Mesprit, Azelf, and Uxie. I don't know exactly what they're doing. I don't know if this is like a meme or something. His actual, like, poses, I don't know. This is the Lake Guardians by Nevadoodle. This nice image of all 3 of them in the lake. We got Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. Very well done. This image doesn't contain a Uxie, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mesprit. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Mesprit. Its previous PYC dates are June 21st, 1997, April 11th, 2000, January 31st, 2003, November 21st, 2005, September 11th, 2008, July 3rd, 2011, April 23rd, 2014, February 11th, 2017, hey, that's my birthday, December 3rd, 2019, and September 23rd, 2022. I must know Mesprit as one of the Lake Guardians. While Mesprit isn't my favorite of the 3 design-wise, I'm unsure if it's my least favorite or second favorite. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Mesprit, the emotion Pokemon whose number is 0481. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breedings, egg groups, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 80 cycles. Egg not obtainable. Height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight is 0.7 pounds or 0.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 210 in Gen 4 and 261 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3. 1 in attack, 1 in special attack, and 1 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 140. Mesprit is a Psychic-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Uxie and Azelf, Mesprit is a member of the Lake Guardians, a legendary trio created by Arceus and first discovered in the Sinnoh region. Mesprit is known as the Being of Emotion. Biology, Mesprit is a small, gray fairy-like Pokemon. It has 2 tails that each have a red jewel encrusted in them. Mesprit has a partially magenta face with another red gem encrusted in its forehead. From near the top of its head, 4 long, drooping magenta appendages extend, to which the 4 black aura-sensing appendages on the head of Lucario are similar in shape and number. Mesprit can leave its body without dying and return to the body at will. Legends say that a person that touches it will have their emotions completely drained away. Mesprit was highly feared due to it punishing those who disrespect it. Mesprit will throw their emotions into disarray. Mesprit is said to have taught humans the ability to feel sorrow, pain, and joy. It was shown in the Needs of the 3 and the battle finale of Legend that it can teleport itself, as well as other Pokemon and humans. Though playful, it is a bit mischievous. In the past, it has been referred to as the Being of Emotion, due to its role in giving humans the ability to feel happiness and sadness present in life. Alongside the other Lake Guardians, Mesprit is needed for the creation of a red chain, either through gems extracted from its body or through its plume. Together, they're also capable of destroying a red chain. They even have the power to calm down Dialga and Palkia should the deities be enraged, but not both at once. Mesprit lives in Lake Verity, specifically in the Verity Cavern at the center of the lake, thus gaining the title Lake Guardian. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Mesprit is shown to be capable of speaking the human language via telepathy. Mesprit and the other Lake Guardians are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Mystical Power. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Mesprit is the guardian of the Time Gear of Quicksand Cave. When the player and the partner first reach the cave, Mesprit attacks them, having been warned by Uxie about someone aiming to steal the Time Gear, which is soon after stolen by Grovyle. After Grovyle's capture, Mesprit returns the Time Gear to Underground Lake, but when it is revealed that Grovyle is only collecting the Time Gears to prevent the collapse of Temporal Tower, Mesprit willingly hands over the Time Gear instead. Although Mesprit's gender is unknown gameplay-wise, she is referred to as female during cutscenes. After clearing the main story, returning and completing Quicksand Cave gives the player the option to defeat and recruit Mesprit. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, the same Mesprit returns, having taken up residence at Heart Lake. Aside from Uxie and Azelf, Mesprit is also connected with Grovyle. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. Known as the being of emotion. It taught humans the nobility of sorrow, pain, and joy. Pearl, it sleeps at the bottom of a lake. Its spirit is said to leave its body to fly on the lake's surface. Platinum, when Mesprit flew, people learned the joy and sadness of living. It was the birth of emotions. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This Pokemon is said to have endowed the human heart with emotions such as sorrow and joy. Black and White is basically Platinum's entry, but Mesprit is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry, Y is Pearl's entry, Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry, and Alpha Sapphire is Pearl and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is basically Diamond's, but the being of emotion is no longer in quotes, and thus now lowercased. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Known as the being of emotion. In legend, this Pokemon was feared as any who showed disrespect would have their emotions thrown into disarray. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 80. Attack, defense, special attack, and special defense 105. Speed 80, for a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt. Or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Confusion and Rest. By Move Reminder. In version 2.0.1 onwards. Tri Attack, Snore, Safeguard, Iron Tail, Psycho Cut, Wonder Room, Magic Room, Round, Ally Switch, and Expanding Force. 7. Swift, 14 Protect, 21 Psybeam, 28 Imprison, 35 Extrasensory, 42 Charm, 49 Psychic, 56 Flatter, 63 Future Sight, 70 Copycat, 77 Healing Wish, and 84 Mystical Power. By TM, TM002 Charm, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 14 Acrobatic, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confused Ray, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 54 Psyshock, 59 Zen Headbutt, 60 U-Turn, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 116 Stealth Rock, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 135 Ice Beam, 140 Nasty Plot, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 202 Pain Split, 203 Suck Up, 204 Double Edge, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, and 228 Psychic Noise. By readings, there's nothing. Animated series only moves, Teleport. It's a Psychic type move in the episode The Needs of the Three. Side game data, you got all this. Evolution data, just Mesprit. Sprites here, so I got darker colors, but more or less the same. jewel seems a little bit more prominent on the forehead than the official art. It's yellow for the body and sort of this reddish pink for the shinies, head, yes. Platinums, so yeah, just like Uxie's, its body's a little bit more squished in this first incarnation, but it becomes a little bit longer in Platinums. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models that make it even longer, I think, the body. Pretty good adaptation. It makes the gem a lot more kind of smooth, flush with the skin, I guess. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. In animation, Mesprit in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Mesprit anime is the big one. Pokédex entries in JNS02, whatever that means. In Go's Rotom phone. Mesprit, the emotion Pokemon, a psychic type. Mesprit is called the being of emotion. Legends say it introduced people's hearts to feelings like joy and sadness. Gotcha, I guess. In the manga, Mesprit in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl on the Spear Pillar stage. Occasionally, the Lake Guardians make cameo appearances during the fight. They do nothing, however. Trophy information. An emotion Pokemon, said to have taught humans emotions. Rumor is, if you touch Mesprit, you'll lose all emotions 3 days later. It sleeps at the base of Lake Verity, but once engaged in battle, it will rise from the water to fly around the Sinnoh region. Even if you see this Pokemon after your initial meeting, it'll try to flee battle, so catching it is quite a task. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Mesprit appears as a spirit alongside Uxie and Azelf. Trivia, Mesprit is somewhat unique among the members of his trio, as it leaves Lake Verity and begins roaming Sinnoh after being encountered by the player in Lake Verity's cavern. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky, Mesprit is the only one of the Lake Guardians to fight the main character in battle during the main story. Despite being depicted as a calm and peaceful Pokemon, it was enraged by a previous attack on its counterpart Uxie, and quite fiercely attacked the hero and their partner. I read the second point in the Cresselia video. I read this third point in the Uxie video. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Mesprit was unable to learn moves via Move Reminder. Origin, Mesprit seems to be based on a spirit or a sprite. The Lake Guardians could possibly have originated from the Imperial Regalia of Japan, which are also called the Three Sacred Treasures. Mesprit would be the Yasakani no Magatama, which embodies benevolence. Additionally, it may draw inspiration from Seraphim, one of the 3 highest-ranking angel classes in Christianity, characterized by their burning love to God. Name origin, Mesprit may be a combination of M, of the acronym UMA, unidentified mysterious animal, Wasaigo for cryptid, and Sprit or sprite. It may also involve esprit, liveliness of mind or spirit, and French for spirit, or the pronoun me. Emrit may be a combination of M, of the acronym UMA, unidentified mysterious animal, Wasaigo for cryptid, and spirit. Now the languages, see also, it's legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Mesprit's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 467, Following a Maiden's Voyage. In this episode, Dawn, a new trainer, and a Piplup that she saved that belongs to Professor Rowan, are at Lake Verity, where they are seeing this weird effect happening and hearing a sound. There's Mesprit. And that is Mesprit's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. As I mentioned in the Porygon Z and Uxie videos, I have a Mesprit card, but it's a trainer card that also features Uxie and Azelf, so I'll have to wait until tomorrow to talk about the card. Now let's say why other people love Mesprit. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sat in fan art, so I'm starting looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with this series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mesprit. Pride Mons by Solar Bink. So happy Pride Month. So this nice art for Pride Month. We've got the shiny Mesprit here, holding a bisexual flag. A Zenith Marshadow, I think, with this bisexual cape. And we got this alternate colored Amarouge holding this transgender flag. Very interesting. Very well done. This is Lake Trio Clockwork Soldier Poses by Brian Polovic 2. I did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So this is Mesprit, Azelf, Uxie, and these three poses here. These are referencing the portrait poses that the Clockwork Soldiers in Luigi's Mansion have in the 3 collectible frames in the original game. Very well done. Mesprit by 04AI, so an AI image of a Mesprit here, maybe more anthropomorphic. This is Mesprit by Nanix-chan. This nice, very well done painting of Mesprit here. This is 0481, Mesprit by Aaron Tiger Tier. It's this AI art of a more realistic Mesprit. This is Mesprit Doodles by Spino1. So you've got happy Mesprit, annoyed Mesprit, at this Bidoof, an angry Mesprit, then loving Mesprit with Uxie and Azelf. And I got sad Mesprit with Manaphy and Shaymin. Very well done. This seems to be from 2021, I think. This is Mesprit Adoptable, closed by Kip Furlow. It's this nice Mesprit here, alternate Mesprit, with like hearts instead of the just general jewels. And it's got a few hearts around it. Very interesting. This is The Lake Guardians by Nevadoodle. We did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So it's the Lake Guardians, Mesprit, Uxie and Azelf in this lake, I guess, probably. Body of water of some kind, anyway. Very well done. This is Mesprit by G-Bomber. So, Mesprit number 481. It's this nice Mesprit art on the psychic type background, I guess. Very well done. This is Missing Mons by Spino1. So, you've got these 3, Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf, and I guess they're just annoyed that this one's asleep, I guess, and then got these 2, Victini and Manaphy, just floating, I guess. I don't know. Very interesting. This is Emrix Poses by Emrix. Got this Mesprit character here, I guess. It's wearing this jacket. So you've got kind of just neutral, maybe, or maybe a little bit annoyed. This one, they're like kind of flirty, maybe. This one's like drained of energy. This one's all happy, and this one's like mad. Yes, very well done. This is Mesprit Gijinka by Lunatic Opal. We got the Mesprit, then like humanized Mesprit. That's fun. Very well done. This is PMD Ancient Revival, page 182 by Casmic Sass. So this random page of this comic here. Mesprit, the god of emotion. He had called to me. We talked for days, and days it seemed. We were so much alike. Then he asked me one thing. If I lend you my power, if we were to become one, would you use this to continue to help others? For him a new chance at life. In a way, they could help others again, and for me, powers beyond any but normal Pokemon's grasp. So I said yes, and became the shaman of the tidal pool zone. Interesting. This is Family Selfie by The Awesome Mew. So this is cute image. So it's like a selfie of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. Very well done. This is Commission, like Verity, by Aqua Blue. Got this nice image of a Uxie here, maybe a little bit stylized on this bubble next to Lake Verity, I guess. This is just a more zoomed in version. Very well done. This is Mesprit by Ito Sama. So, this nice image of this Mesprit here, kind of stylized, sitting on this rock here, probably in its cavern or whatever. Yeah, very well done. This is PMD Ancient Revival, page 185 by Cosmic Sass, so I got another one. I thought I'd struggle leaving my old life behind, but I didn't. So, it's with a Slackoth. By then, all I cared about was my brother and Mort. Do not enter. Interesting. He's never too far away. I guess. One's his brother. It's a shiny Mudkip. Very interesting. Because we don't read text posts, and this is a text post, we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Normally this is the part where I talk about needing to catch a bunch of Pokemon in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but since I didn't film this part until after midnight this morning, I decided to check whether the Mirage spot I needed in Alpha Sapphire had the Slowpoke I was looking for. It didn't, so instead, we're not going to stream tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Azelf. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Azelf. Its previous PYC dates are June 22nd, 1997, April 12th, 2000, February 1st, 2003, November 22nd, 2005, September 12th, 2008, July 4th, 2011, April 24th, 2014, February 12th, 2017, December 4th, 2019, September 24th, 2022. I most know Azelf as one of the Lake Guardians. Design-wise, Azelf is my favorite of the three. This is purely because it's the blue one. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Azelf, the willpower Pokemon, whose number is 0482. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 80 cycles. Egg not obtainable. Height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight is 0.7 pounds or 0.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 210 in Gen 4 and 261 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. Yield is 3, 2 in attack, 1 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex colors blue, and base friendship is 140. Azelf is a Psychic-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Uxie and Mesprit, Azelf is a member of the Lake Guardians, a legendary trio created by Arceus and first discovered in the Sinnoh region. Azelf is known as the Being of Willpower. Biology, Azelf is a small gray-blue fairy-like Pokemon. It has 2 tails that each have a red jewel on them. Azelf has a partially cyan face with another red gem encrusted into its forehead. Azelf has a cone-shaped head with elf ear-like protrusions on each side. Azelf's spirit can leave its body without dying and can return to the body at will. It sleeps at the bottom of a lake to preserve the balance of the world. It can control an individual's will or enter the body of an individual. Legends say that if Azelf is harmed, it can cause humans to lose all will inside them, making them completely immobile for all eternity. Azelf is highly feared due to it having the power to manipulate the will of foes into its own puppets. It was shown in the Needs of the Three and the Battle finale of Legend that it can teleport itself, as well as other Pokemon and humans. Azelf can be very cautious around people and Pokemon. However, if threatened, it will reveal its bold side. In the past, it has been referred to as the Being of Willpower due to its role in giving humans the determination to face challenges in life. Alongside the other Lake Guardians, Azelf is needed for the creation of a red chain, either through gems extracted from its body or through its fang. Together, they're also capable of destroying a red chain. They even have the power to calm down Dialga and Palkia should the deities be enraged, but not both at once. Azelf lives in Lake Valor, specifically in the Valor Cavern at the center of the lake, thus gaining the title Lake Guardian. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Azelf is shown to be capable of speaking human language via telepathy. Azelf and the other Lake Guardians are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Mystical Power. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Azelf is the guardian of the time gear of Crystal Crossing. When the player and partner arrive, Azelf has been defeated by Grovyle, but Azelf puts up a barrier to protect the time gear from being stolen. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond, known as the Being of Willpower. It sleeps at the bottom of a lake to keep the world in balance. Pearl. It is thought that Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf all came from the same egg. Platinum. When Azelf flew, people gained the determination to do things. It was the birth of willpower. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This Pokemon is said to have endowed humans with the determination needed to face any of life's difficulties. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinums, but Azelf is not the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is basically Pearl's entry, but Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf are now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is Diamond and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is basically its Diamond counterpart, but the Being of Willpower is no longer in quotes, and the before being is now lowercased. Shining Pearl is Y in Alpha Sapphire's entry. Legends Arceus, the dreaded being of willpower. Legends tell of this Pokemon manipulating the will of its adversaries and turning them into puppets of its own. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 75, attack 125, defense 70, special attack 125, special defense 70, speed 115, for a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy, weak to bug, ghost, and dark, all for double, immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Confusion, and Rest. By move reminder, in version 2.0.1 onwards, it gets Self-Destruct, Try Attack, Snore, Safeguard, Iron Tail, Payback, Assurance, Psycho Cut, Wonder Room, Magic Room, Round, Ally Switch, and Expanding Force. 7 Swift, 14 Detect, 21 Psybeam, 28 Imprison, 35 Extrasensory, 42 Nasty Plot, 49 Psychic, 56 Uproar, 63 Future Sight, 70 Last Resort, 77 Explosion, and 84 Mystical Power. By TM005 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 14 Acrobatics, 16 Psybeam, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 54 Psyshock, 59 Zen Headbutt, 60 U-Turn, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 116 Stealth Rock, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 140 Nasty Plot, 141 Fire Blast, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 191 Uproar, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 217 Future Sight, and 218 Expanding Force. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Evolution data is just Azelf. Sprites here, so a lot darker colors. Probably smaller body as well, like the other two. Then the shiny is yellow with the darker blue head. Platinum, it's a different sprite entirely. That's interesting. The tails are crossed now, and then it looks over its shoulder. Yeah, in Gen 5, get the full back sprites, and we're back to just the tail swinging out. In Gen 6, you get the models, and you get the modern colors. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, the eyes might change a little bit, but otherwise I don't think really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. homes, you get these models. Animation. Azelf in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Azelf anime is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in JNS02, whatever that is. In Go's Rotom phone. Azelf, the willpower Pokemon, a psychic type. Azelf is called the being of willpower. It is said to have given people the strength of mind to deal with life's difficulties. Gotcha, and the manga. Azelf in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl on the Spear Pillar stage. Occasionally, the Lake Guardians make cameo appearances during the fight. However, they do nothing. Trophy information, a willpower Pokemon. Born from the same egg as Uxie and Mesprit, this Pokemon maintains the balance of things in the world from the bottom of Lake Valor. Some say that anyone who injures it will become unable to perform any kind of action after 7 days. It wields many strong attacks, like the devastating Last Resort. It can also protect itself from sleep attacks with Uproar. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Azelf appears as a spirit alongside Mesprit and Uxie. Trivia, I read this first point in the Uxie video. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Azelf was unable to learn moves via Move Reminder. Origin, Azelf seems to be based on a pixie or a fairy, although its Japanese name suggests that it is a gnome. The Lake Guardians could possibly have originated from the Imperial Regalia of Japan, which are also called the Three Sacred Treasures. Azelf would be the Kusanagi, which embodies valor. Additionally, it may draw inspiration from Thrones, one of the highest-ranking angel classes in Christianity, also known as the Valiant Ones. Name origin, Azelf may be a combination of A, of the acronym UMA, unidentified mysterious animal, Wasaigo, for cryptid, an elf. It may also involve the pronoun us, as well as azure. A gnome may be a combination of A, of the acronym UMA, unidentified mysterious animal, Wasaigo for cryptid and gnome. Now the languages, see also external links to the legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Azelf's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 544, Pruning a Passel of Pals. In this episode, late one night, Ash Ketchum and his Pikachu have gone for a walk. And in this body of water, something is happening. There is Azelf.
What the?
Ash and Pikachu. And that is Azelf's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have a trainer card featuring Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit.
More specifically, it's a stadium card, being the only stadium card I have and the final trainer card I'll be talking about in this series. Stadium cards are a type of trainer card that is meant to be the location of the battle. They each have an effect that affects both players throughout the battle or until a player plays a different stadium card. This is the Lake Boundary card, and I do mean the Lake Boundary card, as there are no other versions of this card, in English anyway. It was illustrated by Ryo Ueda. I like that it features all three of the Lake Guardians around what looks to be the cavern of Lake Verity or Valor. The card's effect is that it causes both active Pokemon to have their weakness replaced with double weakness. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol.
I don't have a Dialga card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Palkia. Now let's see why other people love Azelf. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Azelf. This is DRP, Lake Encounter, Willpower. Presumably that's April 11th by Siberian Thing. It's this AI art of Azelf. This is Azelf by Darkrai Lady. This nice image of Azelf here, and like the blue background. That's very well done. This is Dragon Tales by Cotton Buzz. So we did this one in the Uxie video, but we can do it again. So we've got this shiny Uxie here, and this Azelf, which has blue gems, which I didn't even notice last time. So it says, Check it out, Sonata. Ice hands. Pretty neat, right? Took me a while to get the hang of them, 'cause they were so heavy, but now I can carry them with ease. Ooh, that's really amazing, Almar. I definitely think you got it down. Say, mind if I show you one of my special abilities? Give it a try. I'd love to see what you got. A bunch of fire comes for the tails. Ta-da! I call this one Twin Fire Dragon Tails. Neat, right? Just learned it like 2 weeks ago. Wanna see what else? Olimar, you're melting. She's a natural. And yeah, he's amazed at her. This is the Lake Guardians by Neve Doodle. We did this one in the Uxie and Mesprit videos, but we can do it again. So we got Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf in this body of water, presumably a lake. Very well done. This is Thank You Arceus by Vapor Rotom. So the Azelf says, Sir, there seems to be some troubles down on Earth. And Arceus says, I really don't care. He's holding a mug, a Mudkip mug. Yes, very well done. This is Azelf by Hone Rupee. So, this nice image of Azelf playing on the bottom of the water here, probably like Valor. This is Azelf by Mario Sonic, 2,987. Got this really nice Azelf image here, very well done. Very simple. This is Azelf by I Like Pony. So this nice Azelf image here on a cool background. Yeah, very well done. This is Azelf by Payron. So this nice Azelf image on this, I guess, maybe grassy background? I don't really know. But very well done. This is Wisdom, Courage, Power by Senchi. So we've got the 3 Lake Guardians and their representations. You know, I got Uxie, Azelf, and Mesprit. Yeah, and they're flying around, probably using psychic powers by the look of it. Very well done. This is Azelf Maple by Solar Bink. Seems to be from 2016. So, I guess it's their little Azelf character, also with blue. That's interesting. Blue jewels. This is Azelf by Snow Supply. This nice Azelf here in this cave, probably the Valor Cavern. Very well done. This is Azelf by Game Artist 1993. This fun little stylized Azelf here, probably in the cave as well. Lorraine. Maybe they named it. This is like their Azelf, I guess. Interesting. This is Azelf SA by No71 in the sort of the Sonic Adventure style. That's very fun. I think that says 2014. It's especially kind of fun because it vaguely resembles Blaze the Cat from that series. That's probably what they took for inspiration from for this. This is the Lake Trio by Siplik. So we got these 3 here. Very unique style here. Next to this mountain and this lake. Yeah, very well done. This is Missing Mons by Spino1. So, we did this in, I think, the Mesprit video. So, you've got Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf. Uxie sleeping. Mesprit's disgusted, and looks like Azelf is concerned. And then you got Victini and Phione here. Just floating around, maybe underwater or above water, I don't really know. So apparently, according to the description, these were legendary Pokemon that they hadn't done. That's what Missing Mons means. Very well done. This is FA Lake Guardian by Error Zero Hail. So you've got this cool looking Azelf here, sort of in the water. A little pool here. Yeah, very well done. Very stylized. I like it. This is Azelf Pokemon Gen 4 by Vertel. It's nice Azelf model here. Very well done. This is Azelf by Mapleicious. This kind of stylized Azelf here. Next to the water, probably in its cavern. And its lake. Yeah. Very well done. This is Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie by Lolari. So, looks to be from 2009. Yes, very well done, kind of stylized Uxie, Mesprit and Azelf here. Yeah, very well done. I like the background. And this is a text post, and we don't do text posts, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CET, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Glade. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Dialga. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Dialga, the first Steel Dragon Pokemon. If one counts it as a Gen 4 Pokemon, Origin Form Dialga is also the heaviest Gen 4 Pokemon. If not, it's just the heaviest alternate form of a Gen 4 Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are June 23rd, 1997, April 13th, 2000, February 2nd, 2003, November 23rd, 2005, September 13th, 2008, July 5th, 2011, April 25th, 2014, February 13th, 2017, December 5th, 2019, and September 25th, 2022. I most know Dialga as being the box art legendary of Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. I also note sharing the box art of Pokemon Battle Revolution with its counterpart, Palkia, as well as being on the channel screen of My Pokemon Ranch. They also both appear as monument sculptures in Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, even appearing on the box. They also appear as statues in Howard Clifford's office in the Detective Pikachu movie. I also know it from its various appearances in the Gen 4 anime, mainly the movies. I also know it as having clashes with Palkia whenever they meet. As for which I like better, that's a bit complicated. While blue is my favorite color, Palkia is the water type for some reason. I also played Pokemon Pearl growing up, so I'm more familiar with Palkia. Although, not much more than Dialga, mind you, but I still saw it more, which I'll get more into tomorrow. As for Dialga's design, I love it. It's definitely one of my favorite legendary Pokemon designs. Perhaps because Dialga is mostly blue, I prefer it over Palkia's design. As for Origin Form Dialga, I'm not too familiar with it as I haven't played Pokemon Legends Arceus. As for Primal Dialga, I'm not a huge fan of the design. I don't really know if orange matches Dialga. Anyway, let's get the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Dialga, the temporal Pokemon, whose number is 0483. This is Dialga, this is what it looks like. This is Origin Form, this is what it looks like. Its type is Steel Dragon. Since this is our first Steel Dragon Pokemon, I'll point out the Steel inside and the Dragon outside. Abilities: Pressure, Telepathy is its hidden ability, Gender Ratio is Gender Unknown. Catch Rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is Egg Group. No eggs discovered. Hatch time 120 cycles. Egg not obtainable. As regular Dialga, it's 17 foot 9 or 5.4 meters and 1,505.8 pounds or 683 kilograms. As Origin Form Dialga, it's 22 foot and 11 inches or 7 meters and 1,873.9 pounds or 850 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 220 in Gen 4 and 306 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is white. Other forms may have other colors. And base friendship is 0. White is odd. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of white. I would have gone with blue, personally. But it's not the worst. Even though I'd call that probably more gray, honestly, but I could see it as being white. Dialga is a dual-type Steel/Dragon legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. While is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Dialga transforms into a second form called Origin Form while holding an adamant crystal. Dialga is the game mascot of Pokemon Diamond and its remake, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, appearing on the box art of both games in its standard form. Along with Palkia and Giratina, it is one of the Pokemon of myth representing time. In the past, it was worshipped by the Diamond Clan under the name Almighty Sinnoh. Biology: Dialga is a dark blue sauropod-like Pokemon with some gray metallic portions and light blue stripes. It has a chest plate on its torso, which has a deep blue diamond-like crystal embedded in the center. Dialga has a 5-spiked fin-like structure on its back similar to a gear, 3 spines on the back of its neck, and a crest on its head resembling a dinosaur. The crest somewhat resembles the shape of a sundial's rod, and It also has two structures on the sides of its head that extend outward and resemble horns and fangs. It has 3 claws on each foot of the same metallic look as its chest plate. Dialga has the power to control time. It can warp time by either speeding it up, slowing it down, reversing it, or stopping it altogether. It can also travel through time to visit the past, present, and future. Additionally, it is capable of blasting its targets with power that distorts time itself. It also has the power to destroy and create an entire universe either by itself or with Palkia's aid. As shown in Pokemon Journeys the series, Dialga's temporal powers possess the ability to evolve anything or anyone against their will, including Pokemon, people, and plant life. It can reverse these effects as well, so you can see Dialga destroying the universe here. Interesting. It is said that time started moving when Dialga was born and will continue flowing as long as its heart beats. Dialga usually travels by levitating. Since Dialga primarily resides in a different dimension, its behavior is nearly impossible to study. In the dimension where Dialga lives in, time is said to be constantly moving in different directions and speeds. In the anime, it has been shown to be very protective of its home, and as a result tends to have violent conflicts with Palkia when their dimensions intersect. The fin-like structures on its back is shaped radiating outwards and can be used to focus the flow of time as seen in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. According to the myths and legends of the Sinnoh region, in the beginning of time, the mythical Pokemon Arceus created the Pokemon of time, Dialga, the Pokemon of space, Palkia, and the Pokemon of antimatter, Giratina, all 3 in their origin forms. After the Pokemon universe was created, Dialga retreated into its own dimension, where it has lived since. It was revered and feared as a deity in the past, being worshipped by the Diamond Clan, who referred to it as Almighty Sinnoh. Dialga is capable of speaking human language via telepathy, as seen when it communicates through the leader of the Diamond Clan, Adaman. Dialga and Palkia can control and spread the space-time distortions caused by Giratina, which create alpha Pokemon and cause noble Pokemon to become frenzied through lightning bolts that come out of the distortions. Dialga is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Roar of Time. Forms. Dialga can change between its standard form and its origin form. Said to be the Pokemon's true form, Dialga's origin form is drastically different from the usual sauropod-like look of its other form, being a hybrid between a dragon, and a centaur, while also resembling its creator, Arceus. The back legs of Dialga become undulagrade in shape and have pointed tips instead of feet. The front legs are noticeably larger, with 3 distinct rhomboid claws on the underside. Further up, Dialga's knees have rectangular, long, and thin protrusions. Its chest plate is gone, however. It has a similar polygonal shape in its place. On Dialga's neck is a large shape jutting out towards the front, giving it the appearance of a larger throat, along with 2 pairs of protrusions on either side, the upper pair being larger and resembling panels or wings inside this large shape, and wing-like protrusions are deep blue diamond-like crystals embedded into diamond-shaped grooves. The 3 spines located on the back of the neck are longer and sharper. Dialga's head has 2 thin arrow-shaped horns extending towards the top and back of its head, along with longer, fang-like horns connected to a plate mask covering its lower jaw, which can shift in angle to reveal the mouth. The plate mask also partially covers the arrow-shaped horns on their sides. Around Dialga's abdomen is a cross made of 4 arrow shapes attached to a small wheel reminiscent of Arceus' cross wheel. The fin-like plate on Dialga's posterior has a star-shaped layer on top of it. The tail is much shorter and crystal-shaped. Overall, Dialga's entire body becomes larger and nearly completely dark blue. Origin Dialga's plate mask opened here. The crest arrow-shaped horns, knee protrusions, and abdomen cross are light blue, while the tips of Dialga's fin-like plate and feet are dark gray. Dialga is at its full power when in its origin form, and is supposedly permanently in the state while in its home dimension. Dialga's transformation into its origin form is triggered by a radiant light, can also be invoked using the adamant crystal. Origin form Dialga can unleash meteors and shock waves, while its Roar of Time technique can be charged into A stronger version of itself is seen in its boss battle in Pokemon Legends Arceus. The crystals and light blue accents on Dialga's body glow brightly when it uses its powers. Dialga Origin Form. Primal Dialga, a unique variant of Dialga called Primal Dialga, resembles a normal Dialga with a darkened color. The main body is colored dark blue, the center diamond, like crystal, is colored dark orange. The lines in its body are also orange. Primal Dialga cannot control time due to being tampered with. It acts more aggressively than Dialga normally would. It can still use its time abilities to some extent, can also prevent others from time traveling, even canceling out Celebi's time powers. Primal Dialga. Game data and PC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky. Dialga is the main antagonist of the game, and after becoming Primal Dialga, serves as the final boss of the main storyline. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia. Dialga appears as a bonus boss during one of the Ranger Net extra missions. Dialga was injured and entered Almia Castle. To recover, it caused a time distortion due to its wounds and sent the main character and Wendy back in time to before the events of the game started by using Roar of Time. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. Dialga appears in the optional Ranger Net Extra mission Pledge to Arceus. Must be captured along with its counterparts Palkia and Giratina in the Sky Fortress to access Arceus. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Dialga is a main antagonist and boss in the game. It is one of Arceus' creations alongside Palkia and Giratina. After Volo and Giratina tore open a rift in time-space above Mount Coronet, Dialga, along with Palkia, became enraged, causing many alpha Pokemon and space-time distortions to appear all over his Hisui. Oh. Dialga in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It has the power to control time. It appears in Sinnoh-region myths as an ancient deity. Pearl, a Pokemon spoken of in legend. It is said that time began moving when Dialga was born. Platinum, a legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh. It is said that time flows when Dialga's heart beats. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This Pokemon completely controls the flow of time. It uses its power to travel at will through the past and future. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinum's entry, but Dialga is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is basically Pearl's entry, but Dialga is now the correct casing. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl. This Pokemon is spoken of in legend. It is said that time began moving when Dialga was born. Legends Arceus. This Pokemon is revered as a deity in Hisuian legend. The birth of Dialga was what caused the vast river of time to begin flowing in our world. Origin Form, Legends Arceus. Radiant Light caused Dialga to take on a form bearing a striking resemblance to the creator Pokemon. Dialga now wields such colossal strength that one must conclude this is its true form. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It has the Adamant Orb 100% of the time. Events, Adamant Orb 100% of the time. Gold Bottle Cap 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Dialga and Origin Form Dialga. So HP 100, that stays the same. Attack 120, that goes down to 100. Defense 120, that stays the same. Special attack 150, that stays the same. Special defense 100, that goes up to 120. Speed 90, that stays the same. They both have a total of 680. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Ghost, Fire, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting and Ground for double. Immune to Poison, resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, Bug, Steel, Water, Electric, and Psychic for half, and Grass for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so we go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves was half, so both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Scary Face and Metal Claw, 8, Dragon Breath, 16, Ancient Power, 24, Slash, 32, Flash Cannon, 40, Dragon Claw, 48, Aura Sphere, 56, Power Gem, 64, Metal Burst, 72, Earth Power, 80, Iron Trail, and 88, Roar of Time. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 6, Scary Face, 7, Protect, 25, Facade, 28, Bulldoze, 31, Metal Claw, 32, Swift, 36, Rock Tomb, 44, Dragon Tail, 47, Endure, 49, Sunny 50, Rain Dance, 51, Sandstorm, 58, Brick Break, 61, Shadow Claw, 64, Bull Cup, 66, Body Slam, 70, Sleep Talk, 78, Dragon Claw, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 109 Trick, 112 Aura Sphere, 115 Dragon Pulse, 116 Stealth Rock, 117 Hyper Voice, 121 Heavy Slam, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 157 Overheat, 158 Focus Blast, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 169 Draco Meteor, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 178 Gravity, 200 Scale Shot, 203 Psych Up, 222 Breaking Swipe, and 223 Metal Sound. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data in the default form, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It controls time and blasts a powerful beam from its mouth. Guardian Signs. It causes powerful waves. Watch out when it starts to charge its power. Got on this. Origin form, got this. Form data, along with the other members of the Pokemon of Myth, Dialga has the ability to switch to a second form, Origin form. The standard form of Dialga debuted in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and its Origin form was introduced in Pokemon Legends Arceus, in which it changes between a standard form and Origin form when exposed to an adamant crystal. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Dialga transforms into its Origin form while holding an adamant crystal. If it is deposited in Pokemon Home, it will revert to its standard form. Dialga, adamant crystal, Origin form. The forms differ in their base stats. Dialga's Origin form has decreased attack and increased special defense compared to its standard form, though its base stat total is the same. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, its signature move, Roar of Time, has modified base power and accuracy when used by its Origin form, as well as a unique animation. So yeah, we read all this. Evolution data, Dialga. Sprites here, so a lot lighter. That's interesting. And these look to be... I guess they were always even. Just a lot shorter, it almost looks like, than the official art. The jewel seems to be a lot bigger as well. Huh. Shiny is this green, and sort of, I don't know, like greenish gold. I don't know if the blue orb changes or not. Platinums, you got it, like roaring and like that. Instead of roaring up, like roaring at the player. Interesting facts, right? Gen 5, you get the full back sprite. In Gen 6, you get the darker colors. And the lighter... this, though. And the, lighter crystal color as well. And these seem to be a lot bigger, I think, in the models. And, the shiny, generally darker colors for that, I guess, and lighter colors for the metal part, right? In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Legends Arceus, got the models in this game here, and then we got the Origin form. Shinies, of course, similar kind of green to this one. Homes, you got these models. Animation, Dialga and Arceus and the Jewel of Life. Dialga movie is the big one. Dialga reoccurring is another big one. Got all this. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon episodes. Primal Dialga and the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon episode. Pokemon Generations. Gotcha. Dialga and Pokemon Generations. Pokemon Evolutions. Dialga and Pokemon Evolutions. A Ripple in Time. In the manga. Dialga and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. Primal Dialga and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blazing Exploration Team. Got it with Grovyle and Chimchar. Got all this. In the TCG, other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Dialga appears as a stage Pokemon along with Palkia, Cresselia, and the Lake Guardians on the stage Spear Pillar. It affects the stage much differently than that of its counterpart, such as slowing down time and even going off its post to attack the players in the middle. It can also distort the stage like Palkia, but only slightly and not as extreme, as well as shoot beams from various locations. Dialga on the Spirit Pillar stage in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information. A temporal Pokemon. This legendary Pokemon is talked about as a deity in fables passed down through generations in the Sinnoh region. Identifiable by the diamond-like crystal in the center of its chest, Dialga is said to have set time in motion at the moment of its birth. Its fearsome roar of time attack is so powerful that it must refrain from attacking on the next turn. It is Pokemon Diamond's mascot. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Dialga appears as a trophy. Trophy information. The concept of time has always been one of the world's great mysteries, but Dialga might hold the answer. Legend has it that Dialga's birth caused time to begin moving. It's no surprise that the people of Sinnoh see this Pokemon as a deity. If you're ever running late, maybe you could ask Dialga to do you a favor and turn back the clock. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Dialga reprises its role as a stage hazard on the returning Spirit Pillar stage. Spirit Pillar now allows for any of the 3 legendary Pokemon to appear each time, rather than being set for the whole match. Unlike in Brawl, Cresselia is now signified by the stage's color tint not changing from its new default green, rather than using Dialga's blue. Dialga also appears as a spirit. Dialga on the Spirit Pillar stage in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Trivia: in games prior to Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Dialga has a catch rate of 30. Dialga has the highest base special attack stat of all Steel-type Pokemon. The gem on Dialga's chest resembles a prism sphere. Although Dialga's gender unknown in the core series games, it is referred to as male in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness's story. It is still gender unknown for purposes of gameplay. Dialga is the only legendary Pokemon to have a role in 4 different movies. Dialga and Palkia are the only 2 Pokemon that can be legitimately caught in every kind of Pokeball in the core series to date, besides the Park Ball, which cannot be the registered Pokeball of any Pokemon, as they are the only 2 Pokemon that can be caught with the Origin Ball. Although the portal to Dialga's world appears in the core series games, the inside of that world has only been shown in the animated series. So, Dialga's world and Arceus and the Jewel of Life. According to Junichi Masuda's blog, the Spanish translation team for Pokemon suggested changing the name Dialga because of its similarity to the Spanish word alga, algae, seaweed. Origin: Dialga, along with Palkia, may be based on the Shinto legend of Izanami and Izanagi, who are said to have created one island with a spear, erected a pillar on it, and from there created the islands of Japan. Appearance-wise, Dialga seems to be based on short-necked sauropod dinosaurs such as Camarasaurus or Brachytrachelopan. The turquoise pattern on its body is vaguely reminiscent of clock hands, where the ends of the clock hands are diamond-shaped. Its steel type is likely to come from the concept of adamant, which is an archaic word for diamond, meaning unconquerable, where the qualities of hard metal, probably steel, were attributed to it. It is also possibly due to the hardness of diamonds, the fact that metal is known to last long periods of time, or the fact that most parts of a clock are made of metal, such as the gears. It may also be because diamonds are compressed carbon, and steel is an alloy from iron and carbon. Metaphorically, it could also be a reference to the rigid and unaltering pattern of passing time, as metals are known for their resilience against physical forces. The steel type might also represent the solid state of matter, whereas Palkia's water type represents the liquid state, and Giratina's ghost type represents the gaseous state. Dialga's origin form appears to be based on Arceus. Like with Arceus, it may be based on a Killen or Longma, as it possesses both equine and dragon-like qualities, the latter of which are more pronounced in Dialga's case due to its dragon type. The name of origin, Dialga, may be derived from diamond. It may also involve dia, Spanish for day, referring to the unit of time, or dial of clock dial, sundial, and ga, tough, referring to their solid state of matter theme. Now, languages, origin form, that and other languages, related articles, references, external links to the legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Dialga's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 502, A Secret Sphere of Influence. We're at the beginning of the episode. There's Dialga, the statue. And that is Dialga's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Dialga's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Dialga, as it's only the frames of Dialga to the best of my ability. So you can't really see it yet, but it only appears as a statue with Arceus And Palkia here in Howard Clifford's office. Howard Clifford founded Rhyme City, the city we're in, which is a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. This is Tim Goodman, the main character, who has come to Rhyme City after finding out that his father has died in a car crash. He's teamed up with Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and they've been summoned to Howard. And Howard has this Eevee. This is Miss Norman, Howard's assistant.
Thank you, Miss Norman.
Yes, thank you, Miss Norman. That'll be all. What a blabbermouth.
Magnificent creatures, aren't they?
Evolving his Eevee.
Imagine being
Flareon.
able to evolve into the best possible version of yourself, just waiting to be awoken. Hello, Tim.
Howard.
I see you've partnered with Harry's Pikachu, the case Harry was working on. It was for me.
So he's
This
talking about how Harry's last case before he died was for him, and he's now talking about how something called the Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. He found like these vials.
Compound threatens everything I built. I had Harry to trace it to its source. Turned out to be my own son.
Okay, so that's a hologram of the car crash, because he's trying to claim that Harry isn't actually dead. Harry's Tim's father, and a police detective, and Detective Pikachu's original trainer, I guess.
Wait.
That's for you to solve now. Find Mewtwo, and you will find your father.
Okay, so now we've cut to much later. Tim found Mewtwo, but he was captured by who they believe to be Roger Clifford, and so he's come here to tell Howard, who's in this device called the Neuralink. Before Mewtwo was captured, he showed Tim and Detective Pikachu a vision, which made Detective Pikachu believe that he had betrayed Harry, and so the two split off.
Mewtwo here.
So now it's being revealed that it was actually Howard that captured Mewtwo, responsible for the capture.
Take the money and walk away.
So now he's used a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo, and so has like power to control his movements and talk through him and stuff. And he's talking about how Harry's job was to just like take the money and walk away, but he like started asking questions.
But he started asking questions. I had no choice.
Try to kill him. Yeah, he's captured him with the psychic powers.
It was never about curing me. I have found a path
Yeah, he has a disease that has caused him to be in this wheelchair.
forward for all of us.
Do that. And so now that is fucking okay. Kinda. So that's Detective Pikachu. He's come back after finding something at the site of the crash, and he's fighting Mewtwo / Howard now, and he's riding on this Pidgeot. Mewtwo's following him, and so this is him. So he's gonna command his Ditto to fight Tim.
Finish him, Ditto! Harry's son is finished!
And so that's the actual Howard. He's helped him get him up, and now the Dittos come back as a Braviary. The Buffalo. Actually, yeah, there's one little particular thing I want to point out. There's this Dialga statue that's supposed to be knocked over, but for some reason there's also this one that's standing up, which is not supposed to be here. I mean, it was just like an extra prop or something that they forgot to digitally take away. So yeah, he's like, they fought for a bit, and now he's like grabbed Detective Pikachu and's being like, you can't stop Mewtwo.
I just needed to
So
distract
he's
you.
saying he was actually just a distraction for Tim. Now he's disconnected the Neuralink from Howard, and that is it. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. While I don't have a Dialga card, Dialga is one of the 4 cover Pokemon for the Great Encounters expansion, which I've talked about numerous times in the series, with it specifically being the cover Pokemon of the Eternal Time theme deck. Regarding what I own, appears on the cover of the card list, warning page in the rulebook, The coin, which also appears in the rulebook. The Eternal Time Fiend deck also appears in the rulebook with a Dialga card, and it appears on the Eternal Time player mat. Anyway, let's see why other people love Dialga. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today, but there's also a little bit more for this one, so on either side there are images of Dialga, but they're both AI art, and 2 images from this is a piece of art that I don't think is appropriate for YouTube, so instead of supporting AI art, we're just gonna not do that. Instead, just look at this and avoid the inappropriate one. So this is Dialga Origin, the Time Lord by Edo Nova Illustrator. This nice art of Dialga and its origin form, surrounded by this distorted space, probably in its own dimension. That's fun. Got their social media. Yeah, very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow we're talking about Palkia. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Palkia, the only water dragon Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Origin form Palkia is also the heaviest water-type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are June 24th, 1997, April 14th, 2000, February 3rd, 2003, November 24th, 2005, September 14th, 2008, July 6th, 2011, April 26th, 2014, February 14th, 2017, December 6th, 2019, and September 26th, 2022. I most know Palkia as being the box art legendary of Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. I particularly remember it on the title screen of Pokemon Pearl, where its silhouette appears with pink flames behind it. I also remember it sharing the box art of Pokemon Battle Revolution with its counterpart Dialga, as well as being on the channel screen of My Pokemon Ranch. They also both appear as monument statues in Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, even appearing on the box. They also appear as statues in Howard Clifford's office, in the Detective Pikachu movie. I also know it from its various appearances in the Gen 4 era of the anime, mainly the films. I also know it as having clashes with Dialga whenever the two meet. As for which I like better, that's complicated. Palkia is the water type and my name means son of the sea, but Dialga is the blue one. I played Pokemon Pearl growing up, so I'm more familiar with Palkia, but not much more than Dialga, mind you. But I still saw it more because of the title screen. I was shocked when I found out that Palkia was a water type. As to me, its color gives off more of a psychic type vibe, with Dialga looking like it would be more likely the water type of the two. As for Palkia's design, it's fine. I don't love it as much as Dialga's, but I don't hate it either. It works well. As for origin form Palkia, I'm not too familiar with it as I haven't played Pokemon Legends Arceus. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Before I begin, you may notice the arm isn't here. That's because it broke. And so for the rest of the week, I will be using, well, the new microphone with the old stand, so it's below the screen. You can't really see it right now. There's no pop filter right now, so I apologize if it sounds a little weird. Anyway, today we're talking about Palkia, the spatial Pokemon, whose number is 0484. This is Palkia, this is what it looks like. This is origin form Palkia, this is what it looks like. Its type is Water Dragon, abilities Pressure, Telepathy is its hidden ability, Gender ratios, gender unknown, catch rate 3 or 1.6%. Breedings, egg group, no eggs discovered, hatch time is 120 cycles, egg not obtainable. As Palkia, it's 13 foot and 9 inches, or 4.2 meters, and 740.8 pounds, or 336 kilograms. In origin form, it's 20 foot 8, or 6.3 meters, and 1,455.1 pounds, or 660 kilograms. Base experience yield is 220 in Gen 4 and 306 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3, in special attack. Shape is that, other forms may have other shapes, footprint is that, Pokédex color is purple, and base friendship is 0. Palkia is a dual-type water/dragon legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. While it's not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Palkia transforms into a second form, called its origin form, while holding a lustrous globe. Palkia is the game mascot of Pokemon Pearl and its remake, Pokemon Shining Pearl, appearing on the box art of both games in its normal form. Along with Dialga and Giratina, is one of the Pokemon of myth representing space. In the past, it was worshipped by the Pearl Clan under the name Almighty Sinnoh. Biology, Palkia is a light purple theropod-like Pokemon with stripes and markings of a darker shade and gray underarms and waist. It has round purple striped plates on its shoulder area where two pink pearl-like crystals lie encrusted with a gray rim encircling them, and fin-like wings on its back. Palkia's arms have extended formations resembling gauntlets and a purple band around each wrist. Palkia has a long neck that is normally bent, a pointed white crest on top of its head that extends to its wings, two strong horn-like tusks on the sides of its jaw, and a powerful tail. It has faint cracks along its legs and tail. Palkia has power over space. It can warp space and travel to faraway places, as well as alternate dimensions and parallel timelines. Additionally, it is capable of rending its targets along with the space around it. It even has the power to destroy and create an entire universe either by itself or with Dialga's aid. As seen in Pokemon Journeys the series, Palkia can open and close dimensional portals to alternate universes. It is said that the birth of Palkia was what caused the walls of the world to disappear, creating a sky that spans for infinity. It is also said that space becomes more stable with its every breath. Palkia usually travels by levitating. Palkia destroying the universe. Since Palkia primarily resides in a different dimension, its behavior is nearly impossible to study. The dimension Palkia lives in is said to be in shreds like ribbons. In the anime, it has been shown to be very protective of its home, and as a result tends to have violent conflicts with Dialga when their dimensions intersect. As seen in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Palkia is capable of traveling by creating a large yellow sphere from its two pearls, then using it to fly very fast. According to the myths and legends of the Sinnoh region, in the beginning of time, the mythical Pokemon Arceus created the Pokemon of space Palkia, the Pokemon of time Dialga, and the Pokemon of antimatter Giratina, all three in their origin forms. After the Pokemon universe was created, Palkia retreated into its own dimension, where it has lived ever since. It was revered and feared as a deity in the past, being worshipped by the Pearl Clan, who refer to it as Almighty Sinnoh. Palkia is capable of speaking human language via telepathy, as seen when it communicates through the leader of the Pearl Clan, Irida. Palkia and Dialga can control and spread the space-time distortions caused by Giratina, which create alpha Pokemon and cause noble Pokemon to become frenzied through lightning bolts that come out of the distortions. Palkia is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Spatial Rend. Forms, Palkia can change between its standard form and its origin form. In its origin form, which is said to be its true form, Palkia's appearance changes drastically from its other theropod-like form, taking on a centaur-dragon hybrid look while resembling its creator Arceus. The main body becomes larger and grayish-pink, with light gray accents on the tips of its wings and legs, along with various dark purple accents. Its shoulder plates are larger and seem to be made of the same pearl-like crystals as the ones embedded at the center, with 6 rectangular dark purple protrusions surrounding them. Its lower half becomes bigger and resembles that of a horse. Palkia's arms become its forelegs, with hooves, protrusions on the knees, and rectangular spikes on its upper forelegs akin to the other form's arms. The back legs gain hooves as well, with heels on the back of its foot, and they are bent in such a way that allows Palkia to stand up on its 2 back legs. The tail becomes shorter and splits into 5. On the center of Palkia's abdomen is a structure consisting of 2 dark purple circular shapes connecting to 2 circles of the same color, resembling Arceus' cross-like wheel. Palkia's neck and markings on its lower body become shorter, the pointed crest on its neck becomes taller and longer. Its lower jaw gets a plate-like mask covering it with multiple spikes all over it. One at the front, a pair extending towards the bottom of the jaw, and 2 pairs on either side extending toward the back. The plate-like mask can be lowered to reveal its mouth when roaring or using attacks. Origin: Palkia's plate mask opened. Palkia is at its full power when in its origin form, and is supposedly permanently in this state while in its home dimension. It is believed that Palkia's origin form resembles Arceus as a strategy in order to gain its power. Palkia's transformation into its origin form can be triggered using the lustrous globe or through a radiant light. Origin form, Palkia can walk on all fours and fly, and is capable of unleashing meteors and shockwaves. Its spatial rend can even be charged into a more powerful version of itself while in Origin form, as seen in its boss battle in Pokemon Legends Arceus. The crystals and purple accents on Palkia's body glow brightly when it uses its powers. Palkia, Origin form. Game data and PC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Palkia plays a major part in the game's post-story. Palkia first appears when he attacks the player and their partner at Sharpedo Bluff, having learnt from Darkrai, disguised as Cresselia, that they were responsible for space being distorted, but the real Cresselia appeared and sorted things out. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, Palkia appears as a bonus boss during one of the Ranger Net Extra missions. Palkia was injured and entered Hippowdon Temple. In its pain, it warped the space of the Olmia region and caused all of the locations of Olmia to be shuffled together. Pokemon Legends Arceus, Palkia is a main antagonist and boss in the game. It is one of Arceus' creations alongside Dialga and Giratina. After Volo and Giratina tore open a rift in space above Mount Coronet, Palkia, along with Dialga, became enraged, causing many alpha Pokemon and space-time distortions to appear all over Hisui. Palkia in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond. It has the ability to distort space. It is described as a deity in Sinnoh region mythology. Pearl, it is said to live in a gap in the spatial dimension, parallel to ours. It appears in mythology. Platinum, a legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh. It is said that space becomes more stable with Palkia's every breath. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Its sole control over the boundaries of space enable it to transport itself to faraway places or even other dimensions. The Gen 5 entries are basically Platinums, but Palkia is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, for regular Palkia, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl, it is said to live in a gap in the spatial dimension, parallel to ours. Palkia appears in mythology. Legends Arceus, this Pokemon is feared as a deity in Hisuian legend. The birth of Palkia was what caused the walls of our world to disappear, creating a sky that spans for an infinity. Origin form, Legends Arceus. It soars across the sky in a form that greatly resembles the creator of all things. Perhaps this imitation of appearance is Palkia's strategy for gaining Arceus' powers. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it has the Lustrous Orb 100% of the time. At events, Lustrous Orb 100% of the time. Gold Bottle Cap 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Palkia in Origin form Palkia, so HP 90, that stays the same. Attack 120, that goes down to 100. Defense 100, that stays the same. Special attack 150, that stays the same. Special defense 120, that stays the same. Speed 100, that goes up to 120, so they both have a total of 680. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and dark. Weak to dragon and fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel for half, and fire and water for a fourth. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Scary Face and Water Pulse, 8 Dragon Breath, 16 Ancient Power, 24 Slash, 32 Aqua Ring, 48 Aura Sphere, 56 Power Gem, 64 Aqua Tail, 72 Earth Power, 80 Spatial Rend, and 88 Hydro Pump. By TM 001 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 44 Dragon Tail, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 52 Snowscape, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 78 Dragon Claw, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 110 Liquidation, 112 Aura Sphere, 115 Dragon Pulse, 117 Hyper Voice, 121 Heavy Slam, 123 Surf, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 158 Focus Blast, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 169 Draco Meteor, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 178 Gravity, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 200 Scale Shot, 203 Suck Up, 208 Whirlpool, and 222 Breaking Swipe. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, default form, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger shadows of Volumia in the browser entry. It controls spatial dimensions and blasts a powerful beam from its mouth. Guardian Science, it rends space to attack. Got all this. Origin form, got that. Form data, along with the other members of the Pokemon of Myth. Palkia has the ability to switch to a second form, Origin form. The standard form of Palkia debuted in Diamond and Pearl, and its Origin form was introduced in Pokemon Legends Arceus, in which it changes between its standard form and Origin form when exposed to a lustrous globe. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Palkia transforms into its Origin form while holding a lustrous globe. If it is deposited in Pokemon Home, it will revert to its standard form. So, Palkia, lustrous globe, Origin form, Palkia. The forms differ in their base stats. Palkia's Origin form has decreased attack and increased speed compared to its standard form, though its base stat total is the same. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, its signature move, Spatial Rend, has modified base power and accuracy when used by its Origin form, as well as a unique animation. So I read all this. Evolution data is just Palkia. Sprites here, so a little different, actually. The color is mostly, I mean, it's mostly the same, otherwise. It's a lot pinker than this sort of white color. And even this is a lot more pink than the purple. That's interesting. And red for the shiny. And, like, pink, a different kind of pink for the main body. Then platinums, you have purple, the darker purple. I guess it could be seen as lighter purple. Just darker colors all around, it looks like. Yeah, and therefore it's reflected in the shiny as well. And it seems to roar sort of at the player, probably, rather than just generally roaring. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. It looks to be a lot taller, and it has the more white color. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting back model, I guess. Pretty good adaptation. In Gen 7, not really much changes, I don't think. The wings might get a little bit smaller. That's interesting. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game, including the Origin form. This one's, yeah, like a lot more like the pink color, like that one is. In Homes, you get these models. Animation, Palkia and Pokemon Journeys the series, Palkia movies, the big one, Palkia reoccurring as another big one, got all this. Pokédex entries in Journeys, episode 89, in Chloe's Rotom phone.
Palkia, the spatial Pokemon, a water and dragon type. Palkia is said to live in the space between parallel worlds, and with its ability to open portals at will, one can travel to faraway places and dimensions.
Pokemon Generations, Palkia and Pokemon Generations. Gotcha in the manga, Palkia and Pokemon Adventures, got all this. In the TCG, other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Palkia occasionally appears on the Spear Pillar stage as one of the 3 Pokemon that controls it. It only appears on the stage when the ground on the upper level has a purple tinge to it. Unlike Dialga and Cresselia, however, it will use its powers to distort the stage in multiple ways. Some examples include tilting the stage, turning the stage completely upside down, and reversing the screen itself. The last 2 will cause the movement controls to be reversed temporarily. It often shoots beams in the cave below, dealing a lot of damage to the players that get caught in the blast. Palkia on the Spear Pillar stage in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information. A spatial Pokemon. In the Sinnoh region, this Pokemon has been revered for many generations, much like Dialga. Dialga warps time, but Palkia has control over space. It lives between parallel dimensions and is known for its power, rumored to be able to warp space. It can use Spatial Rend to rip through the very space an enemy resides in, damaging the foe at the same time. It's Pearl's mascot. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Palkia appears as a Pokemon released from a Pokeball. It uses Spatial Rend, which flips the stage for a time and can cause damage. Palkia also causes damage on contact. Palkia summoned from a Pokeball in Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Palkia also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. Palkia Trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in the North America version. Stories surround this legendary Water/Dragon type Pokemon, saying that it has control over all of space. Its Spatial Rend attack will tear space and flip the screen upside down. When this happens, the left and right controls of the fighters will become flipped as well. In the PAL region, stories of this legendary Pokemon say that Palkia is a god that controls all of space. When it uses its Spatial Rend attack in Super Smash Bros., it causes the screen to flip upside down. If that wasn't confusing enough, it also flips the left and right controls. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Palkia returns as a Pokemon summoned from a Pokeball using Spatial Rend like its appearance in 4 Nintendo 3DS/Wii U, while also appearing as a spirit. Palkia cannot be summoned on 3D Land, Arena Ferox, Ball Fight, Brinstar, Dreamland, GB, Golden Plains, Green Hill Zone, Jungle Japes, Mushroomy Kingdom, Mute City, SNES, Paper Mario, Picture Chat 2, Prism Tower, Reset Bomb Forest, Spear Pillar for obvious reasons, Suzaku Castle, Tamagotchi Life, Tortimer Island, WarioWare Inc., or Yoshi's Island. Palkia's Spatial Rend will not be able to flip the stage upside down if a fighter is equipped with a spirit with screen flip immunity, though it will still remain on stage to damage any opponents who touch it. Palkia also reprises its role as a stage hazard on the returning Spear Pillar stage. Spear Pillar now allows for any of the 3 legendary Pokemon to appear each time rather than being set for the whole match. Palkia summoned from a Pokeball in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Palkia on the Spear Pillar stage in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Trivia: Origin form Palkia is the heaviest water-type Pokemon. In games prior to Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Palkia has a catch rate of 30. The gems on Palkia's shoulders resemble pale spheres. Palkia's gender differs between various Pokemon media. It is gender unknown in the core series games. Male in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness' story, although it is still gender unknown for purposes of gameplay, and female in the Russian dub of the animated series. Palkia is in the highest IQ group. It takes this position in IQ Group J and is the only Pokemon in IQ Group J. Palkia is the only Pokemon that will cause an Arceus equipped with the Legend Plate to become Dragon-type when using Judgment. This is because Palkia's type permutation is the only one that can result in a Dragon-type Judgment, and Palkia is the only Pokemon with this permutation in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I read this 7th point in the Dialga video. Although the portal to Palkia's world appears in the core series games, the inside of that world has only been shown in the animated series. Palkia's world in Arceus and the Jewel of Life. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Darkness, Palkia, along with Primal Dialga, the legendary giants, the Magnemite family, and Regigigas all speak in all capital letters, unlike the other Pokemon in the game. At the end of one of Palkia's roars from the animated series and movies, a roar of Mecha King Ghidorah, a kaiju from the 1991 Toho film Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, can be heard. Origin Palkia, along with Dialga, may be based on the Shinto legend of Izanami and Izanagi, who are said to have created one island with a spear, erected a pillar on it, and from there created the islands of Japan. Appearance-wise, Palkia is likely based after a European dragon combined with a pearl. Its appearance may also be derived from the Plateosaurus or other bipedal dinosaurs such as the Oviraptor. The plates covering its face along with the crest on its neck together resemble the helmets worn by soldiers in ancient Greece and Rome. This resemblance is made even more apparent in its origin form. Its water type is possibly inspired by its association with pearls, or the large space that oceans are known to span. Metaphorically, it could be a reference to the ever-changing forms of physical matter in the universe, with energy and matter flowing between states and changing forms. It could also refer to the ancient Greek astronomy depicting Earth submerged in water. Its water type might also represent the liquid state of matter, whereas Dialga's steel type represents the solid state, and Giratina's ghost type represents the gaseous state. Palkia's origin form appears to be based on Arceus, bear similarities to a centaur, and the winged horse Pegasus from Greek mythology. As Arceus seems to take inspiration from a Killen, this influence is seen with origin form Palkia as well as its mix of equine and draconic qualities, including Palkia's dragon typing. Name origin Palkia may be derived from Paru, Pearl, Galaxia, and Kai, sea, ocean, referring to their liquid state of matter theme. Now, the languages, same with for origin form, related articles, references, external links to the legendary Pokemon, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Palkia's person in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 499, all dressed up and somewhere to go. In this episode, there is a Pokemon dress-up contest, and Jessie here of the main Team Rocket has entered Team Rocket's Meowth, there's an egg as the prize, and she's telling Meowth that they need to find out what's in the egg before they can give it to their boss, Giovanni. And she's sort of speculating that it might be a cool Pokemon.
Real pizzazz. Now that
Palkia.
would be a glorious gift worth giving. This
And that is Palkia's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Palkia's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Palkia, as it's only the frames with Palkia to the best of my ability. In this movie, Palkia only appears as the statue in the office of Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, which Tim has gone to after finding out his father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died in a car crash. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and this is Miss Norman, Howard's assistant. Howard asked her to summon Tim and Detective Pikachu to him. Thank you better.
Thank you, Miss Norman.
Yes, thank you, Miss Norman. That'll be all. What a blabbermouth.
Magnificent creatures, aren't they?
Now he's gonna evolve, yes. Eevee,
Imagine
Flareon.
being able to evolve into the best possible version of yourself.
Wait.
Okay, so that, okay, we gotta go back. So, this was a hologram of the car crash, and he sort of explained that Mewtwo took Harry's soul, and he's assigned him to find Mewtwo, to find Harry. Yeah. So now we've cut to later. He found Mewtwo, but he was captured by who they believe to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son, so he's telling him about it. He's wearing something called the Neuralink. Before Mewtwo was captured, he showed Tim and Detective Pikachu a vision, which caused Detective Pikachu and Tim to split up.
Has me too here.
He revealed that he was responsible for capturing Mewtwo here.
My body
He also
was
has
in the chair,
the Neuralink,
but he
so
started
yeah,
off.
He's just, what that was is that Howard has used the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo, so he's controlling Mewtwo right now. He's talking through him. So, and yeah, he's explaining that Harry was just supposed to take the money and stop, but he started asking questions.
Questions. I had no choice.
Yeah,
Trace
he tried to kill him.
it back to Dr. Laurent, and then he and his PK.
So he's captured him.
This was never about curing me.
So yeah, he has a disease that has caused him to be in this wheelchair.
I have found a path forward for all of us.
Now, we've got to a little later. Detective Pikachu has returned to Rhyme City after finding something at the site of the crash that allegedly killed Harry. He is now fighting Mewtwo/Howard and is riding this Pidgeot. And there's Palkia's leg. Okay, yeah, so that, at the very end there. This is a Ditto, transformed as a Braviary, who's attacking Tim. This is Howard's Ditto. Yeah. That's it, let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Palkia card, which, as of the filming of this, is my final Water-type card.
It's the first Palkia card design. It was illustrated by Nakaoka. I like how Palkia was translated into 3D. I also like the weird background, including the slight hollow foil effect. It has 90 HP. It's 13 foot and 9 inches, and 740.8 pounds. It has 2 moves, Spatial Rend and Transback. In the video games, Spatial Rend is a special Dragon-type move introduced in Gen 4. It's Palkia's signature move. It does damage and has an increased critical hit ratio. On this card, it costs 1 water energy and hits for 10 damage. The player searches their deck for a stadium card. Once they do, they show their opponent and put it into their hand. They then shuffle the deck. If there's a stadium card in play, the player then discards it. Transback isn't a move in the video games. It costs 2 water energies and 1 of any energy and hits for 40 damage. The player then chooses to flip a coin. If it lands on heads, they discard all energies attached to Palkia and put Palkia and any other attached cards on top of their opponent's deck, which they must then shuffle. I'm not entirely sure why anyone would do this, other than shuffling the opponent's deck. There doesn't seem to be any gain for the player by doing this. Palkia is weak to lightning for plus 20 damage, which is odd as it isn't weak to electric in the video games. It could have instead been weak to colorless, as it's weak to dragon in the video games, which was considered colorless at this point in the TCG. It isn't resistant to anything, which is odd since it could have been resistant to metal, fire, or water, as it's resistant to steel, called metal in the TCG, fire and water in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Palkia to retreat. Its description reads, "It has the ability to distort space. It is described as a deity in Sinnoh-region mythology." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. For the final time in this series, unless someone randomly gives me more cards, it's level 67.
I don't have a Heatran card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Tranquil. Yes, that means I don't have any more Gen 4 cards. This Palkia card is also the final of my original collection. Every card from Tranquil onward will be from the collection I obtained last year. Before I continue though, like yesterday, Palkia, being one of the cover Pokemon of the Great Encounters expansion, appears on the cover of the Diamond and Pearl Great Encounters rulebook, on the pages about the Infinite Space theme deck, and Palkia Level X card, which is the cover Pokemon of, and the Need Help Playing a Game page. I'll bring up the Great Encounters again when I talk about Cresselia. Now let's see why other people love Palkia. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Palkia. This is Palkia and Dialga 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI, this weird AI image of Palkia and Dialga. This is Palkia and Super Smash Bros. By PQ1A. This weird image AI version, I think, of one of the official arts of it in Smash Bros. It looks really disgusting. This is Palkia by Mind Wallpaper, so this weird alternate AI version of Palkia here. This is Palkia and Dialga 4K wallpaper by Constanza AI, another weird AI image of Palkia and Dialga. This is Palkia and Super Smash Bros. By Kletzkaka. It's in Super Smash Bros., but even if it wasn't, it wouldn't change its form anyway. This is Palkia AAFPUA series by Vinster 4500. I'm pretty sure this is just the official art. This is Palkia by Bisky4, this AI art of Palkia. This is Palkia by Jaguto C19. I'm pretty sure this is just one of the official arts of Palkia. And this doesn't contain a Palkia, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Ruby's Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Heatran. As always, this is my proper outfit. I'll see you tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Heatran, the only Fire Steel Pokemon as of the filming of this, and the first legendary Pokemon that can be either male or female. Its previous PYC dates are June 25th, 1997, April 15th, 2000, February 4th, 2003, November 25th, 2005, September 15th, 2008, July 7th, 2011, April 27th, 2014, February 15th, 2017, December 7th, 2019, and September 27th, 2022. I must know Heatran from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook and Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I was surprised when I found out that Heatran was a legendary Pokemon, as it looks like it would have multiple of its species, although perhaps rarer than most Pokemon. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll talk about Heatran, the Lava Dome Pokemon, whose number is 0485. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire Steel. Since it's our first Fire Steel type, I'll point out the fire inside and the steel outside. Abilities: Flash Fire. Flame bodies, its inability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is no eggs discovered, hatch time 10 cycles, egg not obtainable, height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters, weight is 948 pounds or 430 kilograms, base experience yield is 215 in Gen 4 and 275 plus. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3 and special attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is brown, and base friendship is 100. Heatran is a dual type fire/steel legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology: Heatran is a reddish-brown quadrupedal Pokemon. It is dotted with orange and gray spots, and has metal bangles locked on its legs. Its 4 claws on each of its feet are in a cross formation. Heatran has a gray underside, and its face is covered by an iron mask with red-orange eyes uncovered. Its eyes seem to remain open even when it is asleep. Whenever it is seen with its mouth open, an orange glow emanates from inside it. Boiling magma like blood circulates through its body, while its body is rugged steel. Certain parts of it are partially melted due to Heatran's own intense body heat. Heatran is believed to the embodiment of the planet's boiling core. According to legends, Heatran is said to have been birthed from the boiling magma within volcanic mountains such as Mount Coronet and Reversal Mountain. A magma stone is capable of both controlling and sealing Heatran within its lair. Without the power of the stone, it would rampage and cause the volcanic crater where it dwells to erupt. Heatran's claws allow it to dig deep into walls. Its feet allow it to stick to surfaces so it can hang and climb on walls and ceilings. Heatran climbing on the ceiling of a cave. The body of a Heatran is said to hold many unsolved mysteries. Heatran has the ability to form a shield around itself in order to protect itself from harm. Heatran is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Magma Storm. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Judge, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Heatran is the guardian of the Fiery Drum. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volumia. Heatran is the guardian of the Red Gem. Pokedex entries in Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl. It dwells in volcanic caves. It digs in with its cross-shaped feet to crawl on ceilings of walls. Platinum. Its body is made of rugged steel, however, it is partially melted in spots because of its own heat. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Boiling blood, like magma, circulates through its body. It makes its dwelling place in volcanic caves. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is Diamond, Pearl, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold and Soul Silver and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Stories tell of this Pokemon being birthed from the boiling magma within Mount Coronet. Its molten steel body holds many mysteries. Game locations, side game locations, in events. Stats, base stats, HP 91, attack 90, defense 106, special attack 130, special defense 106, speed 77, for a total of 600. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by rock, ghost, fire, electric, and dark, weak to fighting, and water for double, and ground for 4, immune to poison, resistant to normal, flying, psychic, and dragon for half, and bug, steel, grass, ice, and fairy for a fourth. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has flash fire, the effectiveness of fire type moves is 0, so it'll be 0 instead of 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of dark type and ghost type moves were half, so both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up: 1 Fire Spin and Leer, 6 Metal Claw, 12 Ancient Power, 18 Fire Fang, 24 Scary Face, 30 Iron Head, 36 Crunch, 42 Lava Plume, 48 Metal Sound, 54 Earth Power, 60 Heat Wave, 66 Stone Edge, and 72 Magma Storm. By TM00 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 21 Pounce, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 89 Body Press, 93 Flash Cannon, 94 Dark Pulse, 99 Iron Head, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 108 Crunch, 115 Dragon Pulse, 116 Stealth Rock, 118 Heat Wave, 121 Heavy Slam, 125 Flamethrower, 133 Earth Power, 141 Fire Blast, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 157 Overheat, 163 Hyper Beam, 165 Flare Blitz, 168 Solar Beam, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 185 Lunge, 189 Heat Crash, 195 Burning Jealousy, 215 Scorching Sands, 223 Metal Sound, and 225 Hard Press. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volumia, in the browser entry. It attacks by launching magma that explodes. Guardian Signs. It launches volcanic bombs that create pools of magma. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pet entry. Heatran came to the Pokepark looking for an attraction that would get him fired up. Did he find it? See for yourself at Rhyperior's Bumper Burn. Got all this. Evolution data, just Heatran. Sprites here, so lot like wider face it looks like. Well, that could just be the angle, I guess. The eyes are red rather than orange. That's interesting. Red for the shiny and with pink eyes. Interesting. And the silver is like replaced by this like light gold, I guess. Platinums, it's down a lot lower. The silver is more like gray. This is also changed for the shiny to be a lot lighter. In Gen 5, get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Very interesting adaptation here. Very, I don't know. Just, it feels weird. I don't know why. Seems pretty faithful, but also at the same time very strange. Gen 7. I think they make the body a little bit smaller, maybe? Feels much more accurate, I think, somehow. And I don't know how. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. In animation, Heatran and Pokemon Journeys the series. Heatran reoccurring is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 169 in Dawn's Pokedex.
Heatran, the lava dome Pokemon. Heatran lives in volcanic caves and uses its cross-shaped claws to maneuver across stone walls.
Pokemon Generations, Heatran in Pokemon Generations. In the manga, Heatran in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. The TCG. Trivia, no other Pokemon has the same type combination as Heatran. Heatran's type combination has the most double resistances of all combinations with 5. Steel, Bug, Grass, Ice, and Fairy. Before Gen 6, it only had 4 double resistances. Steel, Bug, Grass, and Ice. In the Japanese version of Pokemon X and Y, 2 women in Juane Plaza mimic the sounds of Pokemon. One mimics the sound of a Heatran while the other complements her. However, this is mistranslated in the English version to say that there is a lava dome Pokemon in Juane Plaza. Heatran is the only Pokemon introduced before hidden abilities that cannot be obtained with its hidden ability in any game without an ability patch. Heatran is the only legendary Pokemon to not have either an alternate form, evolution, or relation to another Pokemon. Origin, Heatran may be based on volcanic remains. Its steel typing may reference how the Earth's inner core is made of solid metal under immense pressure. It may be also based on a personification of magma. In the ancient mythologies of most cultures, the eruptions of volcanoes were explained by the presence of a fire monster living within it, often a dragon. Name origin, Heatran may be derived from heat transfer. Its Japanese name may involve dragon. Languages, related articles, external links to the legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Heatran's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Arceus and the Jewel of Life. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, childhood companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup, have met Sheena here. She's the guardian of a temple, and they have been sent back in time by Dialga to the day that her ancestor Damos betrayed Arceus. They are watching that happen right now.
Oh, that's Damos!
So there's the Heatran. And that is Heatran's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people of Heatran. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Heatran. This is 4850 Lava Heatran by Pink Dank K. So this lava Heatran, apparently it's a reference to one of the movies. Very interesting. This is The Last Legend Heatran for Juga Conroy by Tamron Frog. I got this nice Heatran artwork here with this lava. I guess it probably just consumed a bunch of it, maybe, or maybe it spit it out. I don't know. Very interesting. This is Heatran used Magma Storm by Dreamgate Gad. So this nice stylized Heatran here using Magma Storm. Very well done. This is Heatran Magma Storm by Ishmam. So their version of Heatran using Magma Storm. Very interesting. Very well done. This is Heatran by Hot Tub USA. This fun Heatran here. Yeah, a little stylized maybe. Very well done. This is 0485 Heatran by Aaron Tiger Tier. This AI image of a more realistic Heatran. This is Heatran by G-Bomber. This nice Heatran image with on the background with fire and steel. It's fun with the gears. Seems to be from March 15th, 2022. Heatran, number 485. Yeah, very well done. This is Heatran, Paper Mario style by Vin Chao Lee, 1995. It's this nice image of Heatran in the Paper Mario style. Very well done. This is Heatran by James Gunderman. I'm pretty sure this is just the official art. Bentha, the Heatran by Blue Haruka. This fun, sort of stylized Heatran here, much more beast-like. That's fun. This is Heatran by Delta Hexagon. It's another sort of more like creature-like. You can almost see this maybe being in the Monster Hunter series. It seems to be from 2025. Very well done. This is Heatran gains the Magma type by Eric GL 1996. So Heatran, Magma, Steel type. Yeah, Heatran. This is Volzern Garnatran by Technavage 2104. So this fusion between a bunch of legendaries. Volcanion, Xerneas, Heatran, Yavatal, and Zygarde. Very interesting. This is Hot 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 Fire Pokemon by Lushy's Art. So this nice image of a bunch of fire-type Pokemon. We got the Heatran here. Charizard, Moltres, Darumaka, Entei, Sunnyform, Castform, Ponyta, Salazzle, Charmander, Chimchar, Flareon, Magby, Torchic, Cyndaquil, Tepig, Incineroar, Pansear, Magmar, Litten, and Torkoal. Very well done. This is Fiery Magma Heatran by Cinderman. It's a nice image of a Heatran here. Very well done. This is Heatran Earth's Core by Ito Nova Illustrator. So this nice Heatran here. I guess it's supposed to be deep underground. Very well done. This is Heatran by Massey. It's this nice Heatran image. I guess taking some lava from underground. Fun. This doesn't contain a Heatran, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Regigigas. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Regigigas, the first normal-type legendary Pokemon. Its previous BYC dates are June 26th, 1997, April 16th, 2000, February 5th, 2003, November 26th, 2005, September 16th, 2008, July 8th, 2011, April 28th, 2014, February 16th, 2017, December 8th, 2019, and September 28th, 2022. I most know Regigigas from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. I also know it as the inspiration behind one of the buildings in Poketopia in Pokemon Battle Revolution. I always thought that Regigigas was introduced with Registeel in Gen 4. As for its design, I like it. The moss growing on it is a great design, as it not only shows that this Pokemon hasn't been active for a long time, but it also connects it to the land that it allegedly brought together. Speaking of which, I've always been confused as to why it's not a ground-type Pokemon. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Regigigas, the colossal Pokemon whose number is 0486. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, ability slow start, gender ratios, gender unknown, catch rate is 3 or 1.6%, breedings, egg group, no eggs discovered, hatch time 120 cycles, egg not obtainable, height is 12 foot 2 or 3.7 meters, weight is 925.9 pounds or 420 kilograms. Base experience yield is 220 in Gen 4 and 302 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is white, and base friendship is 0. Regigigas is a normal type legendary Pokemon, introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Regigigas is the creator of the legendary giants, often viewed as their leader by fans. Biology. Regigigas is a large white golem-like Pokemon. It has large yellow bands on its shoulders and wrists and a yellow sloping section on its chest that appears to be in its head. This section contains 7 black circular eyes arranged in a specific pattern. The pattern is Regigigas' way of showing its anger. Its eyes glow red when it is provoked. It has 6 gems around its head. The upper ones are red, the middle ones are cyan, and the bottom ones are gray. Regigigas has long arms with 3 fairly human-like white fingers and short legs. Its body is covered in black stripes, and it has large bushes of moss growing in its back and feet. Regigigas in the form of a stone of life. Regigigas is an extremely skilled craftsman. Long ago, it created 5 golems in its image and brought them to life. It used ice, rocks, magma, and a cluster of electric energy and crystallized dragon energy to create these golems. They'd be known as the legendary Pokemon Regice, Regirock, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago. Regigigas is also capable of controlling these legendary giants, even if they already belong to a trainer. It can also survive extreme conditions, as it is able to work with the boiling temperatures of magma as well as frigid ice. Negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit / negative 200 degrees Celsius. When Regigigas is disturbed from its slumber, it goes on a rampage and shoots powerful beams of energy. When it is befriended, however, it'll become a calm and gentle giant. According to an enduring Sinnoh legend, after it created the legendary giants, Regigigas pulled land masses together and binded them with ropes to create the regions of the Pokemon world. At some point, Regigigas fell into a deep sleep inside the Snow Point Temple. To reawaken it, one must unlock the door, the chamber where Regigigas is sealed in. Regigigas is the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Crush Grip. Prior to Gen 9, Slow Start was its signature ability. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Regigigas appears as a statue along with 4 Bronzong and 4 Hitmonlee in Aegis Cave. When the player's team and Team Charm reach them, the statues come to life and battle the 2 teams. After being defeated, Regigigas rises again and smashes the ground with its fist, causing the earth outside to heave up and reveal the entrance to the concealed ruin. Afterward, Regigigas can be battled again and recruited. Pokédex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl.
There's an enduring legend that states this Pokemon towed continents with ropes.
Platinum.
It is said to have made Pokemon that look like itself from a special ice mountain, rocks, and magma.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
It is believed to have shaped Regirock, Regice, and Registeel out of clay, ice, and magma.
The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is the same entry. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is Platinum, the Gen 5, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Diamond, Pearl, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Sword.
All over the world, there are legends that tell of Regigigas creating other Pokemon in its own image.
Pokédex entry only found in Pokemon Home. Shield.
It's said that Regigigas created other Pokemon from many different materials before it moved the continents to where they are today.
Pokédex only found in Pokemon Home. The Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart, Legends Arceus.
According to legend, Regigigas pulled land masses together and bound them with rope to create the continent of Hisui, though I have my doubts the story could, well, contain a shred of truth.
Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in events. Get the Custap Berry 100% of the time, and the Gold Ball Cap 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 110, attack 160, defense 110, special attack 80, special defense 110, speed 100 for a total of 670. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Pound in Confuse Ray, 6 Payback, 12 Facade, 18 Stomp, 24 Protect, 30 Knockoff, 36 Mega Punch, 42 Body Press, 48 Wide Guard, 54 Zen Headbutt, 60 Heavy Slam, 66 Hammer Arm, 72 Giga Impact, and 78 Crush Grip. By TM007 Protect, 17 Confuse Ray, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 121 Heavy Slam, 126 Thunderbolt, 133 Earth Power, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 178 Gravity, 179 Smackdown, 181 Knockoff, 186 High Horsepower, 189 Heat Crash, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, and 225 Hard Press. By reading this nothing, side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry.
It creates shockwaves with every step. It throws punches to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It launches powerful beams and lets loose shockwaves as it walks.
Got all this. In Pokemon Go, Regigigas can be obtained by completing the ticketed special research, a colossal discovery, or by defeating Giovanni. Evolution data, it's just Regigigas sprites here. So, oh, that's interesting. It's like a blue tint rather than just pure white. Probably a lot more simplified as well as it generally is. And the shiny has blue replacing the yellow part. And then it's much more white and platinums, the body. It's like doing this pose rather than just, I think, moving its arms, I think. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. It's like a much bigger pose. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. A little wider, it looks like. Yeah, probably a lot wider. That's interesting. Pretty good adaptation, though, otherwise. Gen 7. Not much changes. Actually, maybe it does. Hold on. The back. I don't know if it's like a different angle, but the back markings look a little different, particularly down here. That's interesting. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. Animation, Regigigas in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 129, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Regigigas, the colossal Pokemon. According to legend, Regigigas has towed continents using ropes.
Pokemon Generations, Regigigas in Pokemon Generations, gotcha, in the manga. Regigigas in Pokemon Adventures, got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Regigigas appears as a spirit. Trivia, due to its ability weakening it, Regigigas has more in common with Slacking than it does with other legendary Pokemon. They share the same normal type, the same base stat total of 670, the same base attack stat of 160, and abilities that limit their power. Regigigas and Slacking also have the highest base attack stat of all normal-type Pokemon. Regigigas is the only one of the legendary giants not to have its type referenced in its name. In Platinum, by hacking to obtain Cherish Balls, it is possible to trick the game into opening Rock Peak, Iceberg, and Iron Ruins by catching the in-game Regigigas in a Cherish Ball. The game thinks the Regigigas was obtained at an event. In Gen 4, Regigigas is the only Pokemon required to acquire the diploma that cannot be obtained without the use of Pal Park or an event, even with all Gen 4 titles. This limitation occurs because Regigigas cannot be obtained without the use of the other legendary giants, which in turn cannot be obtained without either transferring them from Gen 3 or obtaining them in Platinum with an event, Regigigas. Regigigas is the only Gen 4 legendary Pokemon whose attack stat is higher than its special attack stat. I read the 6th point in the Magikarp video, but not the sub-points, so I'll read them. Regigigas is the lowest leveled legendary Pokemon that can be encountered in the wild, being level 1 when fought in Pokemon Platinum. Regigigas also has the highest level of any scripted Pokemon encounter in the wild at level 100 in the Crown Tundra, tied with the Shadow Giratina in Ramanas Park in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Regigigas has the widest overworld sprite of all Pokemon. Regigigas and Eternatus have very similar category names in Japanese, with the only difference being in how they're written. Regigigas' category name is in Hiragana, while Eternatus' category name is in Katakana. In either case, the category name is pronounced the same, Kyodai Pokemon, which means gigantic Pokemon. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Regigigas is the only legendary Pokemon whose research tasks for the Pokedex do not involve seeing it using its signature move. Origin, Regigigas seems to be based on the golems of Hebrew legend. Specifically, Regigigas seems to have parallels to the legendary golem of Prague, whose immense power also intimidated people, and which ultimately resulted in it being subdued and sealed away. The 7 eyes on Regigigas' face may be based on the the Braille alphabet, which was necessary to use in order to encounter the legendary giants for the first time in the sealed chamber, possibly alluding to the writing placed on the forehead of Hebrew golems. Alternatively, Regigigas may be based on the Titans of Greek mythology, with it being sealed away, likely being a reference to the aftermath of the Titanomachy, which resulted in the Titans being imprisoned in the underworld. Regigigas also shares some similarities with the Daidarabachi, a gigantic yokai. Regigigas' Pokedex entries seem to reference the Kunabiki myth, which describes how Omitsunu, a demigod said to have the strength and size of a Daidarabachi, pulled huge chunks of land via ropes to expand his kingdom. Regigigas' 3 pairs of gems might represent its servant golems that were introduced before it. The red pair might represent Regirock, the blue pair might represent Regice, and the gray pair might represent Registeel. Its overall form also resembles that of a Blemmies. Name origin: Regigigas may be a combination of Regis, Latin for royal, and Gigas, Latin for giant. In other languages, see also external links to legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of the anime featuring Regigigas.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In this film, in the reverse world, the main antagonist is destroying this glacier, and we're panning up to what I assume is the Snow Point Temple. There's Regigigas. Waking up. And that is Regigigas' first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Regigigas. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Regigigas. This is Regigigas by MFA Art 123. This is a really nice image of a Regigigas and a trainer, I guess, and presumably their Rose Raid. Yes, so yeah, very well done. This is Regigigas, the Great Golem by Nagan Lamb Songs. This nice image of Regigigas here, putting up this rock. Yeah, very well done, very unique angle. This is Regigigas fan art by Kamuro Draws. This nice image showing Regigigas pulling the continents, and we got a Wailord, and a couple Wingull here, even though it's, I'm pretty sure, not as big as a Wailord, but I guess they imagine it had to be this big for it to be able to move continents. This is Regigigas by AkZZZ. It's this nice image of Regigigas here, in like the sand dune, I guess, and presumably trainer, and their Piplup, I think it is, and then Rattata there as well. Very well done. This is Regigigas Crossing by Goatright. It's this nice image of Regigigas walking through the water, I guess, of this lake or something. Past these mountains. Yeah, very well done. This is A Needle in a Haystack by Louis C. Cosa. So this fun image of Regigigas, I guess it's trying to find a specific Shaymin among all these Shaymin. That's very nice. Very well done. This is Regimom Loses Her Shit by The Grazen. So, that's this fun little comic here. You have Regigigas holding Regieleki and Regidrago, holding them like they are like newborns, I guess. Babies, yeah. Doing their cries, I guess. Arceus here says, "Aw, so cute. What are they saying?" Dun dun dun, and they're making the noises. I don't know. Making more noises. But they never shut up. Yes. Very well done. This is Regigigas by Anime Toku Sentai. This is nice. Looks like it's maybe on a whiteboard. It's like definitely in person. I don't really know the medium that it's using. Very interesting. This is Regigigas Paper Mario Style by Vin Chao Lee, 1995. This nice Regigigas in the Paper Mario style. Very well done. This is Regigigas illustration by Bulu Kumi's work. We got this Regigigas t-shirt, I guess. And then this seems like the same design on the background there. Very well done. This is El Equipo Pokemon de Knuckles de Sinnoh by Elf Dragon 35. So it's the Pokemon that they believe Knuckles would have in the Sinnoh region. I've talked about this in one of the previous videos, I can't remember which one though. They believe that it would have a Torterra, Rhyperior, a Gallade, a Magmortar, a Powdon, and a Regigigas. This is Hunter faces Regigigas by Trackboy1. You might be on level 1, but I'm gonna catch you, Regigigas. So bring it on. Go, Altaria, I choose you. So I guess it's this trainer fighting Regigigas with an Altaria. Very well done. This is PMD, Regigigas Portraits by Heart the Glaceon. So they compiled all of the portraits in one of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. Or maybe multiple. The 7 Trio Masters by Tony Fictitium. So we got 7 of them. So Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza, Regigigas, Arceus, Cobalion, and Landorus. These, I guess, are the ones that are considered the leaders of their groups. Yeah, very interesting. This is Regigigas by Wa Murrell. This nice, very stylized Regigigas here, and like I guess a trainer probably encountering it for the first time, or someone encountering it for the first time. Very interesting. Or maybe it's creating one of the other Regis. I don't know. This is The Great Lonely King of Sinnoh by Drago Spiderstein. It's a stylized Regigigas here. Gods Have Little Use for Irony by Terry Pratchett. That's a very fun image of it, presumably in the Snow Point Temple. Very well done. This is Pokemon Tarot Strength by Sayume. So you've got Regigigas holding up this steel beam, probably protecting Regirock, Registeel, and Regice. Very well done. This is Regigigas by Sonic Mega Batman 274. This nice hand-drawn image of Regigigas here. And yeah, very well done. This is Day of Reckoning Pokemon Evo by Joshua Dunlop. So this interesting art of Regigigas here, I guess, terrorizing people, and people are attacking it. Yeah, very interesting. This is Regigigas test animation by Riley221. So this nice animation of this model here that they've created, I guess. That's fun. And this doesn't contain a Regigigas, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Giratina. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Giratina, the only Ghost Dragon Pokemon, and the first Pokemon to have these types, and Ghost Legendary Pokemon. It's also the final Ghost and Dragon type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Origin form Giratina is the tallest Ghost-type Pokemon, and altered form Giratina is the heaviest Ghost-type Pokemon. If one doesn't count Origin form Dialga as a Gen 4 Pokemon, Origin form Giratina is also the tallest Gen 4 Pokemon, and altered form Giratina is also the heaviest Gen 4 Pokemon. Its previous BYC dates are June 27th, 1997, April 17th, 2000, February 6th, 2003, November 27th, 2005, September 17th, 2008, July 9th, 2011, April 29th, 2014, February 17th, 2017, December 9th, 2019, and September 29th, 2022. I most know Giratina as the box art legendary of Pokemon Platinum. I also know it from Giratina and the Sky Warrior, which happens to be what we're watching today. I love Giratina's designs. They feel unusual and a little demonic, which I think works for the distortion world. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Giratina, the Renegade Renegade Pokemon, whose number is 0487. This is Altered Form Giratina. This is what it looks like. This is Origin Form Giratina. This is what it looks like. Type is Ghost Dragon. Since this is the only Ghost Dragon Pokemon, I'll point out the Ghost inside and the Dragon outside. Abilities, Pressure as Altered Form Giratina. Telepathy is its ability. Levitate is Origin Form Giratina's ability. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 120 cycles. Egg not obtainable. As Altered Form Giratina, it's a 14'9" or 4.5 meters and 1,653.5 pounds, or 750 kilograms. As Origin Form Giratina, it's 22'8" or 6.9 meters and 1,433 pounds, or 650 kilograms. Base experience yield is 220 in Gen 4 and 306 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3 in HP. Shape is that. Other forms may have other shapes. Footprint is that in altered form. Its origin form doesn't have a footprint. Pokédex color is black, and base friendship is 0. Giratina is a dual-type Ghost/Dragon legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. While it's not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Giratina transforms into its standard form, called its altered form, into a second form called its origin form, while either holding a Grishis Orb, Gen 4 to 8, a Grishis Core, Gen 8 onward, or while in its home, the Distortion World. Giratina's origin form was officially revealed in early February 2008. Giratina is the game mascot of Pokémon Platinum, appearing on the box art in its origin form. Along with Dialga and Palkia, it is one of the Pokémon of Myth, representing antimatter. Biology, Giratina is a large, gray, draconic Pokémon with 3 gold half-rings on each side of its long neck. Its head has a gold crown-like object surrounding it with 2 large horns pointing sideways. A thick black stripe runs vertically along its front with 5 red horizontal stripes. In its altered form, it has 2 large black ghostly wings with 3 red tips on each that can resemble claws. These wings can change shape as if made of a liquid or gas. Its 6 legs are thick and have golden claws. 2 golden half circles similar to those on its neck are on each side of each leg, resembling shackles. It has a tail with 2 band-like markings. Altered form Giratina's wings shaped into claws. According to the myths and legends of the Sinnoh region, in the beginning of time, the mythical Pokemon Arceus created the Pokemon of antimatter Giratina, the Pokemon of time Dialga, and the Pokemon of space Palkia, all 3 in their origin forms. After the Pokemon universe was created due to Giratina's violent nature, Arceus banished it to the Distortion World, a world that lies on the reverse side of the Pokemon world. Since then, Giratina carried a strong grudge against its creator Arceus, and was willing to stand against it with the help of a human named Volo, but after being beaten by a human from another time and fleeing, it would start to change its ways and protect the universe from threats such as Cyrus, who had a similar goal to its former partner. Giratina is highly aggressive and territorial, likely other reasons for its banishment. It has been reported to appear in ancient cemeteries. Giratina has the power to tear holes in reality, sometimes even creating a space-time rift. It is so big and powerful that it can even throw both Dialga and Palkia into a frenzy. The rift will also create smaller space-time distortions all over the region it was created in. The rift can also release lightnings that drive noble Pokemon into a frenzy as well. It is also capable of cloaking itself in darkness as it attacks. It generally moves by levitating itself in the air as opposed to walking on its 6 legs. Giratina is said to be equal in strength to its siblings, Dialga and Palkia. Giratina is said to have observed the real world silently while in its home dimension. It remains in its altered form while outside of its home dimension. Unlike in the games, Pokemon movies depict Giratina only opening portals through reflective surfaces. Giratina also had many different titles throughout the years: the Vanished Pokemon, Arceus' Shadow, the Pokemon of Shadows, and the being on the other side of our world. Giratina is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Force by leveling up. Forms, Giratina can change between its altered form and origin form. Compared to Palkia and Dialga, both of which resemble Arceus in their origin forms, Giratina's origin form takes on a serpentine look. Its legs are reduced to golden tipped spikes, and 4 additional golden spikes appear near the edge of its tail. While in origin form, the 6 gold half-rings can grip objects The back points of each half ring have a black ghostly tendril with a red spike at its tip. The horns on its head are now facing back. The sides of the golden crown cover its mouth and separate vertically like an insect's mandible when it opens its mouth. The black vertical stripe is broken into pieces and runs down its body. The origin form of Giratina is said to be Giratina's true form, capable of traveling through and controlling dimensions besides those of time and space. Giratina can only be in its origin form when in its home, the distortion world, or when holding either a Gricious Orb or Gricious Core. Giratina can also maintain its origin form in the real world without items, should it get a sufficient amount of power, enough to potentially be equal to Arceus. Giratina is at its full power when in its origin form, and is always levitated in this state. When in its origin form, it can pass through dimensions at will, although it will turn back into its altered form due to the gravity change from the distortion world. Giratina has the power to turn itself into a shadow and to merge the distortion world with the Pokemon world, as seen during the events of Spear Pillar. However, this has the dangerous side effect of distorting it to the risk of being destroyed. In Pokemon Adventures, Giratina was shown to be capable of using the terrain of the distortion world to encase and trap its targets. So, altered form, origin form, Giratina's plate mask opened. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Giratina is the guardian of the Rock Horn. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. An illusion of Giratina is used by Solosis and Litwick when battling the children of Serene Village inside Ancient Barrow. The real Giratina appears as the guardian of the Grass Looplet in the Grass Continent's Zero Isle. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Giratina is one of the major antagonists and boss of the game. It is one of Arceus' creations alongside Dialga and Palkia. In anger for being banished to the distortion world by Arceus, it partnered up with a human named Volo and tore open a rift in space-time above Mount Coronet to try and force Arceus out of hiding. So, Giratina alongside Volo in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Pokédex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl.
A Pokemon that is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours. It appears in an ancient cemetery.
Platinum.
It was banished for its violence. It silently gazed upon the old world from the distortion world.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
This Pokemon is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours, where common knowledge is distorted and strange.
The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Altered Form Giratina. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus.
There is one Hisuian verse that tells of a powerful light creating a deep shadow. I imagine that this deep shadow is Giratina.
In its origin form, Legends Arceus.
Giratina loses its legs upon changing into this form. I believe this Pokemon must hail from a world where the heavens and the earth are as one, though I have no way of proving it.
Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it has the Gricious Orb 100% of the time. In events, it can have the Gricious Orb 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Altered Form and Origin Form. HP 150, that stays the same. Attack 100, that goes up to 120. Defense 120, that goes down to 100. Special Attack 100, that goes up to 120. Special Defense 120, that goes down to 100. Speed 90, that stays the same, so they both have a total of 680. Pokeathlon stats, you got the Altered Form and the Origin Form, we'll just scroll through this. Type effectiveness, will compare Altered Form and Origin Form. Altered Form is damaged normally by Flying, Ground, Rock, Steel, and Psychic, while Origin Form is damaged normally by Flying, Rock, Steel, and Psychic. They're both weak to Ghost, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy for double. Altered Form is immune to Normal and Fighting. Origin Form is immune to Normal, Fighting, and Ground, so it moves the Ground from 1 and Altered to 0 in Origin. They're both resistant to Poison, Bug, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, all for half. In the Altered Form box, notes, if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy or this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1, so both would go from 0 to 1. Origin Form, notes, if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent or this Pokemon has Scrappy, the effectiveness of normal type and fighting type moves is 1, so they both would go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. In Gen 4 only, when Giratina is in its origin form, due to holding the Grishis Orb, it cannot have its ability changed by any means, such as Skill Swap or Worry Seed. Giratina's ability can still be copied by Trace or Roleplay, or suppressed by Gastro Acid. This effect is unrelated with the ability itself. Giratina can still have its ability changed when it is in its altered form. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Shadow Sneak and Defog, 7. Dragon Breath, 14. Ancient Power, 21. Hex, 28/35. Scary Face, 42. Shadow Claw, 49. Pain Split, 56. Aura Sphere, 63. Dragon Claw, 70. Earth Power, 77. Shadow Force, and 84. Destiny Bond. By TM001 Takedown, 6. Scary Face, 7. Protect, 17. Confused Ray, 25. Facade, 28. Bulldoze, 29. Hex, 32. Swift, 34. Icy Wind, 44. Dragon Tail, 47. Endure, 49. Sunny Day, 50. Rain Dance, 61. Shadow Claw, 66. Body Slam, 70. Sleep Talk, 78. Dragon Claw, 82. Thunder Wave, 85. Rest, 94. Dark Pulse, 97. Fly, 99. Iron Head, 103. Substitute, 107. Will-O-Wisp, 112. Aura Sphere, 114 Shadow Ball, 115 Dragon Pulse, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 133 Earth Power, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 151 Phantom Force, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 169 Draco Meteor, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 178 Gravity, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 198 Poltergeist, 202 Pain Split, 219 Skitter Smack, 222 Breaking Swipe, and 224 Curse. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, altered form, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry.
It spits out auras imbued with explosive emotions and creates gusts of dark wind.
Got all this. Its origin form, you got all this. Form data, along with the other members of the Pokemon of Myth, Giratina has the ability to switch to a second form, Origin Form. However, Giratina is unique in that its standard form is called Altered Form. Giratina's Altered Form debuted in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, while its Origin Form was introduced in Pokemon Platinum. From Platinum to Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it transforms into its Origin Form while holding a Grishis Orb. In Platinum, it also transforms into its Origin Form while in the Distortion World. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it changes between its forms when exposed to a Grishis Core. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Giratina transforms into its Origin Form while holding a Grishis Core. If it is deposited in Pokemon Home, it will revert to its altered form. So, Altered Form Giratina, Grishis Core, Origin Form Giratina, Distortion World or holding a Grishis Core, Origin Form Giratina. The forms differ in their base stats. Giratina's Origin Form has its defense and special defense switched with its attack and special attack. Its base stat total is unchanged. In Legends Arceus, its signature move, Shadow Force, has modified base power and accuracy when used by its Origin Form, as well as a unique animation. So I read both of these already. Evolution data is just Giratina. Sprites here, so a lot, well, more colorful, I guess. Not as much faded and a little bit sillier looking, I think. It's not, you know, because it's all, like, squished and stuff at this point. And then shiny, blue replaces the red. It's kind of maybe light gold replaces the gray color, and then the silver replaces the gold colors. That's fun. Platinums, we then get the Origin Form. And the angle is slightly different in Platinums. Actually, the whole, like, wings are also different. That's interesting. Well, the main body doesn't look to be that much different. That's a weird angle thing. And then, yeah, we get Origin Form, and of course, same kind of idea, that it's keeps it, you know, silver, blue, and gold, yeah. And Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the little animation changes for Platinums. That's interesting. In Gen 5, get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, so get the models, but also it's a lot longer, because, you know, they could do that now. They weren't restricted to, like, the sprite space. Yeah. Taller, a little bit wider as well. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. Colors are probably also a little lighter and different and stuff. Yes. In Gen 7, not really much changes, except that's probably more of an animation. Yeah, that's probably more of an animation. These seem a lot wider. Or it's probably, yeah, like they probably wave around. In Gen 8, in this game, you get these models, which are cut off. Oh, these are too. These are very cut off. That's interesting. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Altered form Giratina and Arceus in the Jewel of Life. Giratina movie is the big one. Origin form Giratina in Pokemon the series. Got all this. Pokemon Generations. Altered form Giratina in Pokemon Generations. Origin form Giratina in Pokemon Generations. Gotcha in the manga. Altered form Giratina in Pokemon Adventures. Origin form Giratina in Pokemon Adventures, both in color. That's fun. Got all these. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Altered form Giratina appears as a Pokeball summon. It uses Dragon Breath to cause a whirlwind. It also causes damage on contact. Giratina in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Altered form Giratina also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. Trophy information in the North American version. This ghost/dragon-type Pokemon is a resident of the Distortion World. When it is given a Gricious Orb, it can change into its origin form. Its Dragon Breath attack can catch fighters in a powerful, damaging tornado. If you're on the receiving end, be careful it doesn't carry you right off the stage. The PAL version, also called the Renegade Pokemon, Giratina lives in a dimension known as the Distortion World. It has two forms and will only be seen in its origin form. In our world, if it's holding a Gricious Orb, its Dragon Breath attack creates a powerful tornado that not only damages you, but can carry you off the stage. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Giratina returns as a Pokeball summon, retaining its behavior from the previous game. Giratina cannot be summoned on Balloon Fight, Brinstar, Corneria, Dreamland, GB, Golden Plains, Green Hill Zone, Jungle Japes, Living Room, Mute City, SNES, Reset, Bomb, Forest, Suzaku, Castle, Tomodachi Life, Tortimer Island, WarioWare Inc., or Yoshi's Island. It also appears as two spirits, one in its altered form, which can be enhanced into its origin form. Giratina in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with Bowser Jr. and his clown copter. Trivia, Giratina has many differences from the other members of its trio. In Platinum, it has its own unique battle music, can change forms between altered form and origin form, and has two different menu sprites. It is the only member without any double resistances. Its HP is the highest stat rather than special attack. It does not have a Pokemon of Myth Orb in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. The Gricious Orb was introduced in Pokemon Platinum. It is met at level 70 in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, while the other members are met at 47. This is reversed in Pokemon Platinum. It is separated from the other members of its group in the Pokedex by Heatran and Regigigas. It is the only member without a 100% recruit rate in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. It is the only member whose box art differs from its official art released with Diamond and Pearl. Giratina's encounter in the Distortion World in Pokemon Platinum has several distinctions from other battles. At the start of the battle, it uniquely descends from the top of the screen and is accompanied by the unique message, "The Distortion World's Giratina appeared." It is still a wild Pokemon despite the unique message. No platform is depicted beneath Giratina, and it does not have a shadow until it uses Shadow Force or breaks out of a Pokeball. So, origin form, Giratina in the Distortion World in Pokemon Platinum, you got the message and the fact that it has no platform or shadow. Altered form, Giratina at Turnback Cave in Pokemon Platinum, so you can see there's a platform here, and the wild message. And Shadow as well. Giratina is tied with Lunala, Dawn Wings, Necrozma, and Shadow Rider Calyrex for the highest base stat total of all Ghost-type Pokemon. Giratina is tied with Drifblim for the highest base HP stat of all Ghost-type Pokemon. Giratina is the only legendary Pokemon that can be obtained in all 5 of the Gen 4 Core Series handheld games. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the second frame of Giratina's altered form sprite was changed, but the static sprite remain the same. This sprite is also present in Pokemon Platinum's data, but is unused. In Black 2 and White 2, Fantina has an origin form Giratina without a Gricious Orb in the battle between legendary Pokemon. Altered form Giratina is the heaviest Ghost-type Pokemon and the only Dragon-type Pokemon with a multiped body. Origin form Giratina is both the tallest Ghost-type Pokemon and the tallest Gen 4 Pokemon. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, shiny Giratina in its origin form causes a game crash when using Shadow Force. This bug has yet to be fixed. The symbols for the Platinum expansion and the Lost Origin expansion resemble Giratina's origin form, seen from the front. Origin, according to Junichi Masuda and Takeshi Kwanachimaru, Giratina and the Distortion World are personifications of antimatter. Giratina may also draw inspiration from fallen angels, celestial beings that rebelled against God and were excommunicated to Hell, analogous to Giratina being exiled by Arceus to another dimension due to its belligerent nature. Furthermore, it might allude to Samael, who is the ruler of the fifth heaven and has grim and destructive duties whilst being a member of a heavenly host. In its altered form, Giratina resembles a European dragon or sauropod. It also shares similarities with some kaiju depictions in popular media. Its wings may be based on a bat's, and its body has an insect-like six-legged feature. Origin form Giratina's serpentine body may be based on a Chinese dragon, an Amphitere, or an Umukade, a giant centipede with dragon-like features, said to prey on dragon and be as large as a mountain. It may also be based on a seraph, a class of angels known for its 6 wings and, in some depictions, a serpentine body. Similarly, it also shares some similarities with other serpents or dragon-like creatures in Abrahamic religions such as the ancient serpent or the Leviathan. The design of its 6 wings may be based on a scorpion, stinger, or spider legs. Additionally, its ghost type may parallel its counterpart's type. Palkia is part water type and Dialga is part steel type. All 3 may reference the 3 primary states of matter: gas, liquid, and solid. Name origin: Giratina may be derived from platina, Spanish for platinum. It may also involve guilty, guillotine, girari, onomatopoeia for glaring, and possibly Girasol, a type of opal. And languages, for the altered form and origin form as well, related articles, references, external links to legendary Pokemon, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Giratina's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In this film, we have Dialga here at this lake, and that's all that you really need to know. It's Giratina in the reverse world. Sees Dialga. And that is Giratina's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Giratina. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Giratina. This first one doesn't contain a Giratina. We'll start with the second one. This is Giratina Gold Leaf Wallpaper by Phoenix Mon. So this interesting AI image of gold. Giratina all gold. Giratina here. This is Giratina Gold Leaf by Phoenix Mon, another one that's mostly gold, still AI. This is Giratina and Smash Bros by Klutzkaka, so this AI version of Giratina. Then this is a video, so we haven't had a video before in the series, somehow. But I've decided what I'm gonna do for videos is not watch them, because it's one thing to take out images if people don't want them there, and another to, like, take out full videos, plus I'd have to probably do a bunch of stuff to, like, get this to actually work in the video, so we're just gonna stop here. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where we'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Cresselia. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Cresselia, the final Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Starting in Gen 5, it's also the final legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are June 28th, 1997, April 18th, 2000, February 7th, 2003, November 28th, 2005, September 18th, 2008, July 10th, 2011, April 30th, 2014, February 18th, 2017, December 10th, 2019, and September 30th, 2022. I like Cresselia's design. It feels very celestial, which I think is the point. I most know Cresselia from the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. I also know it from the current title screen of Pokemon Cafe Remix, as well as ads for the Cresselia vs. Darkrai event in Pokemon Sleep from a few months ago. But that event seems to suggest that it's a counter to Darkrai, which causes nightmares, suggesting that Cresselia causes dreams, or at least dispels nightmares. Let's find out more in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Before we begin, I'm gonna point out I have this new arm here, so that'll start appearing in the videos. Anyway, today we're talking about Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon, whose number is 0488. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic, ability, Levitate, gender ratio, 100% female, catch rate 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg groups, no eggs discovered, hatch time 120 cycles, egg not obtainable, height is 4 foot 11 or 1.5 meters, weight is 188.7 pounds or 85.6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 210 in Gen 4 and 275 plus. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3 in special defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 100. Cresselia is a psychic type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, is a member of the lunar duo with Darkrai. Biology, Cresselia is a Pokemon that has a blue swan-like body with a yellow underside. It has pink eyes, a dark pink round tuft on its head, and a pointed beak-like snout. There are yellow crescent-shaped ornaments on the sides of its head that merge in the back. It has a pointed tail-like protrusion on its rear. Cresselia has glowing pink ring-like wings on its sides and back. The wings on its sides are solid dark pink, while the wing on its back is larger and consists of 3 shades of pink. These wings, especially its back wing, release shining particles and undulate beautifully around the quarter moon. It has paw-like protrusions resting on its chest. Cresselia generally floats in the air, but may rest on the floor when it is injured. Due to its appearance, Cresselia is said to resemble a crescent moon and the woman who made the Milky Way. Cresselia has the power to dispel nightmares, and holding one of its feathers is said to bring happy dreams. It is also great at recovery and healing techniques. Cresselia can unleash spores in the air to cause confusion on opponents, while forming a shield to defend itself at the same time. Its relationship to its counterpart Darkrai can vary between individuals and canons, with some being antagonistic, as seen in Sleepless in Pre-Battle and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky, or cooperative, as seen in Nightfall Nightmares and A Midsummer's Night's Light. It tends to reside on an island or mountain that has a Darkrai nearby in order to keep an eye on it. Cresselia is a female-only species. As mentioned in Sleep-style decks, Cresselia has been observed on very rare occasions surrounded by light and praying in its sleep. There have been rumors that scientists felt a mysterious surge of power from this rare sight. Cresselia has 3 different sleep styles it sleeps in: flattened sleep, floaty, nodding sleep, or lunar blessing. Cresselia can combine its powers with Snorlax's drowsy power to repel Darkrai's nightmares through the power of slumbering. Cresselia is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Lunar Dance and Lunar Blessing. Game data and PC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Cresselia has made it her mission to foil Darkrai's plot of plunging everyone in the world into an endless nightmare. After healing Azurill from his nightmare, she joins the player's team as a guest in Dark Crater. After defeating Darkrai, Cresselia will offer to officially join the team back at Sharpedo Bluff. Spoilers end here. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia. Cresselia is the guardian of the Yellow Gem. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl. Shiny particles are released from its wings like a veil. It is said to represent the crescent moon. Platinum. On nights around the quarter moon, the aura from its tail extends and undulates beautifully. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Those who sleep holding Cresselia's feather are assured of joyful dreams. It is said to represent the crescent moon. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Cresselia is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is Diamond and Pearl, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
When it flies, it releases shiny particles from its veil-like wings. It is said to represent the crescent moon.
Legends Arceus.
Cresselia is reminiscent of the crescent moon. It leaves a brilliant line of light in its wake as it flies across the night sky. I dare say it resembles the heavenly maiden who created the Milky Way.
Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. In events, it has the expert belt 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Gen 4 through 8 and Gen 9. So HP 120, that stays the same. Attack 70, that stays the same. Defense 120, that went down to 110. Special attack 75, that stays the same. Special defense 130, that went down to 120. Speed 85, that stays the same. So this one has a total of 600, and this one has a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double, immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt. Or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Confusion and Double Team, 6 Mist, 12 Aura Beam, 18 Psy Beam, 24 Ally Switch, 30 Slash, 36 Psycho Cut, 42 Moonlight, 48 Safeguard, 54 Psychic, 60 Moonblast, 66 Future Sight, and 72 Lunar Dance and Lunar Blessing. By TM, TM005 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 16 Psy Beam, 17 Confuse Ray, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 98 Skill Swap, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 138 Psychic Terrain, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 178 Gravity, 203 Psych Up, 217 Future Sight, and 218 Expanding Force. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia, in the browser entry.
It lets loose strange orbs. It attacks by spitting orbs of psychic power.
Got all this.
Pokemon Sleep. Cresselia is said to represent the crescent moon. On very rare occasions, it can be seen surrounded by light and praying in its sleep. Rumor has it that scientists who saw this sight felt a mysterious surge of power.
Flattened Sleep, Floaty Nodding Sleep, Lunar Blessing Sleep. Evolution data is just Cresselia. Sprites here, so... Oh, it's more like a purple than this light blue. That's interesting. A lot darker colors all around. Huh. And then blue replaces the pink. Also has like a tan within it, not just 3 shades of pink or blue in this case, I guess. Purple replaces the sort of blue body. Platinum has a different animation. Moves around more. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the modern colors, and oh, it has like a blue at the end rather than just the pinks. That's interesting. And then this is like shades of green outlined by the blue. It's probably also a lot longer all around. In Gen 7, it removes the weird blue thing, implying that that's supposed to be like how some Pokemon with clear wings have this sort of blue effect in Gen 6 for some reason. So that's interesting. Also, I think changes the face a little bit, although that might just be the angle. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Much darker colors, that's interesting. Homes, we got this. An animation. Cresselia and Pokemon Journeys the series. Cresselia, reoccurring, is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 104. In Dawn's Pokedex.
Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon. Shining particles are released from Cresselia's wings like a veil, and it is said to represent the crescent moon.
In Journeys, episode 75, and Chloe's Rotom phone.
Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon, a psychic type. Cresselia has been called a representation of the moon. It is also said that its feathers can dispel nightmares.
In the manga, Cresselia and Pokemon Adventures, of some guy. I got all this, and TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Cresselia appears on the Spear Pillar stage as one of 3 Pokemon who appear in the center, the others being Dialga and Palkia. Cresselia acts completely different than the other 2 in terms of attacks it uses. It will often use Psycho Cuts around the field and sometimes shoot one large Psycho Cut as if it were a boomerang, hitting anyone that touches it. Cresselia in Super Smash Bros. Brawl with King DDD and Link. Trophy information. A lunar Pokemon. Cresselia appears on Full Moon Island and once discovered flies around different areas of Sinnoh. Its signature move causes Cresselia to faint but recovers all the HP and cures the status conditions of the next Pokemon its trainer sends out. Cresselia excels at recovery techniques and is unusual in that it appears only in female form. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Cresselia reprises its role as a stage hazard on the returning Spear Pillar stage. Spear Pillar now allows for any of the 3 legendary Pokemon to appear each time, rather than being set for the whole match. However, Cresselia appears much less frequently than Dialga and Palkia. Unlike in Brawl, the stage now has a green color tint when no Pokemon is active, and Cresselia's appearance does not change the color from this default green. In Brawl, Cresselia used the same blue tint as Dialga to signify its appearance. Cresselia also appears as a spirit, so Cresselia in the Spear Pillar stage in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Trivia, prior to Gen 6, Cresselia's shape was that. Cresselia is the only Psychic-type Pokemon with a serpentine body in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, despite being a legendary Pokemon. Battling the wild, Cresselia plays Battle Wild Pokemon. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Battle Strong Wild Pokemon plays instead. Cresselia is incorrectly stated to be an Ice-type in Pokemon for Coma. In the English demo of Diamond and Pearl, Eldritch refers to Cresselia as the Quarter Moon Pokemon. Cresselia is the only legendary Pokemon in the Coronet Highlands sublisting of the Hisui Pokedex. Origin, Cresselia seems to be based on a swan or a crane, and on a Shanu, the Chinese predecessor and counterpart of the Japanese Tenyo. Xianu and Tenyo are both central figures in swan maiden stories in East Asia, sometimes disguising themselves as a swan or a crane. Considering its lunar motif, Cresselia could be specifically based on Qianyi, Xianu and goddess of the moon in Chinese mythology. May also be inspired by other moon goddesses such as Selene. Cresselia's wings and the aura near its tail resembles planetary rings. They also resemble silk shawls worn by Xianu or higher, also referred to as Hagoromo, similar scarves worn by Tenin that are said to allow them to fly. Due to its celestial themes, Cresselia may also be based on the Cygnus constellation. Cresselia's Pokedex entry from Pokemon Legends Arceus states that it
resembles the Heavenly Maiden who created the Milky Way.
Heavenly Maiden is a common translation of Xianu and Tenyo, the latter being the term used in the original Japanese Pokedex entry. However, the myth in the entry could instead be referring to the Estonian goddess of birds, Lindu, said to have created the Milky Way with her tears. Name origin, Cresselia may be a combination of crescent, referring to the lunar phase, and Selene, Greek goddess of the moon. Now, languages, related articles, external links to the legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Cresselia's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In this film, we're towards the beginning, the narrator is explaining the world of Pokemon. So we're in this field right now, but Cresselia will appear as sort of a transition Pokemon to the next scene. Cresselia. And that is Cresselia's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. While I don't have a Cresselia card, Cresselia is one of the cover Pokemon of the Great Encounters expansion that I've talked about a few times. As such, it appears on the Eternal Time player mat. I'll be talking about this expansion again in the Darkrai video. Now let's see why other people love Cresselia. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's standing fan art, so let's start by looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Cresselia. This is Cresselia by Master Mark Olivus. So I'm pretty sure this is just the art from Pokemon Cafe Remix. This is Cresselia by Rosie Extras. So this nice image of Cresselia here. Yeah. Very well done. This is Cresselivore and Darkivore by Albert Wilson. So this, I guess two Gardevoir, yeah, Gardevoir plus Cresselia and Gardevoir plus Darkrai. These Pokemon fusions here. Yeah, very well done. This is Cresselia by Haroon 10,842. Or Artsy Theo. It's very well done. Piece of art here. I like the background. Very well done. This is 0488 Cresselia by Aaron Tiger Tier. This AI art of Cresselia, I guess. This is Cresselia by Baylard. So these stylizations of Cresselia here. One where it's like more bird-like. One where it's more horse-like. And more like a flying Pokemon, I guess. Yeah, very interesting. Very well done. This is Cresselia by Hot Tub USA. This nice Cresselia image here. Has like a moon symbol. There was one that was very similar to this in the Heatran video. I wonder if that's like part of a collection they have. Very well done. This is Cresselia by Flaming Keaton. This nice simple Cresselia image here seems to be from March 31st, 2025. Yeah, very well done. None of these images contain a Cresselia, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and two Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, one Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Glade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Phione. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Phione. Starting in Gen 5, it's the first mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are June 29th, 1997, April 19th, 2000, February 8th, 2003, November 29th, 2005, September 19th, 2008, July 11th, 2011, May 1st, 2014, February 19th, 2017, December 11th, 2019, and October 1st, 2022. I most know Phione from how, prior to Pokemon Legends Arceus, one could not legitimately catch this Pokemon in the wild, with it only being available through an egg from Manaphy, bred by Ditto, which, before this game, you could only get from an event, transferring Manaphy from a game that has it, or in Gen 4, transferring a Manaphy egg from one of the Pokemon Ranger games. Because Manaphy can hatch from its own egg, technically, Phione is the first legendary/mythical Pokemon to be a baby Pokemon, although it's not officially considered one. This is particularly interesting since it uses the modern baby Pokemon mechanic. Before Gen 9, to get a baby Pokemon, so that it would produce a baby Pokemon, instead of the baby Pokemon's evolution. However, in Gen 9, this mechanic, which in my opinion should never have existed in the first place, was removed. So now the baby Pokemon will always come from breeding another member of the Pokemon's evolutionary line. Phione also marks the first time that a legendary/mythical Pokemon is mechanically connected in a familial way to another legendary/mythical Pokemon, in this case Manaphy. I've always found it odd that Phione doesn't evolve into Manaphy, especially since 3 generations later, Game Freak would introduce a legendary Pokemon that evolved. You'd think in that generation or later, they would add an item and or condition to allow Phione to evolve into Manaphy. I always thought that Phione and Manaphy were introduced in Gen 3, likely because of Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea, which heavily features Manaphy. I also used to think that they were connected to the Lake Guardians because of the jewels in their torsos, and, in my opinion, the Lake Guardians look bluish-gray. It doesn't help that they were all legendary Pokemon before Gen 5. Anyway, let's get the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Phione, the Sea Drifter Pokemon, whose number is 0489. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water, ability Hydration, gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is A groups. Water 1 and Fairy, hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 6.8 pounds or 3.1 kilograms. Basic experience field is 165 in Gen 4 and 216 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Phione is a water-type mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but can be obtained by breeding Manaphy or another Phione with Ditto. It is a member of the Sea Guardians with Manaphy. Biology: Manaphy is a blue Pokemon with a round head and a tiny body. Phione's head is crowned by a flotation sac with a long ribbon-like antenna. Its mouth is small, and its eyes are large with blue sclera and gray irises. Above its eyes are two blue circular markings connected to the eyes by a thin black line. Its long, flipper-like arms have rounded tips. Phione has a red oval gem on its chest and a single rudimentary foot spike. Phione hatch from eggs laid by Manaphy, and small groups of Phione are seen living alongside Manaphy. However, the exact relationship between the two species is unclear. Phione possesses a sac on its head, which it can use to inflate and drift in the water in search of food. When the water grows warm, it will drift in packs with others of its kind. No matter how far it has drifted, it will always return to the place where it was born against natural predators. It uses a defense mechanism that allows its body to blend in with the ocean waters. It has the ability to lift its own spirit, to heal and strengthen itself in the process. Phione blending in with the water. Phione and its parent Manaphy are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Take Heart. Game data and PC appearances: Pokemon Mystery Judgment, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. A group of 6 Phione appeared in Miracle Sea, who were driven away by an enraged, treasure-seeking Gyarados, and once Gyarados was defeated, gave the team the Phione Dew needed to save Manaphy. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl. This is the last time that Diamond and Pearl are going to be together.
A Pokemon that lives in warm seas. It inflates the flotation sac on its head to drift and search for food.
Platinum.
It drifts in warm seas. It will always return to where it was born, no matter how far it may have drifted.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
When the water warms, they inflate the flotation sac on their heads and drift languidly on the sea in packs.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Alpha Sapphire is Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus
can be seen floating offshore during seasons when the seas are warm. Its azure body blends in with the ocean waters. Logic suggests this is a defense mechanism against natural predators.
Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats. They're all 80. For a total of 480. Pokeathlon stats: type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up: 1 water gun, 9 charm, 16 supersonic, 24 bubble beam, 31 acid armor, 39 whirlpool, 46 water pulse, 54 aqua ring, 61 dive, 69 rain dance, and 75 take heart. By TM 002 charm, 7 protect, 11 water pulse, 19 disarming voice, 22 chilling water, 25 facade, 32 swift, 34 icy wind, 43 fling, 47 endure, 50 rain dance, 59 zen headbutt, 60 u-turn, 70 sleep talk, 77 waterfall, 79 dazzling gleam, 81 grass knot, 85 rest, 103 substitute, 110 liquidation, 123 surf, 130 helping hand, 132 baton pass, 135 ice beam, 142 hydro pump, 143 blizzard, 171 terra blast, 174 haze, 181 knockoff, 188 scald, 193 weather ball, 196 flip turn, 203 psych up, 208 whirlpool, and 227 alluring voice. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. In the browser entry,
it attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed.
Got all this. Evolution data. Parent Manaphy, breed with Ditto. Phione does not evolve. Sprites here, so a lot darker blue, of course. And it's like a wildly different blue. Shiny is... It's kind of blue, actually kind of close to the modern blue. That's fun. Has a yellow gem instead of a red one. Platinums is like a different sprite entirely. In Gen 5, you get the fullback sprites. Oh, actually, you got the fullback sprites in Gen 4. Oh, that's interesting. But, you know, now this is like the zoomed out version, I guess. In Gen 6, you get the much lighter colors. And the models, of course, a lot flatter head than I would have thought. Interesting. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Wait, the color of its eyes? What? I don't know if it's just because they're different shades, but it looks like the sclera are gray for the normal and black for the shiny. That's interesting. Homes. You got these models. Also, it's cut off. The models in Legends Arceus are also cut off. Huh. Animation. Phione in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 113, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Phione, the Sea Drifter Pokemon. Phione lives in warm waters. It inflates the flotation sac on its head, allowing it to float on the waves and look for food.
The manga. Phione Egg in Pokemon Adventures. And Phione in Pokemon Adventures. As for the Manaphy, TCG. Trivia, Phione is the only Pokemon that is obtainable by breeding a mythical Pokemon. Breeding either Manaphy or Phione can produce a Phione egg, but Phione can neither evolve into Manaphy nor produce eggs that can hatch into Manaphy. Phione, Nidoran male, Nidoran female, Lumisay, and Volbeat are the only Pokemon that can be obtained by breeding a Pokemon they cannot evolve into. We basically read this fourth point in the Glalie video. Mythical status, this is a new section. Phione's status as a mythical Pokemon, which were instead called legendary Pokemon in the West prior to Gen 5, has historically been contradicted by some official sources. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Prima's official strategy guide, states that Phione is not legendary, a term used at the time to describe both legendary and mythical Pokemon, as it can be obtained through hatching eggs. In Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs, it is not classified as a mythical Pokemon, localized as rare Pokemon in English, as mythical Pokemon did not exist as a distinct term in English at the time. The Pokemon Daisuke Club's mystery file feature website omits Phione from its list of mythical Pokemon. In the Pokemon Kids Winterfest badge collection, all other legendary mythical Pokemon have special badge borders and are obtained exclusively through either opening master pouches or clearing timed challenges. Phione has no special border and is obtained through standard bags in the same way all non-legendary/mythical Pokemon are obtained. In the Pokemon Bank Pokedex, all other mythical Pokemon and special legendary Pokemon have a shiny background, but Phione does not. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Darkness, Phione has a full set of 4 exclusive items, plus a 5th item that otherwise only appears for baby Pokemon that can be found normally. Other legendary mythical Pokemon only have 1 each and are found behind locked chambers in specific dungeons. Tomi's 20th anniversary plush set includes all mythical Pokemon from Gen 1 through 5 except Phione. In Pokemon Home, it is not possible to trade mythical Pokemon via the Wonder Box global trade system or room trade. Despite this, when Home first launched, it was originally possible to trade Phione despite this restriction. This was fixed in a later update. Origin, Phione is likely based on sea angels, specifically Cleone. Cleone are remarkably popular in Japanese documentaries, especially in Hokkaido, on which Sinnoh is based. This may also have inspired their appearance in Chocovine Town. Manaphy's trait of only being able to produce Phione as offspring may be inspired by eusociality, a biological phenomenon in which usually manifests in a colony of animals having a sole breeding female or queen tended to by her usually infertile offspring, or an example of a highly rare and unique mutation such as albinism or polydactyly. Pokedex entries, however, suggest that Manaphy are born in cold waters, while Phione live in warm waters and come back to their place of birth. Name origin, Phione may be a combination of Manaphy and Cleone, a genus of floating sea slugs. Now the languages, related articles, external links to the mythical Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Fione's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 579, Hold the Phione. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and traveling companions Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup, are in this festival here. We're towards the beginning of the episode. Yeah.
For good luck. We got your
There's
Phione
the
dolls
Phione
here. Your Phione
merchandise.
candy here. You name it, we've got it.
Phione dolls are just adorable!
Ma'am, you've got good taste. And look, now there's the real article.
Okay. And that is Phione's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Phione. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we sent in fan art, so we started looking at DeviantArt fan art. Well, we would normally go through these images until we found an image that didn't contain a Phione. You'll notice that one of these images is blurred, and that's because I don't think it's appropriate for YouTube, so we're just gonna stop on this image. This first image is Phione TCG by Funstar Art, so I guess it's a collection of TCG-related art for a Phione. That's very fun. This is Phione, Manaphy, Poketrix, Pokemon, Ben 10 by The Chosen 2Z. So we've got this shiny Phione and this cream-colored Manaphy for some reason with these Omnitrix-like devices from Ben 10. And it says Phione e Manaphy, Tipagem, Agua. That's interesting. This is Missing Mons by Spino1. So we've done this a couple times, but we can do it again. On the top here, we have Uxie sleeping, Mesprit being kind of disgusted, and Azelf kind of being concerned. Then on the bottom, we have Victini. It's kind of floating with Phione here above the water, I think, or pretty sure it's supposed to be above the water. Interesting. This is Sea Cave Sillies by Sleepy Sea Lion. So you've got two Phione here and a Poplio. That's fun, very cute. And I got the social media, it's from 2025. Yeah, very well done. This is Luli Phione by Solar Bink. I guess Luli, their Phione character. This is a shiny Phione. It's interesting. It's to be from 2024. Yeah, well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 10 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. In the next video, I'll be talking about Manaphy. I'm not saying tomorrow, as I filmed this before the Pokemon Presents stream today, so I don't know if the Pokemon Company announced any new Pokemon. If they did, I'll be sure to update you on the new Pokemon year cycle. Even if we don't get national Pokedex numbers, the existence of new Pokemon, this doesn't count new forms of pre-existing Pokemon, shifts the cycle. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me in the next video. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Manaphy, the final Water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous PYC dates are June 30th, 1997, April 20th, 2000, February 9th, 2003, November 30th, 2005, September 20th, 2008, July 12th, 2011, May 2nd, 2014, February 20th, 2017, December 12th, 2019, and October 2nd, 2022. I most know Manaphy from the unique way it was originally obtained. In Gen 4, players needed to transfer a Manaphy egg from a Pokemon Ranger game to any of the mainline Gen 4 games. At the time, this made it the easiest mythical Pokemon to get, as you can still get it this way, so long as you have 2 working DS/3DS, or one of both systems, a working copy of Pokemon Ranger, working copy of any mainline Gen 4 game, and a specific code which you can get from the internet. Although, with the release of Pokemon Legends Arceus, it became much easier to get this than all Gen 4 mythical Pokemon, as they were no longer locked behind transferring items or event-exclusive items, although some still require a save file from another game. I also know Manaphy as the first mythical, in Gen 4 legendary, Pokemon to breed. As I mentioned yesterday, it's odd that Manaphy, which has its own egg, produces a different egg, which hatches into a Pokemon that doesn't evolve into it. I've always wondered why they never made them an evolutionary line, especially after Gen 7 when they introduced the idea of an evolving legendary Pokemon. I always thought that Manaphy and Phione were introduced in Gen 3, likely because Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea, a Gen 3 era movie, heavily features Manaphy. I also used to think they were connected to the Lake Guardians due to the jewels in their bodies. And that, to me, the Lake Guardians look bluish-gray. It also doesn't help they were all legendary Pokemon before Gen 5. I also think that Manaphy, and to a lesser extent Phione, look like Chow from the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll talk about Manaphy, the seafaring Pokemon, whose number is 0-490. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Ability, hydration. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg group water 1 and fairy. Hatch time 10 cycles. Height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight is 3.1 pounds or 1.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 215 in Gen 4 and 270 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV is 3 in HP. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Manaphy is a water type mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Manaphy has the unusual ability to breed despite being a mythical Pokemon, although it can only breed with Ditto due to being a gender unknown Pokemon. Manaphy's offspring are Phione, which do not evolve into Manaphy. Along with Phione, Manaphy is considered to be one of the Sea Guardians. Manaphy is the last Pokemon in the Sinnoh Pokedex in Pokemon Diamond Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Biology: Manaphy is a small, blue, aquatic Pokemon with stubby feet and club-like arms that are longer than its body. It has a red gem on its chest and a yellow dot below the gem. Its onion-shaped head has a pair of long blue antennae, which have small spheres on the ends. Its irises are dark blue with yellow sclera, and there are 2 yellow dots of eyelash markings extending from the eyes. Unlike other Pokemon eggs, Manaphy hatches from a distinctive one that resembles its appearance, featuring a blue color with multiple glowing yellow dots and a red gem-like center known as Manaphy egg. That's the Manaphy egg. Phione hatch from eggs laid by Manaphy. Manaphy are also seen accompanied by small groups of Phione. However, the exact relationship between the two species is unclear. 80% of Manaphy's body is made of water. It is highly susceptible to its environment and swims long distances to return to its birthplace. It also prefers to live deep underwater, on the cold sea floor. Manaphy has been known to visit the coastal waters of Uxie occasionally alongside Phione. It is born with a special power that allows it to bond with any Pokemon. Manaphy has the rare ability to switch the perspective of people and Pokemon with each other. As depicted in Ranger and the Temple of the Sea, Manaphy is capable of learning and even speaking the human language. Manaphy is known as the Prince of the Sea. Manaphy and its child, Phione, are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Take Heart. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. While exploring Surrounded Sea, the player's team finds a Wonder Egg that hatches into a Manaphy. They look after it for a while, but it becomes sick from spending too long out of the sea. Chatot arranges for Manaphy to live with a Walrein. He returns soon after the defeat of Darkrai to officially join the team now that he has grown up. Manaphy loves to explore and discovered the marine resort. Manaphy also loves gummies, especially the blue gummy due to being a water type. Pokemon Magikarp Jump. A Manaphy may randomly appear in the pond. Tapping it triggers the Food Fever event. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Manaphy returns, giving the player a quest. Meet at the bottom of seafloor ruins. Connecting the Manaphy and Phione also leads to the player connecting with Walrein. Manaphy's antennae glow pink while using Heart Swap. Pokedex entries in Gen 4 Diamond. Born on a cold sea floor, it will swim great distances to return to its birthplace. Pearl. Water makes up 80% of its body. This Pokemon is easily affected by its environment. Platinum. It is born with a wondrous power that lets it bond with any kind of Pokemon. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It starts its life with a wondrous power that permits it to bond with any kind of Pokemon. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry in Gen 6. X is the same entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby, it's Platinum, the Gen 5 entries, and Nexus entry. Alpha Sapphire is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically its Pearl counterpart, but percent is now the word instead of the symbol. In Legends Arceus, rumored to migrate across the oceans and visit Uxie's coastal waters, only rarely, although Manaphy resembles Phione, it is also quite different. The relationship between the two is unclear. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items and events: King's Rock 100% of the time, Red Scarf 100% of the time, Lancet Berry 100% of the time, and Mystic Water 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, all of them are 100 for a total of 600. Pokeathlon stats: type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice all for half. Learn set by leveling up: 1 Heart Swap, Tail Glow, and Water Gun, 9 Charm, 16 Supersonic, 24 Bubble Beam, 31 Acid Armor, 39 Whirlpool, 46 Water Pulse, 54 Aqua Ring, 61 Dive, 69 Rain Dance, and 76 Take Heart. By TM, TM002 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 16 Psybeam, 19 Disarming Voice, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 41 Stored Power, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 59 Zen Headbutt, 60 U-Turn, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 77 Waterfall, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 114 Shadow Ball, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 123 Surf, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 181 Knockoff, 188 Scald, 193 Weather Ball, 196 Flip Turn, 203 Psych Up, 208 Whirlpool, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding is nothing. Side game data, I got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bad Entry.
Manaphy heard about the Pokepark from Wingull and decided to come and play. Of course, Manaphy could not pass up a chance to play Gyarados' Aqua Dash.
Got all this. New Pokemon Snap and the Photodex entry.
Manaphy has a wondrous power that lets it bond with any kind of Pokemon. It will sometimes rise up from the ocean floor, lured by the sound of beautiful singing.
Evolution data: Manaphy, breed with Ditto. Phione does not evolve. Sprites here, so... Oh, that's interesting. It has like the glowing thing at the end, but yeah, more or less the same. It hasn't really changed even much in the colors, like slightly different colors. You got this, it's a lot like lighter, kind of like the Phione's was. But the jewel stains the same, I think. Platinum's is slightly different, but not too much. It's more the animation, and it doesn't have like the glowing effect. In Gen 5, you get the fullback sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Again, a lot flatter head than I would have imagined. Pretty good adaptation, though. It's also slight different colors as well. Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game. Homes, you get these models. Manaphy Egg sprites. Manaphy Egg sprite from Gen 4. Manaphy Egg sprite from Gen 5. Manaphy Egg menu sprite from Gens 4 and 5. Manaphy Egg menu sprite from Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Manaphy Egg model from Home. Other sprites: unused Diamond and Pearl back sprites. An animation: Manaphy and Pokemon the series Sun and Moon with a couple Love Disc and a Chinchou. Manaphy, the 9th movie, is the big one. Got all these. Manaphy Egg in Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea. Got Pokedex entries in Sun and Moon, episode 145, in the Rotom Pokedex.
Manaphy, the seafaring Pokemon, a water type. Manaphy emerges from the depths of cold oceans. It has the unique power to bond with any Pokemon on a heart-to-heart level.
Gotcha. In the manga, Manaphy and Pokemon Adventures with the Phione Egg. We saw this one yesterday. Manaphy Egg and Pokemon Ranger the Comic Double Mission. Got all this. And the TCG. And the TFG. Other appearances: Super Smash Bros. Brawl. When released from a Pokeball, Manaphy uses Heart Swap, which temporarily switches the body of the user with another player. KOs count for the player in control, not the character's normal player, preventing easy KOs via suicide. It's got Manaphy and Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information: a seafaring Pokemon. 80% of its body is made of water. It has the ability Hydration, which allows it to restore status effects at the end of the turn if it's raining. It is the only Pokemon who can use the stat effect swapping move, Heart Swap, Place a Manaphy and a Ditto in the Pokemon daycare, and they will produce a Phione egg. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Manaphy appears as an occasional stage hazard in the Flood Chamber of the Kalos Pokemon League stage. Appearing rarely, it will use Whirlpool to create a maelstrom on the floor of the stage, sucking in any fighters standing in the water in an attempt to KO them. Trophy information: this water-type Pokemon is said to have the mysterious ability to bond with any other Pokemon. It's also said to appear occasionally in the water-type Elite Four Trainer's Room in the Kalos Pokemon League stage. When it appears on the stage, it'll use its Whirlpool move to drag fighters into the middle of the swirling waters. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Manaphy once again appears on the Kalos Pokemon League stage. Its behavior is the same as it was in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Manaphy also appears as a spirit. Trivia: Manaphy's English name was uncovered alongside the English name of Sinnoh within the internal data of Pokemon Ranger on November 2nd, 2006. However, the second point in the Ditto video, Manaphy and Phione, if one counts Phione as mythical, are the only mythical Pokemon capable of producing eggs in a daycare or nursery legitimately. Although normally gender unknown, in Pokemon, Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, Manaphy is constantly referred to as a male. In Pokemon Ranger, it is known as the Prince of the Sea in the British English versions of the game, however, is referred to as the Princess of the Sea in American English versions. It is referred to as a Pokemon known as the Prince in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and a book in the Canalave Library. In the games, Manaphy is the only Pokemon whose egg sprite is different than the standard sprite. Despite the fact that eggs cannot be transferred via Poketransfer, Manaphy's egg is found in the coding of the Gen 5 games. Location data for Pokemon Ranger also exists in those games. Manaphy's egg has a unique hatching animation in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. In Pokemon Platinum, the player can register Manaphy as seen in the Pokedex by inspecting a book in Mr. Backlot's room at the Pokemon Mansion. Like the majority of event Pokemon obtained through Mystery Gift, it was intended to be impossible to obtain a shiny Manaphy. However, an oversight in Gen 4 allows a Manaphy egg to have a chance to hatch shiny, but only if it was traded before hatching. This is because shininess is dependent on the trainer ID number and secret ID number, and the game mistakenly attempts to prevent shininess using the original game's ID numbers instead of the ID numbers of the game that it was traded to. This oversight was undone by the time Manaphy's egg returned in Gen 8. Shiny Manaphy that are hatched from a traded egg can still pass Poketransporter's legality check. Because breeding Manaphy with Ditto produces only Phione eggs, there is yet to be an explanation on how Manaphy eggs are produced. Origin: Manaphy may be based on sea angels, tiny transparent ocean mollusks. The Manaphy egg's design is similar to Turtotopsis dorini. Manaphy's trait of only being able to produce Phione as offspring may be inspired by eusociality, a biological phenomenon which usually manifests in a colony of animals having a sole breeding female or queen, tended to by her usually infertile offspring, or an example of a highly rare and unique mutation such as albinism or polydactyly. Name origin: Manaphy may be a combination of mana, spiritual life force in Polynesian culture, and fae, fairy. Now, languages, related articles, notes, doesn't have anything, external links to the mythical Pokemon and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Manaphy's first scene in the anime, except we can't. Its first appearance is in Pikachu's Ocean Adventure. So instead, let's watch Manaphy's first scene and its second appearance in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea. In this film, May, one of the main characters, is having a dream where she's floating underwater with a bunch of fish Pokemon, and she's seen an underwater temple, and now she's noticed something behind her. There's Manaphy. And that is Manaphy's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Manaphy. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead of looking at DeviantArt fan art, for those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Manaphy. This is Manaphy TCG by Funstar Art, so this fun compilation of, I guess, Manaphy TCG art. That's cool. This is Manaphy by Thunder Gamer 025. So this nice image of Manaphy here. Yeah, Manaphy, yeah. Very well done. This is Manaphy by Brandai. So I got this fun Manaphy recreation painting of the seal in this kelp forest. That's fun. This is Water-type Pokemon by Hugo Belisario, 6,191. So we did this one, I think, we did one of these in one of these videos. I can't remember which video, but we can do this again. We got the Manaphy here, Finizen, Remoraid, and I think there's a few Remoraid in the background as well. Mantine, Mantike, Vaporeon, Pukumuku, Wailord, Love Disc, Luminion, and I think just some generic fish. Very well done. Since this is a Manaphy mascot costume and not Manaphy itself, I'm gonna say this is where we're gonna stop. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 10 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Gallade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Darkrai. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Darkrai, the final Dark-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Its previous BYC dates are July 1st, 1997, April 21st, 2000, February 10th, 2003, December 1st, 2005, September 21st, 2008, July 13th, 2011, May 3rd, 2014, February 21st, 2017, December 13th, 2019, October 3rd, 2022. I most know Darkrai from the Rise of Darkrai, which is what we'll be watching in the anime section today. I like his striking design and how unnatural and kind of disturbing Darkrai looks. Especially since the red part looks like a lower jaw, but doesn't have an upper jaw to go with it. I think it works well for the nightmare-inducing Pokemon. I honestly find it odd how they didn't make Darkrai the antagonist of the Rise of Darkrai, as it certainly looks like it could have been, but I also like the idea that it wasn't. It adds an unexpected complexity to its character. As mentioned in the Cresselia video, I also know Darkrai from the ads for the Cresselia vs. Darkrai event in Pokemon Sleep from a few months ago. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Darkrai, the pitch black Pokemon, whose number is 0491. This is what it looks like. Its type is dark, ability, bad dreams, gender ratio, gender unknown, catch rate is 3 or 1.6%, breeding egg group, no eggs discovered, hatch time 120 cycles, egg not obtainable, height is 4 foot 11 or 1.5 meters, weight is 111.3 pounds or 50.5 kilograms, base experience yield is 210 in Gen 4 and 270 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3, 2 in special attack and 1 in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 0. Darkrai is a dark-type mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It was officially revealed in February 2007. It is a member of the Lunar Duo with Cresselia. Darkrai is the last Pokemon in the Hisui Pokedex. Biology, Darkrai is a black shadow-like Pokemon. It has a small head with a white fog-like ghostly plume billowing from its head, covering one of its bright blue eyes, with the portion of its face resembling hair. It also has a red spiky growth around its neck. It has skinny arms and long black tatters hanging from its shoulders. It also has black claw-like hands. It has the slight appearance of an hourglass figure and appears to be wearing an old ripped cloak. It normally does not have any sort of legs, but it is able to extend stilt-like appendages in their place. In self-defense, Darkrai can retract its head and white plume into the pit atop its torso, fringed by the aforementioned red growth. Darkrai's extendable, stilt-like appendages. Darkrai is known to inhabit dreams and causes the target to have unending nightmares, which can be stopped if exposed to a lunar feather from Cresselia. However, the unleashing of nightmares is actually a defense mechanism instead of an intentionally malicious act. Darkrai is capable of flying at high speeds, and it can become a shadow in order to escape danger or contact with humans. It is also capable of some human speech. In the Rise of Darkrai, it was shown its power was weaker than that of Dialga and Palkia. Its relationship to its counterpart, Cresselia, can vary between individuals and canons, with some being antagonistic, as seen in Sleepless in Pre-Battle and Pokémon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky, or cooperative as seen in Nightfall, Nightmares, and A Midsummer's Night's Light. As seen in Sleepless in Pre-Battle, Darkrai does not only cause nightmares, it is also attracted to them. It can also go around objects it is attracted to several times, as seen in the mentioned episode and Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia. Shadows of Olmia also reveals Darkrai can use an ability called Dark Power to either trap humans or Pokemon in a dark void dimension of total darkness or teleport them to another location. Darkrai is said to be active on nights of the new moon. Darkrai possibly feeds off dreams, characterized by its association with never-ending nightmares. As mentioned in the Sleep Style decks, Darkrai has attempted to use Dark Void while it is asleep. It is theorized that Darkrai performs this move because it cannot contain its overflowing power. Darkrai has 3 different sleep styles it sleeps in: Floaty Arms Crossed Sleep, Floaty Stance Sleep, and Dark Void Sleep. Darkrai can be lured through a combination of Event Drowsy Power and Cresselia. The Eureka Seed can bring out the full power of Darkrai. Darkrai has been observed slumbering during the day of new moon. Darkrai is the only known Pokemon capable of learning and using the move Dark Void. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have bad dreams as an ability. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Darkrai is revealed to be the main antagonist of the game. In the post-game story, he wants to cover the world in darkness and was behind the collapse of the Temporal Tower and Dialga's corruption into Primal Dialga in the main storyline of the game. His interference is also the reason the player was separated from Grovyle and turned into a Pokemon. In the post-game story, he turns his attention to distorting the fabric of space to cover the world in darkness. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. Darkrai is the main antagonist of the game. He resided in Wish Park and wants to merge the Wish Park with Pokepark. When the Dark Vortex threatens to destroy both dimensions, Darkrai sacrifices himself to stop it, but is later brought back by Reshiram and Zekrom during the post-game. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia. Darkrai is the final boss, summoned by Blake Hall. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries in Gen 4, Diamond.
It can lull people to sleep and make them dream. It is active during nights of the new moon.
Pearl.
Folklore has it that on moonless nights, this Pokemon will make people see horrific nightmares.
Platinum.
To protect itself, it afflicts those around it with nightmares. However, it means no harm.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
It chases people in Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. And Alpha Sapphire is Diamond and Y's entry. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus.
On a moonless night, a strange incident occurred in which every one of a village's inhabitants suffered nightmares. The villagers attested that Darkrai appeared before them in these nightmares.
Game locations. Side game locations. Except got this image here. Darkrai and Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. Got the locations now. And events. Held items and events. It has the Enigma Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack and defense 90, special attack 135, special defense 90, speed 125, for a total of 600. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to fighting, bug, and fairy for double. Immune to psychic, resistant to ghost and dark for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by opponent, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of psychic type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Disable, 11, Quick Attack, 20, Hypnosis, 29, Sucker Punch, 38, Nightshade, 47, Double Team, 57, Haze, 66, Dark Void, 75, Nasty Plot, 84, Dream Eater, and 93, Dark Pulse. By TM, TM 006, Scary Face, 7, Protect, 17, Confuse Ray, 18, Thief, 23, Charge Beam, 25, Facade, 29, Hex, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 42 Nightshade, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 82 Thunder Wave, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 94 Dark Pulse, 103 Substitute, 105 X-Scissor, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 129 Calm Mind, 135 Ice Beam, 140 Nasty Plot, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 177 Spite, 181 Knockoff, 192 Focus Punch, 199 Lash Out, 203 Psych Up, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry.
It sends gusts of dark wind and lets loose dark pulses to attack.
Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark pad entry.
Darkrai came to the Pokepark in search of a comfortable place to stay. He's second to none when playing Dusknoir's Speed Slam.
Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond.
He tried to ease his loneliness by inviting everyone to one world, but the incident with the Dark Vortex made him realize that he was not alone.
Aw. Got all this. Pokemon Sleep.
It can lull people to sleep and make them have nightmares. It has been observed trying to use Dark Void even while it sleeps, but that may be because it can't contain its own overflowing power.
We've got Floaty Arms Cross Sleep. I don't know why we only have the one. There's 3 of them. Evolution data is just Darkrai. Sprites. So a lot darker colors. That's interesting. Shiny is a purple body, pink for the red part, and green for the eye. That's pretty cool. Platinums, we got a whole different thing. It's a different black. That's interesting. Much more closer to the official art. That's interesting. It's doing like a pose where it's like grabbing almost at the player or the Pokemon, I guess. And that's interesting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. Purple's a lot darker. These are probably all a lot lighter colors. Yeah, slightly a different pink. That's interesting. In Gen 7, not really much changes. In Gen 8, get the models in this game. Homes, get these models. Animation, Darkrai and Pokemon Journeys the series. Darkrai from Movie 10 is the big one. Darkrai Reoccurring is another big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 104, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Darkrai, the pitch black Pokemon. Legend has it that on a moonless night, Darkrai will lure people to sleep and unleash nightmares upon them.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 189, in the same Pokedex.
Darkrai, the pitch black Pokemon. Darkrai can cause people and Pokemon to have nightmares.
Gotcha, the manga, Darkrai and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Darkrai appears as a trophy. Trophy information. A pitch black Pokemon. It becomes active on nights of the new moon. This legendary Pokemon has the power to lull people to sleep and fill their heads with dreams. Proverbs say that Darkrai will make people have terrifying dreams on moonless nights. A Dark-type Pokemon, Darkrai uses the Dark Void move, along with Embargo, which stops foes from using their held items. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Darkrai appears as a Pokeball Pokemon. It puts fighters to sleep and damages them by using Dark Void. It also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. Darkrai Trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in the North American version. This Dark-type Pokemon can cause people and other Pokemon to experience nightmares. While it is floating in the air, it tucks its legs in so far, it looks like they vanish. In battle, it will use a move called Dark Void, which sucks in surrounding opponents and puts them into a deep sleep. In the PAL version, a Pokemon shrouded in mystery, Darkrai has the ability to implant nightmares into the minds of both humans and Pokemon. It has legs, but seems to prefer to float in the air. Its favorite move in this game is Dark Void. When this attack hits something, it creates a vortex that sucks in fighters and puts them to sleep. Pokken Tournament. Darkrai is a battle Pokemon in the arcade and Nintendo Switch versions of Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Dark Pulse, Dark Void, Nasty Plot, Shadow Claw, Nightmare, and Dream Eater. During Synergy Burst, it can use the burst attack Infinite Eclipse. Darkrai in Pokken Tournament. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Darkrai returns as a Pokeball summon. As before, it uses Dark Void, which puts foes to sleep and damages them. Darkrai also appears as a spirit. Pokemon Unite. Darkrai is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee speedster. Darkrai in Pokemon Unite. Trivia. Darkrai's effort value yield of 2 special attack and 1 speed is unique. Darkrai has 2 different portrait pictures in both Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Sailor Eldritch's son says, Dark is watching me in his sleep before the player cures his nightmare. It is assumed he is talking about Darkrai, as it is known to give its victims horrific nightmares. In the early Japanese versions of Diamond and Pearl, Darkrai can be caught with the surf glitch. However, this glitch was fixed in other language versions. Another glitch has been discovered that allows players of other language releases to reach Darkrai without the member card. This has been remedied in Pokemon Platinum, however, as Darkrai itself will not appear on the island without the event ticket. Darkrai was designed by Hironobu Yoshida in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Darkrai is the only non-ghost type Pokemon capable of traveling through walls and all other terrain types without the all-terrain Hiker IQ skill. Despite being a gender-unknown Pokemon, the Darkrai in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness, and Sky is referred to as a male. Origin, Darkrai appears to be the personification of nightmares, bearing resemblance to folklore creatures such as the mare and other night hags. Similarly, some types of djinns are also associated with nightmares and sleep paralysis. It may also draw some inspiration from sleep deities and/or personifications such as Morpheus. Darkrai's appearance is that of a ghostly shadow, likely inspired by some popular depictions of Boogeyman as a dark and formless figure. It may also be inspired by common hallucinations of shadowy figures during sleep paralysis episodes. In contrast to its counterpart, Cresselia's association with the crescent moon, Darkrai also appears to represent the new moon. Darkrai shares some similarities with the Naknitsa from Slavic folklore, a type of evil spirit that often torments children with nightmares, gradually draining their life energy. Its physical appearance has many distinct depictions, some of which strongly resemble Darkrai, the most notable ones being disheveled white hair, a body made out of shadows, and the absence of legs. Furthermore, in some regions, it's said that Naknitsa can be stopped if one possesses a knife or a stone with a hole, similar to how a lunar feather can dispel Darkrai's nightmares. Given its fabric-like texture in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and long and stilt-like legs, Darkrai appears to be inspired by a scarecrow, forming a contrast to Cresselia's bird-like design. The black markings around its eyes could be seen to resemble eye bags, which could be caused by a lack of sleep resulting from nightmares. Name origin, Darkrai may be a combination of dark and Kurai, dark. The languages, related articles, references, external links to the mythical Pokemon, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Darkrai's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching, quite fittingly, the rise of Darkrai. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Dawn, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and Dawn's Piplup have come to Alamos Town. They've met Alice and her Chimchar, and she's taken them to the garden of the Time-Space Tower, where they have met Baron Alberto and his Licky Licky, and Antonio, and a Gallade. Also, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and their talking Meowth, are watching the main characters, as they typically do, as they want to capture Pikachu. Currently, there is something weird going on. Kind of see the fluctuations here, and they sort of see the shadow down here. Yeah.
Something's there!
Hey, Brock.
Do not come here.
Darkrai. I would say that is Darkrai is first seen in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. Well, I don't have a Darkrai card. It is one of the cover Pokemon of the Great Encounters expansion. As such, it appears a few times in the rulebook. It first appears as a Darkrai level X card, as an example of a level X card. It then appears on the Endless Night theme deck pages, where it's the cover Pokemon. That's it. I won't be talking about the TCG again until I talk about Tranquil. Well, I'll bring it up in the Victini video when I reintroduce the series, but you get the idea. Now let's say by other people of Darkrai. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so I'll start looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Darkrai. This is Darkrai by Mind Wallpaper, this AI art of Darkrai, or maybe shiny Darkrai, but the color of the body, I don't know, it's weird. This is Darkrai by Bisky4, it's AI art. This is Darkrai by Mind Wallpaper, another AI art of Darkrai or shiny Darkrai here. This is not a Darkrai, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where we'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Glade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Shaymin. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, I'll see you tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Shaymin, the final Grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. As Skyform Shaymin, it's also the final Flying-type Pokemon, and only Grass-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Starting in Gen 5, it's also the first of 2 Flying-type mythical Pokemon, as of the filming of this, the other being Flying-type Arceus. As Landform Shaymin, it's also time for the shortest Gen 4 Pokemon, with Badoo, Burmy, and Chingling. Its previous BYT dates are July 2nd, 1997, April 22nd, 2000, February 11th, 2003, hey, that's my birthday, December 2nd, 2005, September 22nd, 2008, July 14th, 2011, May 4th, 2014, February 22nd, 2017, December 14th, 2019, and October 4th, 2022. I most know Shaymin from Giratina and the Sky Warrior. I distinctly remember being surprised when it first transforms from its land form to its sky form, as this was the first time I was introduced to this Pokemon and having these 2 forms. I also know Shaymin from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, where it even appears on the box in both forms. Anyway, let's get the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Shaymin, the Gratitude Pokemon, whose number is 0492. This is Landform Shaymin, this is what it looks like. This is Skyform Shaymin, this is what it looks like. Types: Grass as Landform Shaymin, and Grass Flying as Skyform Shaymin. Abilities: Natural Cure as Landform Shaymin, and Serene Grace as Skyform Shaymin. Gender ratios: gender unknown. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 120 cycles. Egg not obtainable. As Landform Shaymin, it's 8 inches and 0.2 meters and 4.6 pounds or 2.1 kilograms. As Skyform Shaymin, it's 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters and 11.5 pounds or 5.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 64 in Gen 4 and 270 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3. As Landform Shaymin, it is 3 HP. As Skyform Shaymin, it's 3 in speed, but looks like it was 3 in Gen 4 for HP, and it was 0, so it moved it over to speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 100. Shaymin is a Grass-type mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. While it's not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Shaymin has a second form activated by using a Cresselia flower in the daytime. Its original form, land form, will then become the Grass/Flying type Sky form. Shaymin Sky form will revert into and remain in its land form during the night or when frozen. Other circumstances may also cause it to revert. Shaymin was officially revealed in February 2008 when it was listed as a star of Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In early June of the same year, its Sky form was revealed. Biology: Shaymin is a small, white hedgehog-like Pokemon. In land form, it has green, grass-like fur on its back and a pink flower with 2 leaves on each side of its head, which resembles the Cresselia flower. More flowers appear on its back whenever it feels comfortable, but when it senses danger, it rapidly hides them again. Its legs are short and its underside is plump. Shaymin is one of the shortest grass-type Pokemon. Landform Shaymin's extra petals. Shaymin can instantly purify any polluted area of all impurities in the air and transform it into a lush field of flowers. It takes in the polluted air, purifies it inside its body, breaks it down into water and light, and releases the purified substance in a violent, explosive burst. Its power varies based on the type of pollution absorbed. Shaymin can also communicate with telepathy and sense the gratitude of others. Each season, Shaymin gathers with others in a flower field somewhere and migrates from there. This behavior is called flower carrying, because a new field of flowers grow wherever it lands. Shaymin is also attracted to areas where there is a lot of gratitude. Landform Shaymin has a shy personality and is easily scared. It also exhibits the behavior of scratching itself with its hind leg. Shaymin lives in fields of flowers. Since it camouflages by curling itself up, it can easily escape people's notice. It has been observed to like sweet food. Shaymin is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Seed Flare. Forms. Shaymin has two forms. It changes between Land form and Sky form. In Sky form, it has a slender, canine-like appearance. The fur on its back becomes a mohawk, and it has a red flower petal on the left side of its neck, resembling a scarf or cape. It has flat, white ears resembling wings, a small tuft of fur on the front of its neck, and a stumpy tail. The blooming of Giratina flowers confers the power of flight upon Shaymin, transforming it into its Sky form. It reverts to Land form at night or if it is frozen. Sky form Shaymin has a courageous, energetic, and playful personality. It spreads feelings of gratitude when it takes flight. Sky form Shaymin has a deeper voice than Land form. Land form, Sky form. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. A tribe of Shaymin have made their home at near the trail leading to the top of the nearby Sky Peak Mountain. An accompanying Shaymin demonstrates its ability to instantly purify polluted environments, its use of the Giratina to transform into its Sky form, and can be recruited into the player's party after clearing the dungeon for a second time. Landform Shaymin's petals after absorbing toxins. Skyform Shaymin's petals after absorbing toxins. Pokedex entries. In Gen 4 and Diamond,
It lives in flower patches and avoids detection by curling up to look like a flowering plant. Pearl. It can dissolve toxins in the air to instantly transform ruined land into a lush field of flowers.
Platinum.
The flowers all over its body burst into bloom if it is lovingly hugged and senses gratitude.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
The blooming of Giratina flowers confers the power of flight upon it. Feelings of gratitude are the message it delivers.
The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry, Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, Omega Ruby is Pearl and X's entry, Alpha Sapphire's Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. In Gen 8,
it lives in common flower patches, but is rarely noticed. It is often mistaken for a flowering plant when curled up.
Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart for the land form in Legends Arceus.
When the turning of seasons brings the cruel winter to its end, and the joyous people give thanks to the heavens, Shaymin appears and covers the withered land with flowers.
For Sky form in Legends Arceus,
upon taking in the scent of a particular rare flower, Shaymin is enveloped in light and its tiny body transforms. I took a whiff of the flower myself, but alas, my body remained unchanged.
Game locations, side game locations, in events, held items. For the final time in each of these games, it gets the Lumberry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats will compare land form and sky form. So HP 100, that stays the same. Attack 100, that goes up to 103. Defense 100, that goes down to 75. Special attack 100, that goes up to 120. Special defense 100, that goes down to 75. Speed 100, that goes up to 127. They both have a total of 600. Pokeathlon stats, you can see both forms here, I'm not going to read them. Type effectiveness will compare land form and sky form. So, land form is damaged normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Sky form is damaged normally by normal, bug, ghost, steel, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. So, it doesn't have fighting and rock. and adds Bug and Electric. Land form is weak to Flying, Poison, Bug, Fire, and Ice, all for double. Sky form is weak to Flying, Poison, Rock, and Fire for double, and Ice for 4, so it moves Bug, it adds Rock, and Ice gets doubled. Land form isn't immune to anything, while Sky form is immune to Ground. Land form is resistant to Ground, Water, Grass, and Electric, all for half, while Sky form is resistant to Fighting and Water for half, and Grass for a fourth, so it moves Ground and Electric, adds Fighting, and halves Grass. In the Sky form box, notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4 or Ring Target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. This is the final time that this first point will be written like this. Depending on how prevalent the Iron Ball is after Gen 5, this might be the last time that the second point is written like this. Learn set by leveling up for Land form: 1 Growth, 10 Magical Leaf, 19 Leech Seed, 28 Synthesis, 37 Sweet Scent, 46 Blade Rough, 55 Worry Seed, 64 Grassy Terrain, 73 Energy Ball, 82 Sweet Kiss, 91 Healing Wish, and 100 Seed Flare. For Sky form Shaymin: 1 Growth, 10 Magical Leaf, 19 Leech Seed, 28 Quick Attack, 37 Sweet Scent, 46 Play Rough, 55 Worry Seed, 64 Air Slash, 73 Energy Ball, 82 Sweet Kiss, 91 Leaf Storm, and 100 Seed Flare. By TM, Land form and Sky form Shaymin can learn the same TMs. TM 001 Takedown, 7 Protect, 19 Disarming Voice, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leaf, 40 Air Cutter, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 56 Bullet Seed, 59 Zen Headbutt, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 113 Tailwind, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 127 Play Rough, 132 Baton Pass, 133 Earth Power, 137 Grassy Terrain, 152 Giga Impact, 159 Leaf Storm, 163 Hyper Beam, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 194 Grassy Glide, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 206 Petal Blizzard. By breeding there's nothing, side game data for Land form, got all this. For Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia for the final time. After this, there are no more Shadows of Olmia in the browser entry.
It protects itself by launching leaves. It shoots exploding seeds to attack.
Guardian Signs.
It attacks by launching leaves and causing explosions.
Got all this. Pokepark Weave, Pikachu's Adventure for the final time in the Pokepark Bat entry.
Shaymin will be your guide to the Sky Pavilion, which is reached from the Flower Zone. Shaymin's very skilled at Absol's Hurdle Bounce, and proud of it.
Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry.
Shaymin has the incredible power to transform ruined land into a lush field. When it curls up, it looks like a flowering plant, so it's hard to spot even up close.
Skyform, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry.
It attacks by launching leaves and causing explosions.
Form data, Shaymin has 2 forms it can change between: Land form, introduced in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and Sky form, introduced in Pokemon Platinum. Normally, Shaymin is in its land form, which is grass type and resembles a hedgehog. When exposed to a Cresselia, Shaymin transforms into its Sky form, which is grass/flying type and white in color. Sky form Shaymin will revert into and remain in its land form at night, or if it is frozen. Shaymin also changes back to land form when deposited in the PC prior to Gen 7, when withdrawn from the PC Gen 7 onward, when deposited in Pokemon Bank but not Pokemon Home, or when deposited in the Pokemon Daycare or Pokemon Nursery. If a frozen Shaymin in Sky form is holding a Lumberry or an Aspire Berry, it will eat the berry after transforming back to land form. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Sky form Shaymin will also revert to land form when exposed to a Cresselia again, and will not revert into its land form at night unless it enters a battle during the night. Frostbite will also cause it to revert to land form. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Sky form Shaymin will not revert into its land form at night until after a battle. In Pokemon Mystery Judge and Explorers of Sky, Shaymin becomes Sky form temporarily when the Cresselia item is used. The Cresselia can be obtained for free daily from a Shaymin in the Shaymin village in Super Mystery Dungeon. Shaymin's form can be selected manually before entering a dungeon. In Explorers of Sky, Skyform Shaymin has boosted action speed. In Super Mystery Dungeon, Skyform merely affects its type. So you can see which appearance will Shaymin use for this adventure, Landform, Skyform. Yeah, the select screen, yeah. The two forms have different base stats, abilities, types, moves they can learn, and cries. In Gen 4, Skyform Shaymins, Cry cannot be played in the Pokedex due to it only registering the first form encountered, as wild or traded Shaymin will be in land form, and Pokemon aren't registered in Link battles. It is impossible to register a Skyform Shaymin. The only cry used for Shaymin in Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs is the one of its land form. At night, or after being frozen, land form Shaymin, Cresselia during the day, Skyform Shaymin. I read all this, I won't read it again. At 1, they both learn Growth. At 10, they both learn Magical Leaf. At 19, they both learn Leech Seed. At 28, land form learns Synthesis, while Skyform learns Quick Attack. At 37, they both learn Sweet Scent. At 46, they both learn Play Rough. At 55, they both learn Worry Seed. At 64, Landform learns Grassy Terrain, and Skyform learns Air Slash. At 73, they both learn Energy Ball. At 82, they both learn Sweet Kiss. At 91, Landform learns Healing Wish, and Skyform learns Leaf Storm. At 100, they both learn Seed Flare. Evolution data, Shaymin. Sprites here, so... Well, okay, it looks a lot different. I mean, it's generally the same concept, I'm guessing. But yeah, a little bit different. They don't have the Skyform in Diamond and Pearl, that's what I'm surprised about. And the shiny is this kind of green. That's fun. Platinums. It has the Skyform now, and it's a lot brighter green than the landform. And shinies, closer to the actual just shiny color, that's interesting. Might be brighter as well. In Gen 5... So they now have much closer greens for both of them, and also full back sprites. Yes. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. A little bit weird for the body here. A little bit strange. It looks less like the hedgy look from before. But yeah, pretty good. Colors are probably slightly different. Gen 7, not really much changes, although maybe it gets a little bit more uneven. I don't know. In Gen 8, you get the models in this game, which fully model that. That's kind of fun. Homes, you get these models. Animation. Landform Shaymin in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Shaymin movie 11 is the big one. Mallow's Shaymin is one of the big ones. Skyform Shaymin in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl, and a couple others. Got all this. A Shaymin with unique eyes in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 168 in Dawn's Pokedex.
Shaymin, the gratitude Pokemon. When the Cresselia flower is in bloom, its pollen allows Shaymin to change into its sky form from its land form. Shaymin also have a tendency to migrate.
In Sun and Moon, episode 108 in the Rotom Pokedex.
Shaymin, the gratitude Pokemon, a grass type. When it rolls itself up, it looks like a flower during the season when Cresselia flowers bloom. Shaymin changes form and takes flight to show its gratitude.
In the manga, Landform Shaymin in Pokemon Adventures. Skyform Shaymin in Pokemon Adventures, kind of coming off of the panel there. That's kind of fun. Got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U, Shaymin randomly appears on Unova's Pokemon League, where it changes from land to sky form. It does not affect the battle in any way. Shaymin also appears in both forms in a single trophy in the 3DS version of the game. Shaymin trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. It's kind of fun. Actually, it kind of looks like it's looking at this one, so it implies that it's not just it's two forms, but like two different Shaymin? That's interesting. Trophy information in North America. When in land form, this Pokemon sports a fetching pink flower. In sky form, it can take to the air with ease. This legendary Pokemon is hard to find, but it can sense anyone with a grateful heart. This ability is where the name Gratitude Pokemon comes from. In the PAL version, no wonder this mythical Pokemon is so hard to find. In its land form, it looks just like a flowery patch of grass. Good luck spotting that in a field. Shaymin has 2 different forms, though, and in Sky form it can fly. In both forms, Shaymin reacts to gratitude, hence its nickname, the Gratitude Pokémon. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Shaymin appears as spirits in its land form and sky form. Trivia: despite being a mythical Pokémon, battle wild Pokémon plays while battling it in Pokémon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Shaymin, Sky form, is the only flying-type mythical Pokémon, excluding Arceus while holding a Sky Plate. From Gen 4 to 6, it is impossible to use Shaymin Sky form in the battle spot or in online competitions that allow mythical Pokemon. This is because only Pokemon stored in the PC can be used, and Shaymin would revert to land form as soon as deposited. In Gen 7, this was changed so that Sky form can be deposited into the PC and only revert to land form when withdrawn. Due to a glitch in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it was possible to reach Flower Paradise and catch Shaymin without Oak's Letter. This was patched in version 1.1.2. This glitch was also the only method of obtaining a shiny Shaymin without the event, as the Shaymin in Pokemon Legends Arceus is shiny locked. Shaymin requires Pokemon Sword or Shield save data to be caught in Pokemon Legends Arceus, despite not being available in either of the former. Shaymin Sky form is the only Pokemon introduced in Pokemon Platinum that the player can legitimately own multiple of in Gen 4. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, there is a unique animation for Shaymin transforming into its land form if it is walking with the player when the time changes to night. Shaymin is the most recently introduced mythical Pokemon to belong to the medium-slow experience group. All mythical Pokemon released since have belonged to the slow experience group. Origin: Shaymin's land form is based on a hedgehog, however, its white body and the grass-like fur on its back make it somewhat resemble a chia pet as well. It may also be inspired by flower meadows or flower gardens. Moreover, when land form Shaymin blooms with flowers as seen in the movie Giratina and the Sky Warrior, Shaymin appears as a bouquet of flowers, which are commonly given as a sign of thankfulness, emphasizing Shaymin's role as the gratitude Pokemon. The flower on its body resembles a Gracidea and could be based on a hydrangea, particularly the big leaf hydrangea. It also shares, together with the leaves on its sky form's neck, similarities with a poinsettia, a popular Christmas flower. Shaymin's sky form has a few aspects like antlers that resemble reindeer, and the ability to fly could be based on Santa Claus's reindeer, but its sprightly behavior and an affinity for flowers and the ability to fly bring to mind angels and fairies. Due to its healing abilities, it could also be based on a guardian angel. Given the appearance of the flower around its neck resembling the knot of a neckerchief, the resemblance to the green of its legs, to boots or gloves, ability to fly, and more confident attitude as seen in Pokemon the series and related media, Skyform Shaymin may be inspired by superheroes, particularly those in the Japanese Sentai genre. Shaymin's ability to convert toxic gases into fresh air may be a reference to the environmentalist practice of removing pollution from nature for a healthier ecosystem. It could also be a reference to plants filtering non-breathable carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into breathable oxygen, or decomposer organisms converting decaying or waste materials into nutrient-rich soil for future plant growth. Its ability to transform land into a flower field in combination with its flying type could be a reference to pollen and spores in the air or in the wind floating seeds. Name origin: Shaymin is from Shay, Chinese for thanks. It may also be derived from Harinazumi, hedgehog, and Shamayim, Hebrew for heaven, with the latter correlating directly with Shaymin's sky form. Now the languages for the land form and the sky form, related articles, references, external links to the mythical Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Shaymin's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Giratina and the Sky Warrior. In this film, the narrator has just explained that there's a new Pokemon that's about to be introduced to the main characters, and we're now seeing it through its perspective. There's Shaymin, some Combi. I'm so scared. Aww. And that is Shaymin's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Shaymin. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Shaymin. This is Shaymin Skyform by Ralder75. This nice Shaymin image. You got a bunch of flowers, and they're flying in the background, you know, in the air and stuff. Yeah, very well done. This is Daily Random Prompt. Floral Sunset. May 27th by Siberian Thing. This AI art of Landform Shaymin. This is Shaymin TCG by Funstar Art. This nice collection of Shaymin TCG art here. So I got a couple landform. There's 2 landform. This one. And a couple Skyform Shaymin, yeah. This is Shaymin in Super Smash Bros. By Klutzkika. It's AI art, it looks nothing like Shaymin. This is Ko-Fi Reward number 23 by USV02. So this nice fusion between an Eevee and a Shaymin here. It looks to be particularly a shiny Shaymin, maybe even a shiny Eevee. It seems to be doing an attack. Yeah, very well done. This is Shaymin by Giant Behemoth. This anthropomorphic Shaymin here. It's AI art. This is 2025 Commission 4 by Burb Monster. It seems to be this ad for commissions, I guess. And there's these 2 different Shaymin, I think. And they both have the flowers, so I'm guessing these must be 2 of their characters. They might be fusions, I don't know. Very well done, I guess. This is Idea Sketch by Shakale. So, we got a couple images here. So, we got the Shaymin, Skyform Shaymin. I guess they're sort of anthropomorphic versions of just this is male Shaymin versus female. Interesting. This is an Eevee one. So, I got another anthropomorphic one. Let me get the back, I guess. Very well done. Despite the title, this is not a Shaymin. So that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Beldum and Camerupt, catch Seadra, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Baneri, and 2 Slowpoke, evolve Kakuna into Beedrill, Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, Onix into Steelix, Seadra into Kingdra, Porygon into Porygon 2, Shelgon into Salamence, Beldum all the way to Metagross, Baneri into Lopunny, Ralts all the way to Glade, 1 Slowpoke into Slowbro, the other Slowpoke into Slowking, and Omega Rubies, Clamperl into Gorobus, and Mega Evolve Beedrill, Pidgeot Slowbro, Steelix, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Salamence, Metagross, Rayquaza, Lopunny, and Glade. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Arceus. I think you mean Arceus! Oh no.